Once in the Pacific, off the coast of Nicaragua, fishing red snapper with Bosco in the blue sea with blue sky, the sea like blue ink. And suddenly two turtles, coupled, one mounted the other making love in the sea as they've been doing since their species began in order to reproduce and produce more and more species, the same act in the sea for millions of years out of love for the human species, and at its culmination communism. The act that has been performed since the world began. And I thought of Matthew 19:12, there is also the one who does not marry out of love for the kingdom of heaven, for communism like a turtle alone in mid-Pacific, alone under the heavens, betrothed to the heavens. Once again a meditation in a DC-3, I don't know why I recalled that line from Novalis: to touch a body is like touching the heavens. The Air Force pilot was unfurling the national map for the dark-skinned 9-year-old, our land below us, his hand brushing against her little hand. Down below Mui Mui, Rivers, Nueva Guinea, where Felipe fell. It's like touching the heavens. But if they don't believe in heaven? Obviously it is not the blue atmospheric canopy that's still the earth and flying in a DC-3 through the sky of our liberated land. Is the earth. But the infinite black night of the stars, with our earth full of humans loving each other and all the other loving earths, is heaven, is the kingdom of heaven. And what did Novalis mean? To me he's saying, smothering a baby in kisses, a couple in deep caresses, a handshake, a slap on the shoulder, the human touching human, the union of human skin with human skin is like touching communism with your fingers, my friends. Jesus says, whoever has found the system and may have become rich, let him renounce the system. Gospel of Thomas. In the case of multicellular organisms, the cells changed from I to us, and the selfishness of cells, their unbridled regression to I, is cancer. And Mr. Kirsch, who began his fortune at the age of 9 lending out to other children at a percentage until he became the millionaire he is today, says that the perfect dinner consists of just 2 people, you and the waiter. The maximum of private profits solely for, more fucking private profits. Which brings about systematized inequality. Freedom, the freedom of enterprise, of trade, not the freedom of people. Economic doctrines against the grain of the human heart will bite the dust, and perhaps this poem will be read in 1,000 years when Newsweek will no longer be read. In the 43rd year of the nuclear age. And Cardenal says to me that in Nicaragua today a poem without politics would be an emasculated poem. My peace I give you, but it's not the peace the system offers, JN 1427. As he also said that his kingdom was not of this system. On earth as it is in heaven. And because sending algae to Venus to turn carbon dioxide into healthy oxygen and lower its temperature with rainfall, or breaking Jupiter up into small habitable planets, perfectly feasible in the next 10,000 years, but that man might stop being selfish or a classless society, never enters their heads. The rising of the full earth above the moon's horizon, our sister moon scarcely a light second away, bluish, amid white veils, behind only blackness. We've seen the photos. This earth our cradle of life. Life which is nothing more than organized electromagnetic energy. Organized for evolution. The rapid step from the amoeba to Einstein. Evolution, not so much competition as cooperation. And once again they will grow on the same stalk, said the cacique Cotican, they and the white men. Still no travelers have arrived from other solar systems. Will there be selfishness in the other systems too? Mr. Kirsch's dinner for 2. Money to make from it more money, and for others to do the work. And so they with their Roolds and Picassos. French chateau in pink stone in Dallas, Texas, with chandeliers, one once owned by Madame Pompadour, or the fair's residence not as big as a football pass but almost, or the case of Mr. Urschel who sited his mansion on rock, the planting of ornamental trees a little difficult, you know, $1,000 a hole. And Mrs. Groff tells that she was working in an oil field, and when it hit her she was traveling through Europe with all her diamonds, refinery owner with not such refined manners perhaps, but now you see $850,000 for a Cezanne which the artist sold for, and to them money becomes an arm according to St. Augustine, or a leg, or a penis. And as such it hurts. Perversions which are eruptions of archaic instincts. Report from Tokyo Zoo, and those who are honorable in their private life, at home they're not criminals. Yet anyone, standing here, would say it's not moving. And time is one-dimensional, which is why there is only a future ahead. The past will not return. In whichever direction he gazes, the astronomer sees the same quantity of galaxies. Since we are at the center of the universe or in a universe without center. Whatever the case, O homem animal kama writes Thiago de Mello, and for this reason he's more beautiful than the morning star. That shout of Thiago's, Ernesto. On deck, in a remote part of the Amazon, barrier in Ha, who knows in which channel of the innumerable channels, 24 hours away by boat from Manaus, look, how clear the stars and the nebulae, Ernesto. Stars, dust, gas, everything up above sings the canticle of hydrogen. The celestial movement's a continuous song for several voices. Syncopes, cadenzas, clausuras. According to Kepler in Harmonis Mundi. Maxwell noted in his equations that electricity and magnetism traveled at the speed of light. He didn't believe it was coincidence, and he identified electromagnetism with light. In his equations he saw light in a new light. Visible light was electromagnetic waves with wavelengths of. And with his theory Hertz built the first radio. Gravity, which is nothing but distorted void. And it's what binds the universe together. Shapeless and cold and tenuous gas gradually becomes round, hot and dense, star, because of gravity. The intricate and elegant universe, Sagan says. Naturally atoms vibrate, like lyres. Molecules undulate melodically, and crystals the same. And the harmony of human anatomy. The music of the stars. Dirac points out the importance of an equation being beautiful. Or Einstein, who rejected ugly equations. The rhythm of the pendulum, the waves, the heart, the seasons, of radio and television waves. All matter is rhythm. The cosmos music. Salom de las Selvas remarked to CMR in Mexico, in a bar in Mexico, if a sentence lacks rhythm it's because it's not true. And the lie is against the species, human species, the lie is contra natura, against human nature. The secret bombing of Laos. Presenting Grenada as a great power. Animals don't lie. Just as they are not cruel nor murderers, not even lecherous nor sexual perverts. Anti the war and pro the war is the candidate, Nixon, where they may be against the war, against. Wherever in favor, in favor. Yes and no, said Nixon. Because politicians have to be flexible. Shall we or shan't we support this program? Let's say yes in the marginal districts, where we know we're ahead, let's say no, said Nixon. Creating an image, and it's created through language. For politics is a question of language. Slippery in ambiguity as a fish in water. With a chorus of Madison Avenue bards, the same who sing so lyrically to Coca-Cola, the ones with the Pindaric ads now in political hype which acts upon the sympathetic. His rhetoric making about as much sense as static. One of the problems was Nixon's lack of humor. To a certain extent that could be corrected. The other a lack of warmth. This was corrected by getting him to use fiery words without appearing to have been rehearsed. To cause the public to make an emotional leap, or what theologians call a leap of faith. The sound of applause is brought down. Camera 2 Holmes in Nixon emerges wearing makeup, raises his arms and smiles. Carlyle considered the sight of the stars to be sad for the amount of suffering in them if they were inhabited. Or if not, for all the loneliness. Returning, dear reader, to our reality, politicians of Hollywoodian unreality with cosmeticized faces discussing life and death issues in 10 seconds. You could put forward a candidate from a mental institution provided that in addition to being mad he's rich. And intelligent people I know who read the paper every day failing to remind themselves daily how the news is fabricated. The sotto voces in the noisy editorial offices to make /acts, facts which you easily digest like cornflakes. Including the tiny country Nicaragua. You're deceived into thinking that Nicaragua kills 3 million mosquitoes, not that Nicaragua even has 3 million inhabitants. The science of semantics. Analysis, for example, of that catch-all phrase in the CIA's constitution. Also other functions and services, my italics, which has allowed it to do as it pleases, almost never with the consent of Congress and never of the North American public. There are three categories of propaganda. 1. To tell the truth to certain people, white propaganda. 2. Half or distorted truths, gray propaganda. 3. And the black. Honorable in their private lives? At home they're not criminals posing with the wife, the dog, and the kids. Like Kennedy saying, we prefer democracy, but faced with a Castro we go for a Trujillo. They taught me to do these things in the CIA, Hunt declared to the Attorney General. False press releases, telegrams and such like. And put epigrammatically by an ex-CIA agent. The public cannot know whether it exceeds its powers because it cannot know what its powers are either. I'd add, much less the extent of those powers. Let's recall Henry Adams' statement that since George Washington the evolution of the presidents of the United States contradicts Darwin's theory. At present a Neanderthal in the White House, we should Americanize you. The North American Indian said the North American system was each one respecting his brother's vision. We stroll along the streets of a New York neighborhood, small shops, restaurants, dry cleaning, 3-4-story apartment blocks, red brick, cement, gray brick. We move on to an alpine village, cobblestone streets of a tiny Mexican pueblo, next to a river with a medieval mill, the dusty streets of a Wild West town, with its saloons, a window with shattered glass, on a hill an XLTH century castle, then back to apartment blocks, a bank, a liquor store out of any city in the United States. But if you tap anything, it has a hollow ring, it's all plaster, they're only exterior walls, there's nothing behind them. A policeman up the street, with his badge and notebook for taking down violations, could be for real or a famous actor. And the producer, Ed Lewis, who's showing me round, tells me, neither the director, nor the producer, nor anyone else calls the shots on a film but the bank that finances it. And as I came away and saw the banks, restaurants, dry cleaning, it seemed to me that whatever I tapped would sound hollow. Hollywood, the whole of Los Angeles, everything was just walls with nothing behind them. The pain if they were inhabited, and if not, so much emptiness. In a windowless basement in the West Wing of the White House bristling with signs, top secret, top secret, top secret. Each night the experts are their starless basement piecing together a picture of the terraqueous globe in the last 24 hours with snippets of information from all its sources: satellites that kept an eye on China, spies in Poland, diplomats in Red Square, Contra advisors on the Honduran border, gathering it all together in a black folder for the president who'll find it on his desk. After breakfast next day, the destinies of the globe each day dependent on what is cobbled together in the windowless basement night after night and nightly placed on Reagan's desk in the black folder. The curved void. Spaces so immense they slow up the light. The truth is that light is slow. 100,000 light years, for example, to cross a galaxy. Our own with 200,000 million stars, tenuous like the void or harder than diamond. And how many galaxies are there? Which accounts for in my father's house there are many mansions. As though comparing it to New York with its illuminated apartments. And as Chesterton commented, a homely image of heaven. Milk spilled into the sink repeats the pattern of the Milky Way. Matter on the outer reaches of the universe within telescope range is the same homespun matter as our own. A glass prism bought in a village fair Le saw that white light comprises all the colors of the rainbow, and when an apple fell he deduced the law of universal gravitation, and in order to demonstrate it he created infinitesimal calculus. From bacteria to doves to astronauts the ingredients are no more than 24 molecules of moderate complexity. But chemical combinations created beings who quibble over the mysteries of chemical combinations. Minuscule planet of an insignificant star in a small galaxy determined to understand the totality of the cosmos. A round rock going around a star with a life composed of the most common atoms. What else are we but something very ordinary in the universe? Or astrophysical and biochemical accidents unlikely ever to be repeated? It's outmoded to regard him as a Swiss watchmaker. But who made the Swiss watchmaker? The uniquely terrestrial concept world in a few thousand years went on to be intergalactic, celestial. The discovery that we are in the heavens. What according to Sir Fred Hoyle religion is, leaving aside masks, dances, altars, an imprint we carry within us. I come from something situated in the heavens. Canticle 27. Dance of the Millions. Its windows a copy of the Pitti Palace and the arcades, from the Strozzi Palace, facades more Florentine than any in Florence, and in its vaults the gold in bricks gleaming yellow bricks from those banks and other banks. Its opening time for the Wall Street banks 8:30 a.m., time known as lunchtime on Wall Street, with London in mind. They make calls to Tokyo to bankers already in their beds and to gnomes in Zurich tucking into truffles and wines, and now all agreed, and cigar smoke wafts from the Florentine windows along with words like 100,300,000. They phone round again from Wall Street 5 in the evening Frankfurt time. The cocoa won't be fumigated. The farmers are fleeing. Besides, the crop was already poor. We're not panicking by now. The papers have splashed across 8 columns. Revolution in Ghana, 3 cents on cocoa and your money doubles. It rises 6 and it doubles again. And Nestle has to buy cocoa. Hello. Don't worry, mellifluous over the telephone, don't worry. A drop of rain now and we'll have black blight. Just imagine that cocoa, all its pods turning black. Should see how ugly. And Nestle will have to buy at 50 cents. They've never seen a cocoa tree. To them it's just a piece of paper on Wall Street. Violence disgusts them. Disasters. But the truth they love. And the truth this morning is that despite what they say in London, there's no cocoa. And Nestle will have to buy at 70 cents. It's night once more on Wall Street. Dark the Florentine facades. Down below the gleam of the yellow bricks. And the shares of yesteryear, what became of them, the beloved shares that quintupled your money the same day? Motorola. Do you remember? Motorola mine, they'd buy you at 2 and sell you at 11 the same day. Company of mine, your breasts are jars of honey. I had few shares that morning, he told me, and $25 million in cash, a disaster. And me surprised that $25 million in cash could be a disaster, the most scientific form of swindle this century. For this reason, we propose to abolish it entirely, said Fidel in the year 1962 of our age. The old provincial money lender, Don Salvador Noguera, now nothing but old skin, was the saint's treasurer, and he had placed on interest, the alms of Saint Joseph, patron saint of Salentiname, there where it would earn lots of money. In a box the jewels, I didn't like to touch them, trinkets, children's rings, love tokens, pawned items, the widow, the orphan. At 48% interest, more than that on his own money, I mean higher than the interest on his money, a figure I don't recall, a bit less. It being Saint Joseph's money. In all innocence. Trinkets trembling in his hands. The old man died soon after, and I don't know who got the pawned items and Saint Joseph's money at interest. Abolish it entirely. The undeniable fact that destruction brings profits. And increased production losses. Farmer who'd come from the San Juan River, or rather deeper in, Rio Indio, purer jungle, an honest man certainly, told me in Salentiname that he had just started up his lumber business. Should have seen the most gigantic cedars, he tells me, when unfortunately the World War ended. Natural selection's no longer valid with nuclear weapons. It can't control them, nuclear weapons, natural selection. Missiles with their own intelligence. Murderous satellites in orbit above us. And the order for all-out destruction is already there in the computers. Neanderthal man with nuclear weapons. The problem is, we lack biological mechanisms for not killing ourselves. Because our bare bodies were incapable of killing each other, neither horns, nor claws, etc., until a man picked up from the ground a donkey's jawbone, or maybe it was a giraffe's thigh bone. Killing one's brothers has no connection with the DNA of our animal past. Armaments aren't part of our biological inheritance. Nor torture chambers part of natural selection. Biologically we're harmless monkeys. Hitler, Reagan. Naked. So then the problem is, there's no biological inhibition for oppression or war. 264. Generals bald as the Capitol cupola or with angular features like the Pentagon. Others with projectile-shaped skulls and brains the size of a golf ball. It's the greatest thing since the nuclear bomb. Another rambles on vaguely about a militaristic peace. A lethal zone of 300 hectares another enthuses. Fat and with their cigars and their caricature faces. And tell me how could there be order in the world if everyone were simply to follow his conscience? Aping intelligence, in front of the barbecue, apron on and Manhattan on the rocks, innocently contemplating his celestial pool. Far removed from there, my God, if only we had more 20mm, if only we had more 20mm in the phantoms, praise the young man. Military objective is any person, thing, or idea, the manual says. You fall asleep on the third page of the manual but for the thought of the bombed kindergartens. Military objective anything an army man decides to attack. Or idea. To him it was instinctive, the colonel says. An instinct. While young people hesitate a split second before releasing their bombs. Bombing raids have now become a bit awkward due to lack of bridges left to bomb. But if the wind blows from the north you can tell from the stench whether the B-52s scored a hit. The war which the Cardinal of New York called a camouflaged love. Fact is, fresh conflicts, fresh dividends. The finger always on the button. The bombers always over our heads. Their horror of peace. Dario was the first to call them enemies of humanity. More and more wars, after the World War, and a Mr. D.K. Ludwig with bigger and bigger tankers. Or whether a Mr. Thornton, nuclear submarines, could have a special interest in peace. Or whether Howard Hughes etc. Manufacturer of guided missiles. Thermal bombs for human life, only for human life, nothing else. The benefits only for the monopolies, the manufacturers of death without competition. So we get France against Laos and Cambodia, Holland against Indonesia, France against Vietnam, the USA against Korea, England against Kenya, France against Algeria, the USA against Laos, England against Cyprus, France against Tunisia, the USA against Vietnam, Israel against the Arabs, England against Anguilla. And so we get what the generals most fear most, is peace. So life and death destinies of distant lands in attaché cases which pass through the revolving doors of the Carlisle Hotel. And an infantile president in the map room, in the room with huge maps, every night poring over his map, picking out this pagoda, this little cement house, this irrigation system. The following D/S objectives. Suspension bridge linking two villages. Whence, as though 60,000 garbage bins were to fall crashing to the ground, or rather the missiles, which are not merely phallic symbols. Capitalism was a regime which forbade us to love. Or at least a phenomenon marginal to love. Capitalism causes us to revert to crystals instead of cells. Selfishness ontological. The death instinct found in man is not inherited. It's not an animal instinct. It's acquired. Thatcher's and Reagan's concepts of biology aren't so inaccurate as far as non-human animals are concerned. Inequality as a moral imperative. Which is why the revolution's contra natura. Closer to the shark than to the bees. Its certain life devours itself. That it lives off death. But photosynthesis, inexhaustible source of energy, the sun was a fundamental factor in evolution. Life, a mere devourer of life, wouldn't have lasted. Let's denounce therefore their phenomenon marginal to love, their money mania, their laboratories for destroying life with potentially dirt-cheap biological weapons, their celluloid celestial Jerusalem with cash register chorus, he who had, so they said, 1,000 virgins in Hollywood and not a single child, wheat brokers in May and Chevrolets in October, the god of Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgan, Henry Ford who said history's bunk, AP, and the rest of the myth agencies, the cowboy on a white horse. Setting the world to rights, the phantom strangler. The owner of Playboy and a plane with a ballroom, the owner of millions as well as women, the millions bring him the women he wants, and the naked women bring him millions. Hefner lives with the curtains always drawn, with his day secretary and his night secretary, in a life without sun nor seasons, where the outside only penetrates through newspapers, magazines, and television. And he has no need for the plane with its ballroom. The vulva, the phallus, breasts, weren't pornography but sacred symbols in the caves. Cannibalism dates not from that age. It's from more advanced cultures. More recent. Miss America is descended from Isis, Ceres, Aphrodite, as Cox saw it. But it is also that of the singing of a Magnificat on television for the one who exalts the powerful, heaps riches upon the wealthy and sends the poor away empty-handed. The marriage of religion and economics Fuentes mentions. Production, the sacred work of man for what will yield bigger profits. A casino? A casino. Who in Cuba owned the hotels, the railways, the baseball players? Things, production of things for men things but the bad things not things but the things that are abstractions. Banknotes bonds shares are abstractions. The pale faces have ideas, the Indians visions. Monopolies, trusts, banks, limited companies. Their greed is figures on the exchange. The abstract versus the concrete, the illusory above the real. Like the one who during the Second World War, Nicaraguan Minister of Health, adulterated all the quinine, a doctor incidentally, mixing it with talcum powder. Calculate then all the fevers. Or real deaths. And the dance goes on. For them only what's theirs is real, only what they own exists and they own it to destroy it. Preferring production to love. The mechanical to the living. With no eye for admiring landscapes but yes the mythical hoardings. Where do you live? Palm Beach. Yes, but where do you live? Palm Beach. But where do you live in your real life? Their reality is like a convention of JCs, who officially believe in God and free enterprise, those from Nebraska dressed like sailors in the convention, those from Georgia with a symbolic peach on their backs, those from Kansas in green tunics with a yellow sunflower, and Nevada with wide sombreros and leather trousers. This is the dance. The buffalo was reduced to the nickel coin and the zoo and the Indian to the other side of the nickel and to the reservation. Not long ago, one spring morning, a group saddled up the horses as in the days of old but silent and sorrowful. Where to? They asked them. To the buffalo. But there are no buffalo. We know that. Why are you going then? We always go at this time of the year, maybe we'll find one. Instead of fertilizing rain, acid rain. Trees withering beneath acid rain. Poisonous snow. Lakes without a fish. Phytoplankton dying. Sulfur falling from the sky over the fruit. Pines bleached by sulfuric acid. Beauty posing, before pornographic cameras, celestial flesh of woman, unlifelike luster, unreal on the cover. Amortizations interests. 50 to 48 670.59. The bread of life, of the wheat trust. My customers are nothing but respectable people, said that brothel owner in Rivas to Father Garcia Laviana. Meaning rich people and /or somacistas. That's why the Spaniard Guarda Laviana cast aside his cassock and joined the Frente, and died in combat. In a place called hell, for fuck's sake. Because of the respectable customers. So women might feel discontented with what they have. The president of Allied Stores Corporation explains. We're not selling lipstick, rather we're buying customers. In fact they do sell lipstick, but a lipstick of illusions. To the cheery chant of cash registers. They were decent customers. This is also the dance of the Greek millionaire Onassis, collector of fleets of oil tankers and Greek amphoras and famous women, who recently bought Jacqueline Kennedy asking for a discount, owner of a gold bathtub in which Churchill once bathed, collector also of Errol Flynn, Churchill, etc., whose age no journalist could ever pin down, much less what he was worth, condemned to wander through the wine-dark sea on his $5 million raft, he put into the Bahamas and amid the pink-fingered aurora, posed for photographers with his newly acquired wife. Rosemary, the model, was very beautiful in the flesh, to me too, and he loved her a lot. Joaquin, in the flesh, really loved her, his model. When she left him he suffered so much because he kept spotting her everywhere, on the subway, Times Square, bars. Not the beloved you never see again. He was in a bar with me, for example, and behind the counter on the wall, she on metal, almost life-size, displaying an iced beer and her cans sent beauty. Nobody even knew whether he was alive. One of the world's richest men. Hidden away in the penthouses of luxury hotels all over the world. Desert Inn. Paradise Island. Managua Intercontinental Hotel. He took over the whole upper floor of the hotels. The windows covered with black drapes. Adhesive tape around the edges to keep viruses out. Once a Hollywood beau, the sight of him provoked horror. Tangled beard down to his navel. Disheveled hair halfway down his back. His fingernails 2 inches long, those on his feet yellow and curled like corkscrews. Walking very hunched, when he walked. Naked. Holed up in hotels he spun a web which ensnared an entire state, reached the highest levels of the United States government, intertwined with tentacles of the Central Intelligence Agency. It's said he bought and sold 100 Richard Nixons, including Richard Nixon. A myriad of companies. His fortune was $2.5 billion. A million people working for him. A very select mafia protected him from the outside world. But not from himself. A sunless, pleasureless life. A hermit billionaire. His food for years, day or night. Cans of Camel's chicken soup. Didn't smoke. Didn't drink. Just injected a clear liquid. Told Somoza he was the first hippie. From 1970 on he watched no television, so he didn't know what day it was, nor even what month or season. But he did watch films, yes. Many times the same one. One he saw 150 times. The outside world teeming with bacteria terrified him. Contamination from other human beings terrified him. Those who typed for him had to wear white gloves. When they touched him to lift him up it had to be with a Kleenex insulation, he called it. In school he'd said that he was different from other people because people didn't interest him, only minerals. When they gave him a spoon it was wrapped in Kleenex, with the wrapping bound with another Kleenex so as not to contaminate the first. His enormous nails seemed heaven-bound in prayer, asking for a perfect germ-proof sterility. For years he lived lying down watching films, immersed in a two-dimensional world he could select and control. From his room in the desert inn he phoned out. "Bob, I'm feeling lonesome." He who set new flying records and was seen with so many beautiful women in the 4Qs. Archetype of the American hero. It was said he was the epitome of what every North American wanted to be. They compared him to Narcissus, the beautiful youth. And like Narcissus, self-destructive. Who had 1,000 virgins in Hollywood and not a single child. He'd pick starlets as concubines, he paid their rent and never saw them again. Never slept twice with the same woman. In the dance he had 2 roles, the prince and the pauper. Said to Somoza he'd whittled his friends down from 15 to 5 and from 5 to 1 and then none. He welcomed him in the anteroom of his private plane, in Managua, and beforehand they cut his hair and nails. He told him he was the first he'd received in 23 years. He asked me how it was I spoke such beautiful English and I said it was because I'm a Latin from Manhattan. Later he took over the top floor of the Managua Intercontinental. With Somoza he was planning a chain of casinos in Nicaragua, land of lakes and volcanoes, like his chain in Las Vegas. Tourists would swamp us right down to Solentiname. God spared us from him. The midnight earthquake. He asked me what was happening and I told him, earthquake, and that the whole of Managua was tumbling down. As he didn't seem to hear me or understand, he showed not the slightest concern. Spoke of wanting to see a film. Ushered down and out of his hotel, he was indifferent to the ruins all about him. But half naked, defenseless in the immense dust cloud of germs which rose above the devastated city, he who always kept everything around him sterilized, a kind of deity of sterility, flew off that very dawn in a private plane and didn't stop until he reached London. He never asked about the death toll. He died naked in the penthouse of an Acapulco hotel like one of the New York Times most needy cases. A poor soul despite $1.5 billion. In a darkened room, silent and timeless, at the foot of the bed as always the screen and at the head as always the projector. He left no child, no will to anyone. In his Las Vegas casino chain, a minute's silence. The cards, the roulette, the dice, the ladies by their slot machines with coins in paper cups paused. Okay, minute's over, play on. And in the ballrooms the dance resumed. Canticle 28. Epithalamium. The great mystery, sacramentum, the separation of life in the two sexes. That polar separation. Even now the true significance of sexuality is hidden from us. Without sexuality there'd be no diversity in unity, merely identical beings like blue algae, a world of twins alone. Sexuality is not only two in one but the union of two for a different one. In effect it is the source of diversity, of difference, life's asymmetry, and its beauty. To unite to be no longer only the same, and to die. It began with the infinitesimal, humble courtship of two algae cells in the romantic watery medium. Their amorous flagellae draw close to each other and caress and then the cellular contents fuse. Sex created death. Sexual multiplication, not reproduction at all, brought about the need to die. Sexual multiplication is not reproduction but variation and being born is that. The amoeba never changes because it doesn't die. Love and death were evolution's means of acceleration. And so in order to love one had to die. The amoeba reproduces without changing or dying. So that death then is a condition of evolution too. Death not by accident but a necessity prescribed by the genetic program. Sexual multiplication demands disappearance. Sex is variety, and variety evolution. Sex is one of evolution's two inventions, and death the other. Sex also evolution's principal instrument because natural selection is sexual selection. And death. Which is what Dario said, I don't know why, when into the mouth of that centaur he put. Death is the victory of human progeny. The green chlamydomonas in the sea, single-celled creatures, reproduce by dividing asexually but sometimes after dividing and dividing the solitary chlamydomonas produce sexual cells which pair and make a single cell which produces a new individual chlamydomonas creating the variability of the new generation. In other words, sex a contribution to change the invention of sex so as to accelerate through more and more deaths of new separate individuals evolution's modifications, transformations. Beyond the roadside ditch the plant life, the road was in Cuba, is one green amorphous mass but if you look more closely each specimen is a being in its own right, individual, asymmetrical product of a seed, its own, itself a product of two individual creatures, and further along the young mulatto girl in yellow by the asphalt waiting for a bus, a product also of two and individual. But the pain of being an individual, of being alone, of not being two, painful not to be two. Loneliness of being one. Yet I am more myself the more I unite. To prevent our extinction. To love is to be eternal. Not two separate but one union. An atom's nothing but empty space and fields of energy yet it seeks out another atom. Like for example love in the hydrogen atom. Union of positive proton with negative electron. The cosmos may have begun with only two particles of opposite electrical charges. And it is the same as saying that the universe is made of light. Father Angel that Ash Wednesday in Managua, me an acolyte, planting the ash cross with a flourish on people's foreheads. Light you are and unto light you must be transformed. He himself already light now. Angel of light. Of opposite electrical charges. He hugs her from above with his front fins. For hours the couple drift united, without waves or currents parting them. Or when the torrid rains come in the torrid zone and the vegetation grows green again, all of it deep green, and the animals come into heat, and love truly does come out of the sky. Our caresses are not because we're human, says Gourmand, but because we're animals. The pleasure in the caress is because it's useful to the species. A thirst vaster than the ocean. Or hunger, the species hunger, said Saint Augustine, who suffered it so keenly. Skin merged with skin, caress against caress. Souls bound in the binding of bodies. And one whose soul is moon desolate. Ah, my people for whom I sing. Girl thinking of boy or boy of a girl. Difference in their likeness. Likeness in their difference. It's all there. Wanting always to be with the other being, wanting to enter the other being, be the other being, take a hand not one's own hand, mouth thirsting for thirsty mouth, wanting to enter. The woman opening herself and the man entering is the natural symbolism of a more mysterious communication, two in one and one in two, becoming more themselves the more they are united. And in this light the sexual act makes sense. Life is duplication of the gift received. Life has one function alone. New life. From life to life. Life transmitting life to itself. What lizards do is turn out more lizards. Isn't procreation the reason for our existence? Given we're all children. Children of one and the same Father. The death's a condition of evolution. We die so that more may be born. For the others. Stars die to bring about the birth of other stars. Stars are born of stars, and we owe our bodily existence to events which took place billions of years ago in stars that lived and died long before the solar system began. And we will return to being stellar gas again. Hydrogen I will be, but hydrogen in love. Canticle 29. Quantum Canticle. Approach this rock by the sea, and look, it's almost entirely empty space. Look at it electronically, it's evanescent foam, all of it, like sea foam that's born from the rocks and on the rocks is undone. Ephemeral particles that are neither here nor there, coming and going at the whim of the waves of an empty sea. Particles which spring from nothing and return to oblivion. From emptiness to emptiness they travel. The word reality cannot be employed for particles. In principle there is no absolute emptiness. Or an absolute emptiness in every sense. The electron may have emerged from nowhere, but it left something in the nothingness whence it emerged, a kind of hollow in the emptiness, or invisible bubble of nothing. The position of a particle in space is dependent on its position in time. Gravity is space-time curved, turned in on itself. And at the same time space-time has the structure of foam, and it evaporates like foam on the sand. Chaotic sea where even the common notion of place disappears. And where space itself can change and move, and become foam. We live on an earth of indeterminate electrons, interchanging photons of confused position, photons lost in the fog of quantum uncertainty. That are like the almost invisible tennis ball which capriciously makes the players run. With indeterminate movements but also with well-determined movements. A world which is nothing but a structured nothingness. The phantasmal semi-forms of the void in the agitated sea of virtual quanta which are the whole of space. Elemental particles that seem not to possess internal structure and together constitute all known forms of matter. Ghostly particles coming and going, appearing and disappearing. Particles which dance wild rock in a hall of adorned nothing. They are not exactly phantom electrons, those of quantum equations, but phantom realities, phantom worlds which only exist when they are observed. Einstein could never accept it his whole life long. Uncertainty as an inherent property of matter. This intangible quality of quantum particles. Nobody understands quantum physics. Said Feynman. Thus the quanta. Just as there is no order in these cantos. Shiva is none other than quantum mechanics. Matter has no substance, only rhythm. The wild dance of particles to the sound of quantum music. Gravitational waves have no real substance, they are simply undulations of nothingness. Particle and wave. Particles undulate like waves in the sea and simultaneously are the grains of sand in the sea. They are the concentric circles of a stone in a pond and simultaneously the stone that falls into the pond. A ball A that travels to a place B will always travel along the same path in identical conditions. But particles travel in 1,000 ways, however they want. As though mathematics doesn't exist at that level in matter, merely subatomic anarchy. The discipline of the macroscopic world breaks down in that world. The reality underlying the unreal quantum world. The impalpable palpable world. Can nature possibly be so absurd? Heisenberg asked himself in the park at dawn, in the wavering Danish light, following his lengthy discussions with Bohr. Bohr who rejected theories for being insufficiently mad. But note, the Dane also rejected the theory of nuclear terror and Churchill wanted him thrown in jail. And not only is the particle blurred in space, worst of all is that space itself is blurred. Not only is it not known where a particle is, but it's not known where places themselves are. Virtual protons can spring from nowhere for an instant. What appears to be empty space is full of virtual particles. An electron swims in a sea of phantom particles. Even at rest an electron is not at rest but among the particle waves of the void. Solid matter largely made up of empty space. Something solid, this book say, is almost entirely empty space. As though it were a grain of sand in an empty theater. These things were discovered at the same time as abstract painting was being discovered. Einstein believed that it was false. And the photon which is timeless. Big Bang and present time the same instant as far as it's concerned. The photon which seems to be the frontier between nothingness and matter. Particles which are not genuinely matter but certainly the binder of matter. Without which there'd be no structures nor activities nor consequences. According to quantum physics in regard to quanta the sequence of time is meaningless. Subatomic particles in their erotic dance move about in any direction also towards the past. According to quantum physics time, potentially, is reversible. We are matter certainly, but what is matter? Made up of uncertain electrons in a sea of probability waves? The diverse components of the universe are not diverse. According to Bell's theorem all things are united in the base. What base? Might it not be chaos the root of matter, merely chaos, random changes subject to the laws of probability alone? The insubstantial particles of matter? Or could it be like saying, the spiritual matter of the cosmos? Asimov has spoken of a semi-mysticism among scientists. Nagarjuna Sunyata, emptiness. And given that an atom for the most part is empty space. Atoms are full of emptiness. Transparent like the spirit matter is nothing more than empty space and fields of energy. What energy is we don't know. Not the faintest idea. Each atom sings its song, as the Lama said, and the sound makes the dance. The electron's position is never the same nor different. It is not motionless nor in motion. The object in motion does not exist merely its movement. Only the dance without dancers. Particles which are and are not, or cease to be in the instant they are, in a confusion of creation, annihilation, and transformation. Creation and destruction is the dance. Empty atoms and so full of appetites and desires. Creation and destruction is the great cosmic dance. Nothing is born of itself, nothing perishes. It's the dance of Shiva. Permanent, only the change. The vast empty heavens within atoms. Because the fact is that objective physical reality is composed of emptiness. Great dreamer who in the long night dreams the great dream of the universe, said the Emperor Qianwen. Is the universe a dream with neither space nor time? According to Heisenberg's principle at subatomic level there is no exact science. God does not play dice, said Einstein. But could he be playing billiards? Billiard players know. The slightest touch alters everything for the three balls. Even atoms obeyed determined rules, it was once believed. But rebellious aspects were discovered in nature. Instead of the rigid clockwork mechanism, the unpredictable zigzag of the electron. Instead of the object considered solid vibrating phantasmagoric energy. The electron with nothing internal, not constituted of anything. The electron surrounded by a cloud of virtual particles. The electron without orbit or trajectory. Impossible to ascertain how it traveled from A to B. In fact, electrons behave in certain aspects as though they could be found in many different places at the same time. Extravagance of this creation exploited in commercial microelectronic devices. The subatomic particle goes where it will. It prefers the shortest route, like you crossing a park, but like you it can wander off to read a newspaper on a bench, or take a detour to the ice cream cellar, to the water fountain, or cut in further to where a couple are copulating. Particles, vague entities, no longer the tangible, palpable billiard balls. As to whether energy is substance. Particles so insubstantial that they are almost the speed of light. A particle traveling tentatively from A to B, stumbling. Every path is an improbability to an uncertain destination. Not one case of not being able to know at the same time the position and movement of an electron, like in which country a person is now and traveling on which airline, rather that an electron cannot have simultaneously position and movement. Anyone who is not shocked by quantum theory has not understood it, said Bohr. What's considered real, made up of non-real elements, or which cannot be considered as real. And Schrödinger, he of the dead-alive cat, I don't like it and I regret ever having got involved with it. Quantum emptiness teeming with virtual particles. And according to Sitter, the only thing expanding is empty space. Are we anything other than an order in the chaos? How is it that a collection of disorganized particles and even of disorganized molecules can become a fish, or a lily, or Aristotle? The music of the spheres present in atoms too. The study of the heavens like a branch of the study of particles. And what is almost mystical, physics laboratories, the scientists who study particles, are made of particles, particles studying particles. Pauli maintained that there had to be a neutral particle as yet undetected. And there was, neutride, neutrino in Italian. The ghostly neutrino manifest merely in the so-called weak force, and which almost doesn't exist. The so-called weak force which exerts no attraction except in cases like the explosion of a supernova. So insubstantial neutrinos that they almost completely dispense with solid matter, very close to being a pure nothingness. They pass through matter as though there were no matter. Elusive to the point of being spectral, yet despite their intangibility they are what most abounds in the universe being in effect a sea of neutrinos, and their total weight is greater than that of the stars. Matter seems ever increasingly less materialist. The strong mystical aroma of the new physics, P. Davies, or at least quantum materialism, is increasingly more phantasmagoric. Subatomic quantum particles so illogical. Also particles so small that actually they don't have parts. Quarks, without spatial extension, substances with nothing in their interior, but which are fundamental constituents of matter. Just as protons and neutrons make up the atomic nucleus, protons and neutrons are composed of quarks which we observe in ordinary matter, a woman, an apple, a Newton, while others make up subatomic particles so fleeting that they play no role in ordinary matter. Without apparent structure, that is, incapable of being reduced to something smaller, quarks always occur with other quarks, never alone. In particle accelerators they've never been seen in a free state. With an electrical charge lower than that of an electron. 3 types of quark are postulated, with tastes and colors. Color and tastes are quantum properties particular to quarks. Quark is a word taken from a nonsense word in Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. 3 quarks for muster mark. They are existence without extension. They are points without dimension. And without them there'd be no sunlight nor atomic nuclei nor you nor I. But my questions concern the world beyond the quanta. Canticle 30. Dance of the Stars. In the beginning, naturally, not even physical laws existed. We emerged, it would appear, from an amalgam of chaos. From electrons and nuclei atoms were born, and then galaxies, stars, diamonds, DNA, and ladies with diamonds. As nuclear physics discovered, the elements are transmutable. Hiroshima. Was that the alchemist's dream? But it takes place within stars too, and that is the light they radiate. The isotopes in nuclear reactors behave as those in the center of stars. Protons give rise to antiprotons, and the antiprotons swiftly annihilate themselves, or they wed, with other protons, in a huge explosion of energy. And neutrons and antineutrons are born in pairs which cling to each other and kill each other, marriage of matter and antimatter. Such is the nomenclature. In an art school classroom in Vienna. Exquisite the face, and more so the naked body on a carpeted dais, reclining, before the male and female painters. With easels, brushes, and palette. The great mystery that it's possible in experiments to observe an electron without knowing what that electron is like when not being observed, something which verges on the mystical, I think, because we've no idea what it is when it's not observed, and this is the essential characteristic of the quantic world, our incapacity to state whether it exists when unobserved. Nobody has ever seen an atomic nucleus, says Eddington, but merely the experiments, which is like drawing out from within a block of marble the face one wants. The quantic world is what's observed, and where nothing's real, at most a clutch of coherent illusions, like saying there are several varieties of neutrinos with their respective antivarieties. The equations give no indication of the particle's behavior when it's not observed, and the interpretation of particle is in our mind, and it may be nothing more than a coherent illusion. Reclining in front of the easels. Polished and motionless marble-like whiteness, hair like sunlight, pupils alpine blue, the breasts perfect but distinct on the one side, round like an apple from that angle, on the other side arc slightly upwards with volcano sharp silhouette, or here rather, white peak of Alps lower center, the navel like the center of the world, not of the cord of life that has linked us all together, and lower still above the closed legs the soft hair like a tender grass around the rim of the fountain of life. We move on to another room in the school. Leaving behind the secret garden. Nobody knows what the quantic world is like, we only know that that's how it is. A ghostly world of probabilities. The human body exactly midway between microcosm and cosmos. Dependent on the minutest of chemical affinities and on the thrust of the most immense masses. The nuclei of your atoms born in the nuclei of stars. Through the thin gassy layer which like a cellular membrane envelopes the earth, a single cell, the entire biosphere, we gaze at the sky full of stars and they full of life. But we're still alone in the cosmos, awaiting extraterrestrial forms of life and awaiting more conscious forms of life. In the wake of the chemical evolution, the biological one, and there's another to come. It was a lightning ministerial tour through that studio in the Vienna School of Art. Again in Paris, while on the Quai d'Orsay, Monsieur Le Ministre was delivering his speech, naturally bored in the elegant salon, I saw behind him the marble Venus, copy of copies, as though with two apple halves, very prominent breasts, naturally Mount of Venus very prominent, and quite suddenly I was cheered because I remembered that outside it was spring. I felt in that salon the emotion of the whole of creation, and I remembered the roundness that emerged from chaos, dancing around the sun with mountains, apples, couples making love. All elemental corpuscles are composed of the same matter, which we may call energy or universal matter. Merely diverse forms, under which matter may appear. The cosmos is spiritual matter. Chardin, and it's not accidental, the universe. Its perfection like the clock in Strasbourg Cathedral. The vibrations of electrons. A positron is an anti-electron, that's to say a positive rather than negative electron. The world's not an illusion, rather our vision of the world is the illusion or the confusion of the world with the vision. The photons of antiatoms are identical to those of atoms. Love among atoms is called magnetism. The atom's nuptials. But the greatest force known to nature, 100 times greater than the electromagnetic one, binds the nucleus. As toads sing all night. They sing to the females, they sing for copulation. That moves the sun and the other stars. Man flower and woman flower come together, and male flower spurts out its white pollen. Mysterion. Sacramentum, sensible sign. Of the weddings of the universe. The visible world is the invisible organization of energy. To unite the diverse. Did I say that the entire universe is sex? Let's say too, the solidarity of the universe. I will be part of a universal I. One day the solar system will be ash, not so love. Electrons and positrons are always bomb in pairs. A being that opens itself up and another that penetrates. Dialectical sex. Differentiation of the union. Invariably children of a duality. The direction of evolution now is concentration or centration. The greater the differentiation, the greater the union. Fusion and not fission. The impulse towards union was already there in our protoplasm. Love, in our genes. Irreversible love. Newton saw what united the apple, the earth, and the moon. The dance of energy. Electricity, coal, food, are energy. Energy is rotation, which is why we have day and night. It creates high tide and low tide. Winter and summer, the lengthening of the nights that causes the buds to contract and the lengthening of the days that swells the harvests. The continual dance of energy. Movement and rhythm are essential properties of matter. The music of the spheres. The melody of the waves of the universe. All is waves. Movement and rhythm. The existential form of matter. The music of the spheres and the music of atoms and molecules. And the heartbeat. The coming and going of migratory birds that travel half the globe to make love, and whales entire oceans. And the rhythm of the heart, the harmony of the harp of the universe. The dance of energy. The song of atoms. The calculations of interatomic forces that unite atoms in molecules. That's where Alfonso Cortez's line came from, when we still believed in the existence of ether, light the vibration of ether. The violins of the ether pulsate their clarity. Alfonso the Mad, in Managua Madhouse. The end of his poem Dance of the Stars, Pythagoras found that if a string gave do when cut in two it also gave do, cut in three it gave soul, and in five it was me, and thus discovered that harmony was number. Musical notes share the same laws of thermodynamics. Einstein couldn't abide ugly equations and Dirac criticized Einstein for dismissing Schrödinger's wave equation, it being so beautiful. Earthly matter and heavenly matter with Newton became the same. The movements of the moon and the planets. Those of apples. Apparently free atoms obey a law of universal harmony. Subatomic particles. Are not solid yet neither unreal. They are not minute matter but organizations of behavior. All solid matter is empty. There is no matter, only energy interacting with energy. Only dance. Proton and electron are not objects, the re ideas. The reality of the unreal. But aren't the images in the mirror real? There's a theory that the universe may be merely a fragment, for the time being, of the universe. Like saying, a bathtub, for the time being, with lukewarm water. The limits of the observable universe are not necessarily those of the imaginable universe. And can we really understand the observable universe? And if the solar system is an atom of a larger universe, and an atom a minute solar system whose atoms in turn, etc. and so on ad infinitum, which was inspired by a tin of Quaker oats which has a Quaker with a tin of Quaker oats which has a Quaker with a tin of Quaker oats which has a Quaker. And if the infrasubatomic lies beneath subatomic particles? The Lord's quantum mechanics, says Schrödinger. Ourselves with the riddle of the universe, and the riddle of ourselves. A self-conscious universe. All things in rotation, from proton to galaxy, and the question, whether the entire universe isn't rotating too. Yet it seems that time itself may last no more than 100,000 million years. You may doubt the sense and purpose of the universe. But not its beauty. Golden moon above the latrine. Dark cricket singing in its hole. Long croaking of frogs like the sound of a train and other frogs further off like another train. The blind bat that gives chase with its echo and knows which echo is tastier, and ever closer until it swallows its echo. Black the islands of the archipelago, the lake nickel-plated by the moon. Spectra of thousands of millions of stars seen in the unique spectrum of a galaxy, like a choir in which we hear not the individual singers but merely the choir. About to land in Panama, from the plane, for a split second I saw mirrors gleaming, blinding, with sunlight. They were puddles, and a split second later simply earth-colored water those puddles. Green valleys of my childhood with tiny cows and chalets amid sharp snowy peaks, on the luminous plates of my childhood, in which I would lose myself sprawled on the floor of the hallway in LE6N. Humanity's question identical to the child's, why? Why is the night black? Why was? Who put matter or energy into the universe? Was it taken from nothing or formed from pre-existent matter? Who put matter or energy into the universe, for I want to embrace him, to kiss him. Canticle 31. The empty grave. We rebel against this. Not the dying, but because when Alps said death triumphs over life. What's worse, that death should triumph over love. That so much love and to be powerless against death. They buried Angelica today. Children's voices rise up behind the walls, amid the recent rain freshness of their school day dusk. It's my infancy over again on this Monday. Old age and death herald new infancies. One childhood after another. After, the children will be others. Their cries are like protests, lashing out against death. It's no use. The present, like a clock running fast, always finishes ahead of their games. So me, a schoolboy in LE6N, some old Monday or Tuesday, a rain-soaked evening, saying to the old servant Concha, stupid old fool, and she, the bitch, you'll be old too if you don't die before, and me not knowing which was worse. Perhaps better to die before, than be old like Concha. Is a life not based on carbon not possible? Isn't it possible, Angelica, to live even within a star, with a body, yes, but not this body of death, ROM 724, this carbon-based body of death? Life had always found a way on Earth, from one genetic error to another, trial and error, changes in amino acids due to environmental changes, groping its way through the mutations, seeking out, finding the truth, as though evolution had a guide. And might that not be the case? Under different conditions, beyond the Earth? The discovery of another way towards the truth of a new life. The way, the truth, and the life. Life as a cosmological phenomenon, not only on this Earth. Life emerged from the sea like Venus in the Paleozoic. The betrothal of the first two cells was in the Precambrian. In the Mesozoic it was the turn of flowers with colors and smells. Reptiles dominated all terrestrial life. Then they became dragons, spreading terror through earth, sea, and air. Dinos, frightening, and sorrows, alligator, and still they parade through myths and in our dreams. Tupena breathed into the molded clay and he spoke. He spoke thus, how beautiful it all is to me. Tupena, the tale goes, was by his side, but he didn't see him. Night came and the moon rose on the edge of the sky. He said, what fire is that? Its flame gives no heat, it is as cold as water. He could see the water, the earth, the sky, the sun, the moon, the night, but he could not see Tupena, who was still beside him. What is that whose hairs dance in the sky's breath? The tree answered, I am the earth's flowing hair. What's that you have there above, yellow as the moon? They are my fruits, from which others like me will be born. But, the tale goes, he still didn't know how people feed. Put the fruit in your mouth, swallow the soft part and bury the seed in the earth. The Edenic garden with broad leaves where dinosaurs grazed are now beds of coal. Rousseauian ferns have been preserved in carbon. The cell came out of the water, was able to hear music and gaze at the stars. But is there a long-term objective in the universe? Galactic dust we are, and galactic dust we shall again be. But isn't there something which will endure between galactic dust and galactic dust? Cloud of dust, from the condensation of a spinning dust cloud the sun was born. The universe as product of law, not chance. But which law if not the law of love? How can blind chance create an eye? If the sum of proton and electron masses were to add up to something more than the mass of the neutron, the hydrogen atom would fall apart, the sun would go out, there'd be no world. The coincidence of the balance between carbon and oxygen. The coincidences are infinite and cry out to be explained. Or it's a planned work, as Fred Hoyle said. We are dust. But the universe holds within itself the seeds of life. Universe which is grave and resurrection. And death, a liberation of wave energy which is released into space. Driving along the Mediterranean coast road, or driving along the coastal road in the Yucatan, each little town its own little cemetery. And they're sad. Even the one on the exquisite Isla Mujeres Yucatan, where we saw the pirate's grave, he not buried there, the grave was a gesture of affection since he died God knows where. Marty also came here, tiny white houses he said, and he found it cheerful. There have always been cemeteries on Earth ever since Homo sapiens. The truth is that the entire Earth is a cemetery. The extraterrestrials up above, do they too bury their dead? When fox cubs and tadpoles are born, and the male butterfly dances before the female, and the kingfishers cross beaks together, and the days grow longer and ovaries swell, the swallows will return from the south. Will they return from the south? The dark swallows, the ones that flew in September to North Africa covering the telegraph wires, casting shadows over the afternoons, filling the sky with their chatter, those won't be back. And the eels that swam down the rivers of Africa until they reached the Sargasso Sea, to celebrate their nuptials in bridal gowns of silver plate like the fine ladies at the court of King Don Juan, what eerie became of them? The palolos of the South Seas that come up to the surface for their feast of fecundation in the November full moon, and on those nights cover the entire sea with a phosphorescent foam and sink back down into the sea never to return? And the golden Catopsilias attired like Queen Tea that migrate in autumn to the NNW, leaving behind the nectar, the flowers, and copulation, while ahead of them lie only waves, salt, the solitude of the sea and death, the north-northwest, NNW, but their direction is always N.N.W. As leaves in autumn detach themselves to protect the tree conserving its sap. It's not that they dry up. They strangle their own petioles so that the lightest breeze might carry them off. With chlorophyll gone, their pigments become visible, the splendid autumn colors. And so they die. To enable the birth of others the following year. And the tiny ear of corn plucked tender in Nicaragua Quilote. So that a larger one may thrive. Figure of the beautiful Princess Zillanum, Zillital, who in a year of drought gave herself up in sacrifice for her tribe so that it might rain. According to the interpretation of Dr. Davila Bolanos, who in the last year of the Somozas gave his life for his people. Like ears of corn we shed our grain. Pre-Columbian or present-day maize is the same Nahuatl poet or present-day man. What was believed in long before Christ. Number your organs and they are complete and healthy, on a tomb. Inscribed on an Egyptian tomb. Or the female epitaph. I am earth, the earth is goddess, consequently I am not dead, in Latin long dead. Likewise the Hottentots, that the dead aren't dead. The Oglalas, that as smoke ascends. Or in ancient ceremonies of the new moon in California. Like the moon. As though ripped from the womb of matter to go forth into the great matter of without screaming in the full light. In another placenta which is the globality of the universe. And the purest freedom begins in communion with the total reality of matter, in the palpitating unity of the cosmos, or heart of all. Extinguished the damp opaque fire of life. Dear girl, you are now in another place and in another now. Why did Marty call death necessary and in the same sentence triumph of life? The Santi Pietri e Marcellino catacomb features a banquet, a subterranean banquet where, reclining, they order wine. Irene and Agape serve wine. On the plates, fish. Emoneri, quarani, to make the word flow, means to rise from the dead, and boetiri, to make truth-telling flow, means to rise from the dead. That's to say the word which is the part of the soul that doesn't die, with emphasis on that truth-telling. Dying is cells breaking down into complex molecules and complex molecules into simple molecules until they re-emerge, perhaps in an ear of wheat. Everywhere my molecules will travel, my electrons. In this context the Theban sarcophagus is saying, transfiguration instead of sexuality, we know that your mass of energy will not be lost, but, to preserve as yours something more. Since each of us is a transitory evolutive phase to other dimensions of the universe different from space-time. A waking up. As when one dreams that he is falling in a pit and he awakes on the point of falling. Condemned to return to the pre-life? Chardin asks, or to the sub-life? No, Mejia, no Gutierrez. What happened with the body of Jesus? That event in history, an empty sepulchre. Hades has been defeated. Death no longer makes any sense. Life makes sense. The iron in your blood will return to the earth's core. Yet beyond that the surprise awaits. Not a dream-like world, but so real that previous reality and dream will seem the same. The second principle. Decadence augments, or cannot decrease. The shift from light to the dark depths, from love to oblivion. The distance between two distant objects continually increasing. The second law of thermodynamics, which is death. Life runs against the current. Our bodies built of fragile molecules which can only bear moderate temperatures. Joules. We are like the minute air-colored joules which fly for a mere 24 hours, and to them their life is of inestimable value as though it were long. The ephemeral biochemistry of life. While the universe tends towards the simple, there is an isolated evolution towards complexity. Against the current. Most important of all, the empty sepulchre. That there should have been one in history who came back from death. Life never dies. Augusto C. Pounsar Sandino. The absence of the corpse. Free from the second law of thermodynamics. Together on this same planet through black space. One's failing is a failing of the whole thing. One's advance belongs to all that exists. The astonishing interconnection of all things. Stones also feel the tides of the moon. The solidarity among objects, said Teilhard. Each of us part of a huge symbiosis. All bound up in dances within dances within dances. A consciousness even in subatomic particles. In other words, the mind is inherent to each electron. And in all a propensity or tendency towards life or towards more life. Like the smell of the first rain, of wet earth, of wet leaves after the dry months. Smell of my first love which was in May precisely with the first rains. In an infinite quantic future all that is possible will eventually come to pass. Life doesn't die. Seeing on that bus trip through the Yucatan the little houses, the Indian woman by the well, the flame trees, that the world is beautiful and fertile, I felt better about my death and about everyone's. Frederick Engels didn't believe in the ultimate victory of the second law, the universe would by some means reconstitute itself. By some means, the burnt-out suns. To be human perishable as the sun. The hieroglyphs worn by time's sand and disfigured by scratches from time's claw, but where it's still possible to read, nobody has managed to remain in Egypt forever, and lower down, fainter, almost dream-like, they can just decipher, and know life which is not like a dream. Like a famous face on television and in its wake merely a pulsating white nothing on the screen. Like cattle as sung by the disappeared Simonides. Generations of leaves which tumble and swirl. Homer saw it for new leaves in turn to tumble and swirl in the wood. And so what? Our bodies are particles of subatomic radiation, which on the day they are set free will revert again to the speed of light. And then there's no longer sex, since nothing dies. Day and night expound it to us, words of Clement of Rome. Resurrection, day and night expound it to us. Hence those Dionysian figures standing there, egg in hand. And in the Babylonian girl's grave flowers, perfume, lipstick. Another Egypt happy and decked in flowers, the boats reflected in another ideal Nile. Per emus, pyramid, raised out of the earth. Resurrection. Like the soldiers return to their homes. On the pyramid wall, the Nile without a ripple. Naked girls serving sandwiches and beer. A lady vomits into a hand basin. A dancer cavorts while they encircle her with applause. In shallow Nile floodlands they hunt colorful ducks with nets. None of this is here but in the beyond. The same desire through panes of museum glass, Brancusian sculptures of fertility and phalluses. Or that Paleolithic spiral on female idols. The island of flowers and fruit of all colors to the northwest of Tonga, where the dead are but where canoes can never take you. The island of fruit, of the beyond, in Malaya. In New Zealand they hear them whistle. Greenlanders, that they're in their tents beside a lake of ducks and fish. Or, I don't recall whom, according to the ethnologist, they listen to the voice of their dead in the cries of certain night birds. In Madagascar they disinter them to take them for taxi rides and play them the latest hits. And they tell them the latest news. The prayer to be reborn as you are bomb again. To the new moon in a corner of the Congo. The Bushmen wished to have the moon's face, only 7,500 of that tribe left, because it dies and is reborn again. Giraffe sniffing around in the grove, in the tiger's pupil a trembling zebra, howls of an opaque hyena under the moon. Beyond the stockade, with drums and song. Death is like the moon, who has seen its other side. For the Greeks it was never the same, after Socrates'. Canticle 32. In the heavens there are dens of thieves. In the beginning what I learned from my father who knew it from his father and he from his father, since way back, from the beginning, he made the stars, the moon, the animals. He said, do not steal from within your tribe. Do not devour each other in the night. Atoms from distant stars reach us. Stars bearers of life. The carbon in your body was once in the incandescent atmosphere of a star. And it wasn't always there from the beginning, the carbon in your body, it was synthesized in stars that died and exploded and disseminated it like pollen throughout interstellar space and it reached the Earth. Life derives from the death of stars. The iron in your blood, millions of years ago, was in a huge star. Or jeweler's gold. From the explosion of supernovas. Lakes, iguanas, telescopes, everything from the fire of the stars. When stars explode they scatter the elements of life like spores. Death and birth. Or, from death you are reborn. They are atomic energy we gaze at them up above. Energy that unravels the roses on earth. What kinship there is between the stars, the flowers and your face, sweet girl, are you aware? Even interstellar gas has the same composition as a bacteria and a girl. Their calcium dominates, in the interstellar spaces, which dominates also in organic matter and is the ash of the universe. Returning to the stars, stellar species derive one from the other like animal species. Birth and death. Transmitting life with death. They are born from that tenuous matter and when they die they return their substance to it. The sun and the earth emerged from the ashes of dead stars. We are made of stars. Come from the heart of the stars. We are them. From the heavens, we hail from the heavens, sweet girl to whom I was saying. From the sky of suns and planets and moons. Talking of the heavens, to the poor alone the kingdom of heaven, do not forget the grain of sand called earth brilliant like Sirius. Sparse bird song accentuated the solitude. Occasionally in the stillness a sudden cry shook us, some defenseless creature eating fruit that a tiger or boa constrictor might have caught. Dawn and dusk the howl of such lugubrious monkeys, and suddenly, when least expected, the thunder of a huge branch or entire tree falling, or a sound like an iron bar against a hollow trunk, the sound was not repeated, and the ensuing silence filled with greater sadness. Olive-colored water where submerged stems could be seen way down, and when the rowers left off rowing there was a somber, almost painful stillness. Our voice with an opaque echo in a damp and viscous air, smelling of leaves, and from a dark corner high in the branches of a genup tree there came a succession of syllables, always the same succession of syllables, mu-rucu-tu calling out to the female mu-rucu, or perhaps it was to the male, 2 until Mr. Charles Goodyear discovered vulcanization. The Kokomo with their spirit called Mama, Mother, dweller of rivers and large trees. The Wittito all born from a single cave from where the animals also emerged. Gentle and affectionate the sequoias with geometric drawings on their bodies. Mr. Charles Goodyear discovered vulcanization and each rubber tree marked as private property. It was rifles against arrows. Along the banks of the Amazon tributaries without the colorful plumages, their clothes of aguaj bark. Oh, merely a handful, sad, hustling passing boats for kerosene. Cartels, trusts, consortia, corporations, limited companies, pillage of the planet. Buccaneers never saw nor dreamed of coffers of such wealth. Perhaps you mistake it for a cave where thieves get together. Earth, the house of Yahweh, whence they have turned my house into, etc. Half the planet for 6% of planet dwellers. In Anaktuvuk, their food caribous that feed on lichens that feed on rainwater which is radioactive. And so the Eskimos poisoning themselves. One edition of the New York Times. A wood, 850 acres. The Sunday edition. 1,000 years for an inch of topsoil to be formed. Standard Oil, monopoly over the Carboniferous forests. Smooth-tongued voice. The bad habit of owning only one car. Asterisk. In the Gospel according to Thomas, that intriguing parable, it's like a woman who was carrying a jar of flour on her way. The jar was cracked and the flour slowly spilled out. Upon reaching her house she found the jar to be empty. Destruction on such a grand scale on the planet not seen since the extinction of dinosaurs in the Cretaceous. The consumer society, the supreme pathology of history. That if a tiny part breaks down the whole appliance is junked. Corrosions deliberately inbuilt. Alloys so that the metal will last less. Progress has been made in torchlights so as General Electric engineer to the directors to reduce their life. Goes without saying there'll be no publicity. Or the discovery by psychologists that women are more attracted by red packaging. Design is not in order to improve the product but so that it will last less. The brand on their products is dissatisfaction. Shall we industrialize the comets? Perhaps placed in orbit around another species planet. Assign 1,000 miles long, drink Coca-Cola. There's the economic problem. In the chosen asteroid, what shall we live on? What shall we import and export? When the aim of production is not to satisfy all human energy, intelligence, initiative, raw materials, but is for the production and sale of the unnecessary. Those mystical car or airline ads, get away, get away, get away, you'll enjoy yourself elsewhere, buy our car and you'll make it to happy land. In reality you'll make it to the city of meaningless lives, where souls are mere computer diskettes and attaché cases cruise along pavements with nobody carrying them. The future's an escalator you travel up without moving. Love unreal, like the lobby of the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami Beach, or like those whiter than whiteness detergents which merely exist in the announcer's imagination, or like when she says, "I like your neck," caressing his neck, and it's an arrow collar. And hence the peasant combatant in the Frente Sandinista who believed that those naked women in the magazines, on posters, were not real. That's to say, they weren't photos of real women, they'd never been flesh and blood, but the fantasy of painters. Lysis made a double quotation when he stormed the temple, that commando raid. From Isaiah, his house of prayer for all the peoples of the world. And Jeremiah, his house become a den of thieves. Not the temple, where he never went to pray, the whole earth was what was profaned. In Meadows, aluminium cans that never rust, almost eternal inorganic plastic. Oil indefinitely in the Azure Sea. Commercial credit unconcerned about the highly delicate balance, the fauna, insects, climate, the waters, much less the beauty. Color of sunbeam, hummingbird sucking cedar flowers, and in flight its luminous belly camouflaged as sky, or dusk, and suddenly the grass a splutter of fireflies. Company sales rise to 1.5 billion. The Pemmons told Brother Cesario that when they first sighted the buzzard canoe, the vulture canoe, plane, the old men said, "We know no incantations against those things." Like to Franz, the Swiss, on seeing the first plane above the Mato Grosso they asked if it was fierce, what it ate, if it drank chicha? And did the white man cut mirrors from the water's surface? Switzerland was a recently discovered tribe. The tribe of Brazilian soldiers was of ferocious men. Radio fascinated them, to hear so many tribes in the world at night. Having known only the rubber companies, they considered the white man backward in matters of religion. Ignorant of all that is important, the mysteries that they know. Tired of his long life in the office, Mr. Hiroki Yamamoto retired to the country. He loves the country so much. At the foot of Fuji naturally, and the following dawn he picked up the phone. Could they turn off that bird song cassette, because he wanted to sleep. The ecological law of everything related to everything, from fish to bacteria to the inorganic to seaweed to fish. An excess of seaweed increases the fish and the fish reduce the seaweed, and we're back to the beautiful balance. Many rabbits more lynxes, and more lynxes less rabbits. And the ecological law that everything has its use. There's no waste in the natural world, nothing thrown away, all life the food of other life. The iguana with its Churchillian jaw is in communion with the lilac oak blossom. The food chain, communion, that's what animals are. Free of individual death. Free of the fruit of knowledge, language, ethics, free will, religion. They're merely life. Happy expression of God's eccentricity. All things speak. The skin of the wildcat speaks too. The wildcat is cautious, silent, sensitive. It teaches us to approach people gently. The sacred reality of animals is merely natural resources. Soft animal skins for the fur coat of Christina Onassis. Until the revolution changes it all, you're thinking. But Newton's law is that an object at rest will remain at rest, and one in motion will continue in motion. Peruvian food, Mario Vargas Llosa exclaimed, astonished, in Lima. He was inviting me to dinner and asked what I wanted to eat. Peruvian. Peruvian? Well. Okay. We haven't had Peruvian food for a long time. The painter Sulzo, Blanca Varela, others were there. The typical restaurant he took me to, mirrors everywhere, was super exclusive. Gigi Varese told me after. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our star. They're shares polluting the biosphere. Shares of a god of dead and not living people. Shares in Death Inc. The spirit of the earth hates them. All that the pale face has touched is diseased. Titanium, thorium, uranium, bauxite, zirconium, thallium. He hates them, although the millionaire Sagona, Lang 6 me perfumes, PRC each morning in his office, and Texan millionaires on good terms with their god, the god of Texan millionaires. And it was Rockefeller, John D., who said that the power to make money is a gift from God. For which reason the poor man is poor. Because the poor man is poor because of Rockefeller and DuPont and Morgan. Even after the age when dinosaurs owned the planet. All of them with the most striking qualities of delinquents. The memos are optimistic. Economic recovery continues upward, and there seems no end to the expansion, contracts bigger than last year's and growth ever increasing. The memos are optimistic. Sales have beaten all records and consumer demand continues to rise. Economists are predicting there'll be no recession and the economic cycles have been suppressed. The memos are optimistic. Money has never been in such good supply, and government and capital are getting along fine, and trade union leaders have got the message that extravagant claims are not economic. The memos are optimistic. General Dynamics has finished its first prototype, of which $8 billion worth have been ordered, and it was rewarded with the contract to go to Venus, also with the construction of naval submarines and guided missiles and nuclear reactors. The corporation president on weekends chops wood, and he too is optimistic. Mr. Lapham said, "Those who amass new fortunes in the United States, it's hard for them not to be criminals. And as for old fortunes, ask Saint Hieronymus. Cyprus was stripped of its copper so that mud could be sainted. As a philanthropist, it was left without copper in Secula Seculorum because Mr. Mud the philanthropist took it and the corporation went elsewhere. And through the misery of the masses in Kuwait it is that Kuwait Oil earns thousands of millions, and for that reason English troops in Kuwait Roosevelt in bed with his golden boiled eggs each morning fixed the gold price for that day. Gold, odorless and dehydrated excrement. Gold like Trujillo's who had a toilet of gold. Only the sun, the air, rainfall, and a few other things are not commodities. Christ also a commodity. Children of 5, $2. Girls of 10, $10. 65 and over, $1/o. Those were prices in Zanzibar. They can be art collectors without the slightest culture. Just need an expert. And it's not even important to like what you buy. It's not essential. To make money, naturally, no film is made for any other purpose. And Ford, being interviewed, the greatest problem for the Ford Motor Company? Making more money. Galbraith defines money very simply: what is given or received buying or selling. Plato paid his way in Egypt selling oil. First it was many things, then metal, and then paper. The history of money, says Galbraith, leads up to the dollar. According to Herodotus, currency was invented by a Lydian king on account of the prostitution of Lydian girls. The disciples had brought coins, and Francis ordered them to be thrown into the latrine. It was Bloy who called it the devil's excrement. That ass-shitting coins in Bosch. Render unto Tiberius what belongs to Tiberius, Jesus said. Whose is the face engraved on the coin? Because the effigy was nothing less than of the tyrant Tiberius. After him another effigy, Caligula's. When Caligula died, the coins were melted down so that the people would forget his effigy. Leads up to the dollar. And the dance goes on. It wasn't exploited to the full, said Paul Getty. The Depression. And of Mr. Emerson it was said he was as delighted with it as the owner of a funeral parlor during a plague. A millionaire in the electric chair? The law, said the gangster to the reporter on a Chicago street corner. The last time you saw a millionaire in the electric chair? They're seated around a huge mirror-like table, their characteristic faces reflected in the varnish. Always huddled together like robbers huddle together after the raid. Everyone here? All here. Doing what? Marx, following painstaking research, discovered. For the weaver weaving, but not the loom. The work produces more than it costs. The product is worth more than is paid for it. For this his reader's ticket in the British Museum. The same as in the Jalapada, before, in Managua. Even girls of 13, fresh from the valley and Joss-pound Somoza, killed or almost killed one of them with a hemorrhage. The private appropriation of what is socially produced. No seagull fighting for its property is as fierce. But the crime pages are not for the crimes of the corporations. Illusory bill of exchange. They conceal the details. And every kind of fraud. The voluptuous stock market dancing to the rhythm of the war in Katanga. Their ledgers the great arcanum. Typically they're not given to reading books, says Fortune, except about management and crime stories. Do you know what that means? He says $1 million. $1 million. $1 million can change a life. That's 5,000 shares in Xerox at $200 apiece. The biography of each one of them and the story behind the growth of their capital are littered with common crimes. General Motors could buy Delaware if DuPont would sell it. The pillaging of the multimillionaire hordes. In the background the song to a soap. Mellifluous dithyramb to a toothpaste. A choir of 50 voices singing bye bye bye, in Detroit, but the Delaware Indians say. The Delaware Feast, the Delaware Creation Feast, serves the entire people of the world. A Delaware prays for good things for all. And he prays for future times. Certainly not for that happy kingdom where capitalist and worker will graze together. Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, archetypes. Eisenhower's books, westerns and crime stories. And Reagan no books. Archetypes. Why wouldn't the Nazis talk of merchandise and share transfers, bottlenecks, when referring to, it was bucolic, the railway station at the entrance to the concentration camp? $450 million net profit the first war brought Rockefeller, and $2,127 million the second. Wars are the Garden of Eden. Invasion is liberation. After all the effort it took man to learn to speak. Every word they use should be in inverted commas. Lieutenant Arnhitter, for example, in Group for the Analysis of Progress, meaningless words which conceal a Navy workshop in the Pentagon to fabricate literally artificial history. Even though there are clear, precise words, with more than enough meaning, such as $5 against population growth are more effective than 100 for economic growth. To Vietnamize Vietnam was to set Asiatics against Asiatics. Until there's no language with which to communicate except to say merely "and hello, how are you?" And thus the words of the director of the CIA. Covert action is what on other occasions is called intervention, but by secret or covert means. And the GBI can be described, said the Pentagon colonel, as revolutionary and counter-revolutionary war, the Pentagon lieutenant colonel adding, that similarly terrorism and anti-terrorism, guerrilla and counterinsurgency and pro-insurgency. I'm a bucolic reactionary, he said, leaving us clueless as to what that animal meant, opposed to atheistic and anti-American anti-segregationism. My entrepreneurial friend was able to put it properly: 50% reactionary, 20% bucolic. Perhaps when he said, must be 20 years ago he said it. 20 years I worked in the family business believing I was working for the family business, and it turned out that I was working for United Fruit. See, he had to sell Corona oils to United Fruit. And not that he was opposed to the system, my entrepreneur. No way. Don Toms Arctolo, day worker from Salentiname, used to say in his dialect, they should let us sell their seeds each one according to how much he's sown. And Don Toms could follow the tracks of a jaguar and those of the bank. It's said that chess will soon disappear because machines can play it better than human beings, with qualities akin to those we call intelligence. The growth rate for robots in the US is 30% and for people 2%. Also in the infancy of some different beings. No longer with juicy carbon bodies but dry silica, their insect-like brains instinctual and devoid of reasoning, and as successful as insects, picking up on sophisticated antennae, a whisper of dictated orders at a distance of millions or hundreds of millions of miles, and with their bulging electronic eyes gazing at faraway, hostile planets. The conditions are here again. You see, hypocrisy/organization/indifference/ these are the three conditions for concentration camps. Garden of Eden, where in the afternoon breeze strolls the god of Rockefeller, of Carnegie, of Morgan. The country has changed totally for Otter. Once a man discovered that another was slandering him. He adorned his horse and painted the covered wagon. He put on his feathers. Do you see this horse and the wagon? The slanderer was frightened. Well, I'm giving them to you. Naturally, he was never slandered again. He was a brave man, said Otter. That was his only horse, his only wagon. The Delaware's creation feast serves all the peoples of the world. Of the earth which gleams like Sirius. They made me piss blood. Imagine the sort of beating, but didn't get a word out of me. That Moorish castle above Managua. Somoza had a library of deeds bound in leather, of his stolen properties. He would caress them as though he were caressing the valleys, meadows, rivers of his stolen lands. Christ present in the prison cells and not in the episcopal palaces. And just as the Bishop of the Canaries, under Franco, issued an indignant protest about, but really indignant, about female legs on the beaches, Mons. Chve under Somoza III inaugurated his episcopacy with a crucial pastoral about that most serious evil, the mini-skirt. The International Monetary Fund Mafia still retained an aura of mystery and mysticism. The hovels next to the stadium at the time of the Olympiad they hid behind walls with pretend windows and doors and cute little red tiles. And the people invented the word "fa-caritatism." Dictatorships which seem as unshifting as the natural order and end in a flash like a bad dream, and the people are on the streets dancing. The beautiful news of a new revolution through the shit. Literally in the case of prisoners in Uruguay, in the latrine, on used pieces of newspaper they read, through the filth, about the triumph of the Nicaraguan Revolution. Canticle 33. The deep outer darkness. In the beginning there was nothing, neither deep darkness. And some time later, although a time without time, he created the light and the deep darkness. It's not dark matter that deep darkness, dark and cold matter that deep darkness, dark matter the nature of which still is unknown to us is not that deep darkness. The deep outer darkness must be outside matter. Pygmies sense them in the forest, those spirits. Hanging in slippery caves like bats. And up by the polar circle, to Rasmussen, the Dane. We don't believe. We only fear. We fear everything that surrounds us and which we don't know well. Why snowstorms? And a whole day's hunting to return empty-handed? We are afraid as we struggle for food on the earth and at sea. We are afraid of the cold and hunger in our snow houses. We are afraid of the souls of the dead, men and animals. We know so little we are afraid of everything. And just so the devil may not be missing from this poem. A handful in a small room in the White House, not the Situation Room, so as not to be noticed. Someone would recall that it was an emotional evening. Success hangs on the right timing, first-rate intelligence, and speed of action. It's a high-risk operation with much to be gained. Very negative repercussions for the United States should we fail. We put nothing in writing. All tracks beautifully swept clean, said Oliver North. Not even the official Pentagon order says what it is. We now have the aerial photos we needed. I'll buy lunch for everyone in the exchange, not the White House cafeteria, if we pull it off. How will we respond if they attack? Proportionally. No, disproportionately. A cancer that's got to be rooted out, said Casey, director of the CIA. Nobody mentioned the word murder, Oliver North would later confide. It was said simply, in a military context what's normally a crime's not a crime. Jesus Santa Marta, flower of flowers. Jesus Santa Marta, flower of wonders. Jesus Santa Marta, flower of man. If there are guards outside sound asleep I am sure to find them, should in shackles I find myself bound cast asunder I am sure to see them, O powerful red enchanter, just as you vanquished King Lucifer. And why some called it the Auschwitz business, a wagon load of women's hair. 40 boxes of wedding rings. Far away, somewhere in Poland, who knows where. We saw nothing. We did as they told us. A rebuke from the House of Nor, Munich, to the SS in Dachau for their slowness in the dispatch of human lard. There was a high chimney and I could see flames. I heard screams inside. My hut was next to the gas chamber. Oh, golden purple violet gray blue light, a beauty that defies description above Alamogordo cloud in the shape of a cauliflower or like a poisoned ice cream cone. Doctor, is it true that you are the one that most influenced atomic energy? Oppenheimer didn't smile. They were accusing him of treason. I believe Lawrence had more influence, he replied. Lawrence wanted a super bomb. Oppen was opposed. A feeling of frustration and entropy, Oppenheimer's feeling, perhaps. Strontium-90 in the children's vanilla cone. The children who wanted a vanilla cone and they gave them napalm. Behind the transparent curtain the full moon, now in full daylight, it appears equally transparent, everything like a Japanese landscape or a terse Japanese landscape poem, and suddenly the brilliance of the first A-bomb test in the New Mexico desert, which was reflected in the moon, perhaps no astronomer noticed it, and it fell back to Earth, through the curtain, like placid moonshine. After my visit to Merton and the Pueblo Indians, in New Mexico, Mr. Gutierrez showed me round a run-of-the-mill North American city, gas stations, shops, pizza houses, flowers, children, but sinister. Los Alamos. The little greenhouse, quite old now, where they made the first A-bomb. With a tranquil pond out front. It's water used for the A-bomb. A gram of matter converted into energy. In Hiroshima no reminder of the bomb remains, except the huge memorial park in the epicenter. After my talk about Nicaragua in Hiroshima, 1988, the conversation with Hibakusha, victim Suzuko Numida. I saw a very beautiful color, like a rainbow, they translate for me. Hiroto Kaibura, one eye missing. He was 19 at the time. It was a very intense blue light, he says. Mikito Yamaoka, 800 meters from the epicenter, like the flash from a photographic camera in your eyes. So many bodies with intestines hanging out, like sausages. I've never been able to touch sausages since. Truman got the news over lunch. At once he proposed a toast. Liquefied eyes streaming. Skin hanging off like black algae. Bodies alive with worms like a heap of rice. Without houses, Hiroshima seemed tiny, very close the mountains that surrounded it. Shozo Minato, Hibakusha, says. Now the whole of humanity is Hibakusha. Demons are to be found in the celestial regions, says St. Paul in Ephesians, that's to say, those who have power, authority, and dominion in this dark world. The Philosopher's Stone. This is the creative process which takes place in the stars. But the alchemist's dream became our destructive invention. A planet with 5 tons of TNT per capita. And each regular nuclear bomb like the core of the sun. To launch it you wouldn't need to aim. The whole Earth a gigantic bomb in orbit. Atomic energy liberated by man but not man by atomic energy. A country lacking the capacity to destroy is scorned. We've been on the brink of nuclear war because of reflections of the moon on radar, or a fleet of guided missiles which was a flock of wild geese. Even the most unreal horror would be made real. And all the Titian's radioactive ash. The neutron one leaves things intact, it destroys only life. Some are at work on a weapon with sheaves of antimatter. Others with clouds of nuclei and electrons at almost the speed of light. The reason the pessimistic ISD tribe adore the devil, seeing that evil triumphs over good. Will he not reward the poor Isides, the only ones who do not speak ill of him? Or some tribes in the depths of Brazil for whom the evil spirit is more powerful than the good? Gray or golden sundown, every sundown from Langley, Virginia, amid bucolic woods without road signs, it's the CIA headquarters. A black limo leaves with a secret report for his vine-like hands. His cowboy film politics, the good and the bad, and you gotta kill the bad. His smile, like that of someone biting a lemon. Attack Nicaragua, said the director of the CIA, unable to pronounce Nicaragua like you or I. Reagan had said, I want a win. Oh beautiful Macud bird that leaps from branch to branch, in mountains most mighty. May whoever be foe to me be flung into sovereign dungeons. O powerful invincible iguana at ease in times of rain and drought. If knives they have, may they buckle. An elegant weapon, Teller told the president. The X-ray laser was elegant. An anthropologist has said that a Neanderthal in top and tails would not be out of place at the opera. Looking for Hiroshima, he saw nothing. The cloud was rising up from a plane. Thought the precious bomb had fallen in the wrong place. They were right to be afraid when they spoke to Rasmussen, but more so now. When Merton wished to be a hermit in the desolate wastes of Alaska, shortly before the Bangkok trip, he found them littered with military bases. Alaska, to him the most beautiful of the United States. Suddenly on the high-speed train. Tokyo Nagaya, framed to measure as though with measuring tape in the window opposite Fujiyama. Shortly after we passed the Toyota plant, the one that renamed a region of Japan, calling it Toyota. Where Toyota also nominates all public authorities. No candidate elected if he's not from Toyota. And I discovered that in Tokyo there are 5,000 and in Osaka 25,000 not in cardboard houses but no home at all. And many young Japanese don't know who bombed Hiroshima but know every last detail of every North American singer. There I confirmed what I'd once heard or read, the characteristic smell of India is of shit. Always in the air, that whiff of shit. Perhaps sometimes mixed in with sandalwood. Seems sandalwood perfume close-ups not so different handicrafts for tourists from the remote smell of shit. Streets where our small car couldn't get through narrower than the car. The throng crammed together bumping into thin buffaloes and bicycles. Goats perched on mounds of garbage chewing cardboard, bricks. On the flat roofs of dirty eating houses you saw frayed mattresses, ramshackle camp beds of the privileged who don't sleep on the sidewalks. Down below the dishes are rinsed by youths in the gutter itself and served to new customers. The sacred cows strolling like beggars, among beggars. The snake charmer in rags with the cobra, its head flat as a leaf transfixed by the music. Men crouching in the streets urinating. Every morning they shit in rows in the parks, wiping themselves with their hands which they rinse in a little bowl of water. On the steps the multitude of beggars, impassable tourists, take pictures of them perpetually starving like fakirs. Loads of people who have only what they wear on them. Their tunics and turbans of tattered princes. 10 lepers surround the car. At daybreak the street dead are cleared away in trucks along with the garbage. But worst of all, the meeting with the Union Carbide victims in Bhopal, the Hibakusha of Bhopal. 4 years after the gas escape they're still dying. How can I forget the woman with the sunken eyes, coughing, now her whole life is coughing. The 12-year-old, skinny as an insect, a tiny black insect. Their houses are like dog kennels, others smaller than kennels. Of material, rags, broken mats, sheets of plastic, stones on the roof so the wind won't carry them off. In the middle of the night a yellow gas leaked from the carbide plant and they began to die slowly. In their sleep, they panted, they fainted, foaming at the mouth, in spasms, dribbling, drowned in their vomit, and Union Carbide refusing to pay any damages, and it refused to reveal the antidote to the gas, it being an industrial secret, which was to throw water on your face, and it said, therefore, that the gas wasn't intended for pesticides but chemical weapons. Bhopal, where they gave me a small bronze tree with couples like fruit making love in the branches. St. George of the Green Hills, rid me of all vermin whether land or airborne, eyes may they have and not see. As with your magical powers alone you ensnared Lucifer, prince of darkness, no rocks, no thunderbolts, no things of perdition will rain down, nor animals of fright will die, nor men in the fields. Amen. With Commandante Daniel Ortega in a museum. We enter a museum which was once a school, but from school it became under Pol Pot Cambodia's largest prison. The classrooms divided into tiny cells. Here you came only to die. More than 20,000 prisoners passed through here, only 17 of whom survived that had yet to be killed when the liberating troops entered. This was Pol Pot's democratic Kampuchea. Here are the photos they took as they entered. They took photos of everyone. Some with their hands tied, others with chains and rings around the neck. The worst thing to see was the horror on the faces. You could see they were seeing not the camera but death and the torture before death. But more shocking still was a smiling face, a girl, or a kid, someone innocent, unaware evidently of what was going to happen. And photos of mothers with babies. A crude apparatus for pulling out nails. Pincers for ripping off nipples. A huge variety of tools. The tank where they held them under. The posts where they strung them up. The cell where Pol Pot's Minister of Information was held before they killed him. More than 100 mass graves have been discovered where they buried them. The children buried with their milk bottles and comforters. And skulls, great piles of skulls you can't bear to look at. Of the 8 million inhabitants they killed 3 million. They destroyed the factories, the schools, the medicines. You were arrested for wearing glasses. The cities were left deserted. Finally we went out. There were flowers outside. In a clean puddle a white duck flapped its wings, bathing itself in water and sun. The girls who went by on the street were like pagodas. And the US now supports Pol Pot. The US Congress approving aid to the Contras, the senator intones his speech with a baritone voice. Beautifully modulated. Running up and down the scale like someone playing an arpeggio on the trumpet, with frequent fugues, now it's clarinet, the long flow of tangled words. Every syllable exquisitely articulated, skillfully syllabicating the difficult passages of his appalling prose with the diction of a virtuoso. The next orator, sonorous language, magniloquent and grandiloquent, quoting from memory long passages from James Monroe as though reciting without glancing at his text, raising his voice, and face, and suddenly dropping to a deep bass. He sat down acknowledging sweatily the rather tepid applause. Bertilda bathes her son's wounds and says bright and early eyes going to put on the coffee, and I saw that they were beating a kid in the street and I shouted out, the Contras. Los muchachos began to fire, there were only 2 of them, and about 100 of the Contras. Los muchachos were her son and her nephew. As to how did I feel? I didn't feel nothing, I just thought, if they kill them they'll have to kill me. I filled 3 magazines for my nephew because now my boy was wounded. I tied up my 2-year-old so she wouldn't run around. Another, vibrant mixture of modulations of timbre and tone, with anastrophes, prosopopoeias here and there, and ingenious paranamasias and sonorous anaphoras. His tropes resounding in the ornate chamber, the ornamentation rebounding the bombastic echo, few present at the time in the chamber, but perorating as though before an enormous crowd, hence the applause. Surrender, you sons of bitches, the Guardia called out. Surrender your mother. Oscar Lionel replied as though he were that other Lionel brought back to life. The shack destroyed under the barrage of mortars and grenades. The little town laid waste. The Contras as they withdrew left behind a scattering of Christian literature. 30 million in humanitarian aid for the Contras. No sir, 38. High-pitched laughter from one of the humanitarians. Another thumping the table, as though about to break it, powerful gestures with both hands as though brandishing a bat, there's no problem more urgent, hit, it shakes me to the core to say it, hit, that the danger, hit, from communism in Central America, hit, dot. They killed my uncle, also Ram 6 and his son, they died fighting. Ram's son, aged 6, they murdered him in his bed. He was asleep and they shot him. He was wounded and asked to see his dead father. He ran his hand over his face, and said, see, they made a hole in him here. There, and then the child died too. 38 million in humanitarian aid for the Contras. In trousers, jacket, and waistcoat the color of night, sharpened incisors, blood-sucking lip movements, vampirum spectrum he emits through the mouth and nasal orifices, similes, prolsies, apostrophes, melodious alliterations, reiterations, deprecations, preteritions, digression, squeals from his cystic snout, antitheses, synopses, synonyms, and antonyms. And down he sits. As though he'd been hung upside down. Twisted zinc, planks and trees burnt. What had been the cooperative? 2 days later still smoking. On the hill the Catholic chapel set ablaze. And the little school. The health center. Antibiotics in the ashes. And buzzards gliding, round and round. Juan Antonio aged 15 was fighting alongside Estreberto aged 19. A bullet in the chest and he fell stone dead onto Estreberto's knees. Mario was caught by around 30 Contras and slowly they cut off his head, the blood dripping onto the Christian literature. Texan senator in dramatic pose, right foot forward, arms open like a bronze statue, when they bring him a glass of mineral water. Still the dramatic pose, now the left foot forward, he's reading the speech they wrote for him. In the burnt chapel, where the altar stood. Estreberto stops, Christ. My dad's blood still here. No tears in his eyes. They just shrank. Estreberto saw around 30 ambush Leonardo. They stabbed him. Juana said you could only see the balls of fire. She went to fetch little Enrique, 3 years old, and saw him asleep. He was dead. How to bring him along with the other tiny ones? No way over this rough land. She left him on the hillside, next to a creek. For shroud she covered him with a bijagua leaf. With the faintly wavering tone of deeply controlled emotions, slowly, not reading, reciting his speech. There is convincing evidence, pause. Of the international communist conspiracy, pause, for the exporting of the revolution, pause, of Nicaragua, pause, up to our borders, pause, and one of the Pause, in aid to the Contras, pause, dot. Arms trembling as though touching piano keys. The usher brings him a glass of iced water. A chlorist asking to speak. Point of order. The Honorable Dot with just a small bijagwa leaf there. I had to leave him. They heard the guardias laughing. Lucia so pretty got a bullet in the face. Lydia, her they raped and carried off. The coffee beans, their yard animals, their homes, everything. The children's blood all down my dress. There's a place on the outskirts of Nuremberg no one visits. I climbed onto the small, towering platform above the huge empty space, gone the hysterical regimented sea of people, platform for a single person, above the void and vertigo of the void from where Hitler spoke. No tourists or visitors but for a couple with their camera down below, far off, minute amid that entire immense stony repugnant area, alone like soul survivors from a concentration camp. From here he spoke over the heads of the mesmerized masses, shouted, stamped his feet, histrionic melodramatic frenetic fanatical maniacal Reaganesque brandishing rhetorical revolvers invisible rifles. The peroration of powerful slogans as he called them, terrifying Democrats with the communist bogey, mouth reverberating gushing out of it in verbosity the dumbness of the multitudes a delirious torrent of clichés with demented eloquence, epileptically, without transition from the frenetic to the hieratic with his absolute self-sufficiency and consciousness of genius based on nothing, entranced by his own voice gigantically amplified by the microphone one of the greatest orators of history. Says Fest but without a single memorable phrase. Nuremberg was the Führer's beloved city. Site of the annual party, Partzeitig, convention. The Great Partzeitig. The Nuremberg operatic spectacles were by night. Torchlight procession, emblems, flags, cries of Heil monstrous stadium replete with monstrous fanaticism, they were mystical nights, the endless parade, wave after wave before him with the Nazi salute and he, eyes still, with his arm horizontal. The whole year he dreamed of those Nuremberg nights. In human uniformity and goose-step in ferocious uniforms. He swept down the broad expanse of Führer Street between 100,000 SS and SA and black uniforms. 150 searchlights converged in the night sky, all the columns of light brought together in the center of the sky, and before huge bonfires gigantic swastikas, glistening in gold. He stepped onto the towering platform and 30,000 flags emerged and he went into a trance. And the searchlights swooped down from the sky and fell across the people, flags and uniforms and shining military bands. It was no longer over an alehouse table in Munich. Grand opera setting 4. An oratory of fury and social euphoria and mass hysteria, whose first speech had been to a crowd of 111, monumental scenario now like the most super-colossal Wagner for the triumphal finale of Infernal Parsifal with the proclamation of the most bestial anti-Semitic laws. The beloved city was also to become the scenario for the trial of war criminals. Me gazing from the platform at the silenced solitude, desert of inert stone, worn down, like a dead city, landscape all empty, the minute couple now gone, no one in that place of recent archaism, of modern architecture already archaeological. It doesn't figure, and for good reason, in the Nuremberg tourist guides, but the castle, Die Eier's house, toy museum, a journalist asked me why I wanted to visit that barren place. Me leaning on that iron railing of the platform where proudly stood that man who was a devil's anointed, who did so much to increase the death rate, disguised terror with the idyllic, incarnation of the frustrations and phobias and hatreds of everyone, who brought about the revolt on behalf of order through the hunger and thirst for authority in those times, gave birth to that monster totalitarian democracy, fascist socialism, racism imitating communism, which held force to be an end and ideas a means, for whom reality was only theatrical effects, fascinated by all that was false, abominating the truth, the propaganda maestro behind Goebbels the novelist, manipulator of himself as well as of the masses, a genius at portraying feelings as well as at concealing them, when he laughed he held his hand before his mouth. Multitudinous on the outside, with a bunker inside, never mentioning, not even in private conversations, nor in the bunker, the gas chamber business, of whom Mrs. Goebbels had said much earlier. He's simply not human, the loneliest man in Germany, who heard Tristan 100 times always in an artificial ecstasy, who was calculatedly spontaneous, controlled even in his paroxysms, only the eyes disobeyed him, roaming restlessly even in moments of statue-like rigidity, who even in his anger was an actor, even in his gesticulations, stiff, who called himself Europe's finest actor, who turned each sharp movement into statues of bronze, who could never wear a swimming costume, inhibited, even with a doorman but masking it, who laid out his weakness in fastidious watercolors, whose every action demonstrated that evil is banal, who could never love, not even his small dog, who terrorized the earth from this raised platform, who was loved by many even outside Germany, and was no one. Canticle 34. Ancient sobbing light. In the beginning absolutely nothing existed, the earth was still in darkness and shadow. And in the temple of Heliopolis creation began. Also it is said in the temple of Thebes, and of Memphis. It happened that the first light was born, where there was neither sun nor moon. The earth was born where previously there was nothing for us according to the Mayas Kumail. In truth we can see outwards in the universe going back in time, time of light's journey, almost until creation. Beyond the first 300,000 years even with the most powerful telescope we could see nothing because the universe was opaque. In the wake of Big Bang background cosmic radiation has remained in microwaves. We've mentioned that before. Why being and not nothingness? Heidegger's question. Everything of importance occurred in the first minutes of the universe, said Weinberg at a Harvard symposium, and all subsequent events are details. Until it transformed itself into our present universe, the elegant simplicity of Big Bang cosmology. Was it born in space-time to collapse into chaos without any objective plan? My question's aimed not at cosmologists but the man in the street. Could matter travel back in time and become antimatter? Scientific materialism, writes Bernard d'Espagnac, philosopher of quantum mechanics, has become a meaningless association of words. Bungay says that to say that matter exists makes no sense. The fact, for example, that the atom is full of emptiness. According to Heisenberg, the universe is composed of music, not of matter. And the fact that the universe is as full of X-rays as visible light. Had we glasses for X-rays, what heavens would we see? According to the creed of the Nicaea Council, still in use, we believe in the creation of all that is seen and unseen, although the poor conciliar fathers of Nicaea were scientifically as backward as John Paul II. A 22-year-old cardinal lobbied the Pope in Galileo's favor. Thus his theory of tides was not heretical discourse upon things that float in water, which adopts Archimedes instead of Aristotle's point of view, and incidentally it was wrong since it maintained that there is only one tide a day whereas everyone knows there are two. Galileo was sentenced to formal imprisonment by the Holy Office, although his imprisonment was house arrest and the house was the villa of the Grand Duke in Trinity del Monte, plus the recital of the 7 penitential psalms once a week which he legally delegated to his daughter who was a nun. And this because according to the papal secretary, in the Vatican they sighed more for Galileo than for any damsel. The famous Eper Simuov he never said, rather that was his friend's epitaph for his grave. All this to show the difficulties the Vatican got into meddling with the heavens. Who was placed on the index was the long-dead Canon Copernicus, for an unreadable book, an antiquarian's curiosity, outdated. Now we not only believe in the seen and unseen but in invisible matter. Dark matter. And furthermore Simuove. But if from order our order stems, and that's law, how did the original disorder produce all our order? The distinction between what is living and not living is conventional. The Amazulu say they're sad because they, the blacks, have yet to learn the true meaning of dreams. And the fact that it has been said, and is said, that the substance of particles is more subtle than the cloth with which we weave our dreams. Under heat and pressure in an instant carbon becomes diamond. And also, they're not physical objects in the ordinary sense of the word. In an instant, carbon diamond. As the diamond cutter studies his diamond very closely beforehand, so I too with this difficult cosmic canticle, although lacking the difficulty of the Austrian physicist Schrödinger with his mathematical equation for the movement of enigmatic probabilistic waves and practical calculations of molecular movement together with energy levels of atoms that, merely trying to say, let's get it straight, that we are embedded in an entirely distorted reality. Not only because we see the sun sink on the horizon 8 minutes after the sun has sunk, but because the sun has not sunk. Since the universe is round, the furthest we can see with a telescope is ourselves gazing at a telescope in which there is the image of ourselves gazing at a telescope, and the most distant star is our sun. More and more the cosmos is expanding, but where to? The anti-planets and anti-stars of antimatter. Now under threat from the nuclear arsenal. If at least the libraries were to remain. Matter and form, Aristotle said. Meaning matter and energy. The Hiroshima bomb. A gram of matter converted into energy. Enrico Fermi asked at the dinner, where are they? Our galaxy is so similar to so many others that there can be nothing special about our Earth. Life, highly improbable, in large numbers is highly probable. Those inhabited spheres unable to speak to us? Brothers light years away. They can't be aggressive or they'd have destroyed each other. Who can prove to us that we aren't sending messages into the past? There are equations in which electromagnetic waves can travel backwards in time. Or receiving messages from the future, which is the same. The theory's speculative. There we are then, awaiting proof that we're not alone. Like someone casting a bottle into the sea, we have launched our messages beyond the solar system. If they don't have radio, we can't detect them with radio. Perhaps the civilization perished millions of years ago, but their mechanical descendants have remained, a world of robots. Perhaps we're alone in the whole galaxy, but there are thousands of millions of galaxies. What we've seen of the works of God is scarcely a spark, says Ecclesiasticus, and there are many larger mysteries, for we have seen but few of his works. Perhaps they are so advanced that they'll show us how to cure all illnesses, or at least how not to blow the planet to pieces. Perhaps they've seen our television programs and are acquainted with our horrors. An interstellar trip? It's very expensive now, says Thomas R. McDonough, but maybe 1,000 years from now it won't be. Of the shortwave pulsation of pulsars, Frank Drake says. If they are intelligent signals, they're from a stupid civilization. An aerial picked up a mysterious message from the depths of the universe, in Newark, but it turned out to be a truck in the street. The fact that the 29.5 days of the lunar month are the same as the month of women. And human gestation exactly 9 lunar months. There are pulsars as slow as the rhythm of the human heart. Others fast like an African drum beat. The stars sing, their matter is a huge loudspeaker, the sun sings, and the sound waves from its core take an hour to reach the surface. Our artificial satellites rocking in the solar wind relay to us the moans, the screams and the roaring of the sun. How to carry on praying that you believe in God the Father Almighty, in the words of the Nicene Council, creator of heaven and earth. The universe was not created in space and time, but space and time are part of the universe. Infinite in all directions, says Dyson. That means above and below, micro and macrocosmos. The sign of the Father in us, says Jesus, Thomas's Gospel, is action in repose. The greater the mass, the greater the curvature, that is, gravity is the curvature of space. Those Indians with their round, earth, huts that are symbols of the cosmos, and they speak to them of God like the prairies. We were born 3,500 million years ago on the edge of the sea, in a warm swamp. We are evolved microcosmos. I'm no scientist, obviously, but I can see that present-day science is the same as Empedocles' of Acragas, which stated that the universe is nothing but earth, water, air, and fire. A hurricane consists of nothing more than air and water. When we die we change into water and carbon dioxide. Joaquin's, water is the blood's eternity. We change into H20 and C02. Without decomposition of the universe there'd be no sun. Without the depletion of the sun we'd have no light. The dusty galaxies, more full of dust and ash than of stars. Whistle of melancholy train pulling off into the distance. Birth, growth, and death, are also the universe. Einstein thought the expansion of the universe so strange he believed his equations were incomplete. The problem for this poem is that like the universe it must expand indefinitely or cave in on itself. Dragged along by the expansion of space-time the galaxies. With the time which is an arrow in a single direction, death. The ultimate entropy which is death. The second law, the most fundamental in the universe. Life cannot be understood without the second law. And immortality does not lie in reproduction. Entropy always wins out over energy. Entropy obeys the fatal laws of thermodynamics. The fresh, smiling proteins turn fetid. You hand back to the planet what was borrowed. And the equations that lead to black holes. That strange black and empty region of space-time. Where any matter drawing close vanishes and is never to be seen again. To fall and fall without ever touching bottom. What happens is that their space is so curved that space and time are interchangeable. The graves of dead stars, black holes. Though a sculptor may bring forth a Venus from the confused stone, that order is not permanent. Condemned by entropy to the ultimate chaos. The rolling ball comes to a stop. Hot things cool down. Lambs are formed of grass, that is, from the sun which day by day grows colder, and so they're part of the collapse of the universe, of the cooling of the sun and the other stars. Death is disorder. As soon as the energy-absorbing function ends, disorder sets in. In the selfish gene it says, if extraterrestrials came, the first thing they'd ask is, have they discovered evolution yet? Nothing more improbable than living organisms. Also the miracle of flying animals. Neanderthal bones in the deepest reaches of a cave with much flower pollen, 60,000 years ago, those flowers lovingly placed there. Glenn Isaac's theory is that it was the sharing of food that made us human. Bunn corroborates it with the evidence of so many bones being found together in certain sites. Hunting in common, and therefore eating in common. The primary act of human culture is sharing food. The evolution from Big Bang to space voyages. Perhaps close to another star like the Sun, for a long time they've been awaiting intelligent signals from the solar system. Sea monsters are to be seen on all sides, and they swim around the sluggish ships. The sea, it was the Bay of Biscay, which became like a swimming pool, and the heroic Phoenician mariners seemed to us like children petrified of the dark. My thinking is not my neurons, although my neurons think of my neurons, the most complex piece of matter in the universe. My dreams are nonsense. But all controlled by my own eye. Reason proved to be not only reason, but also myth, dream, imagination. Initially the theory of relativity was understood by a single person, Einstein. Soon several hundred people understood it. World which has created a mind which understands the world. Like the Carthusians with 8 hours for sleep, 8 for work and 8 for prayer, the Yamans of Tierra del Fuego, now extinct, had 8 hours for sleep, 8 for work and 8 to recount their myths. With the theory of superstrings, matter simply like different vibrations of a string. Like notes. The music of the string is matter. And the theory of Princeton professor, Wheeler, that the universe is in its entirety a single electron. The reason why all electrons are the same, none fatter or longer than another, is because they are a single electron. The electrons in my body and the electrons in your body could all be the same electron then. The innumerable tones of a single string on Pythagoras's lyre. As with endless songs the Navajos spend the whole night singing, singing to the wind, to the rainbow, to the lightning, animals, maize, singing the whole night, singing that everything is beautiful, and all things are twofold, everything is beautiful, and everything made to join with another, the sky and the earth united by the rain, etc. So it has also been said. At the atomic level everything is an indissoluble whole. Those lovers who don't merely feel identical, says Schrödinger, but numerically one, although without any intellectual clarity, like the mystics. 344. Messages have been transmitted from the Earth. There could be millions of inhabited planets, but the closest neighbor, a million light-years away. We could be receiving messages, but the atmosphere cuts them out. Or could they be receiving ours and believe them to be physical phenomena and the music of the spheres? What did Alfonso Cortés mean when he said that distance is silence and vision is sound? And when he spoke of the fluid distance that we do not see? And of distance without relation and time without measure? And of an ancient light which in sobs sets the abyss a tremble? My surprise when his sisters opened the old boxes for me and I saw the manuscripts, the tiniest of scraps of paper, the size of a cigarette pack or smaller, with microscopic writing which could only be read with a lens. They also brought me the lens, but ornate, adorned with strange tales, with the pencil certainly very well sharpened, tiny sheets of newsprint, yellow and stained. My shock at seeing the poems in that demented handwriting. Before going mad his handwriting was normal. The Song of Space, his first poem after madness set in, on the final page of a book about Marinides' futurism. He told me later in the asylum, gripping the bars, that in that poem he'd sought to develop two concepts. As though he wanted to reach eternity half an hour before time, and the origin of things is not prior but permanent. Maria Luisa, the sister, read to me another of his thoughts taken down by her on a scrap of paper. Time is the relation between man and all fact. What could he have known of relativity when he lost his mind? Who also spoke of the motionless movement of the sky. Raffiniert ist der Herr Gott, aber Botschaft ist nicht, said Einstein. God is subtle, but without malice. While the stars move without differential equations. Not a creator who created in the beginning but continually creates, and not directly but through physical laws in such a way that scientists see no creator. And an improvising creator. Who was called the only alternative to the absurd. I am a process, he said in the burning bush. Not eternity without time but time eternal, that is, change, but change that does not pass, duration without past, life without dying. For him the future has already been and the past never passed. In the beginning was love. What does it mean that love consists in that God loved us first? IJN 4:10. The male normally takes the initiative among the species. St. John also says, God equals love, that is, his essence is to take the initiative. The naked soul in the night finally says, take me. Finding you I found myself. Finding myself I found you. My eye where God is too. Reclined on my chest this night, dark night, are you not attentive to the rhythm of my love? Present within me since I was nothing but a fertilized egg, a series of instructions floating in the cavity of my mother's womb. Child of woman, and much earlier of a single celled creature. Like Moryak, there was no anguish in my adolescence that I did not prefer to you. Cataract compressed within an electric cable. Skybola, said St. Paul. 346. After feeling what he felt, all the rest he saw as dross. The traditional translation is dross, in reality he said in Greek skybola, shit. Confucius sensing it as inundation. All my life I have searched for a supreme someone, to love him not only with all my heart but with the whole universe, the prayer of space-time, Chardin wrote in Peking. Jalnl al-Din Rodmai, 13th century, said to non-Muslims, there are many roads to Mecca. For some it is the south if the /re in Persia. For others the north if they're in the Yemen, for others the west if they're in China. This is what happens with religions, or non-religion. A man never sees a camel on the top of a minaret. How could he then see a thread of hair in the camel's mouth? His center is in all parts and his circumference in none, according to Nicholas of CUSA. To the Areopagite God is small. And scientists discovered the study of the smallest and of the biggest are the same. In India Merton heard the story of the Sufi who said, for me to say that I am God is not pride, it's modesty. I understand him, I am God, but what a God, my God. I am God, O biologists. All the mystics of the world have depicted themselves, says Schrödinger, as particles of an ideal gas. In my final days in the world, when I was about to become a Trappist monk, I met at a coastal resort a beautiful girl who was going to be a nun. What's more, she was a cousin of mine. I remember those legs. Her curves like the curve of the coast. Her skin was dark like the sand on the beach. Naked, but for what the bathing suit covered. She was about to betroth herself to God. The marriage to God. And I thought of God's good taste. Mother Anna is still a nun, but at the height of the Nicaraguan Revolution she's a reactionary nun. Scibola, said St. Paul. But in all things we see opaquely the invisible. Including socio-economically, opaquely, the invisible. Amid huge boulders, giant mosses, the blind ant well knows its way. A reporter from Lonacid went to interview Alfonso, who asked him, "Did you come by car?" "Yes," he answered. He seemed to lose control of his mind. Later he said, "On the face of it, how simple the world is. But if you begin to study the world, it's hard to understand it. There's no other way than to keep searching after God, which means hanging on to the vestments of priests." And again he lost control of his mind. Working on the present Canticle, I visited Coronel, the poet José Coronel Urtco, in Los Chiles, the tiny Costa Rican town close to the Nicaraguan border where he lives, and he gave me a crumpled letter from Merton, lost and recently found inside a book, dated April 1964, in which he said of Alfonso strangely, "He is a wonderful and symbolic man, perhaps one of the most significant people of our age in the entire world. To have such significance one must of course be hidden as he is. Christianity is madness," St. Paul recognized. Christianity is madness, or it's not Christianity. Not the only, but perhaps it's the greatest madness. Our thinking, they say, is fragmentary, and hence we believe reality to be fragmented. That starry night, ancient light in sobs. One night there was what I called the apparition in Hamburg. 1,000 people listening to my poetry and 300 in the street for lack of room in the place, you know, the publicity, fame, and the Nicaraguan cause, all the faces in darkness, to me, the whole auditorium behind the spotlights, deafening, applauding shadow, but now in the light, very close to me, almost on the stage, sharing with me the powerful lighting, I saw you, short hair, a little untidy, the girl with eyes color of muscatel grape, or sometimes the mid-ocean color of sea, or maybe midway between green and tender blue, and it was as though heaven were watching me. That same mouth which in my mouth I drank, 18-year-old girl again, same age as 30 years before, but German, I presume, this time, able only to steal glances at her, she near me in my orbit of light, in front of the blinding spotlights, on a bench, beyond her maybe 3 other female companions before the darkness, and so out of 1,000 faces I saw hers only. Well, yes, who'd have told me you'd be here again, the one whom he, with a capital, snatched from my arms, the one I let go in order to embrace the invisible, my ex-cherub whom I kissed so much but not enough. Mouth that I drank from, here again now, 30 years later, lips lightly curled with a smile, pupils suddenly troubled by angelic lust, like that lubricious angel, lubricious more from the flesh than from being an angel, my beautiful urchin girl, whom I embraced at Las Piedrecitas under the stars, do you remember? Whom I embraced in a man's jacket, my own. I'd lent it to you because of the cold, whom I let go for God, cashed in for God. Did I lose out? I traded you for sadness. Applause for my poetry with slogans in Spanish, no pasaran, and me able only to steal glances at you. Pale apple skin, like an apple just plucked from the tree that I'd later eat, that night, in my room in the Prem Hotel, acidic, sweet, greenish, juicy, fleshy, but it was fruit, and not something else. No pasaran, it was as if I were losing her again, as if again she'd offered herself to me and again I let her go. A denial that was hard, and hard still, it was for a whole life, and now once again the denial, so fleeting this time, but even so, hard, painful, amid the applause from the shadows, the pain that you were her again, and at the same time, maybe worse, the pain that you weren't. German girl, I presume, unaware of all this, known to the other who was as you are. My girl, then 18 years old, she knows these lines are for her. On that gloomy Somoza night, lights from the dictator's palace reflected in the Tezcapa lagoon. The one who admired my black hair, remember? And once you called it incredibly black in that restaurant. The darkness applauded my poems, a love song was their battle hymn if Adelita, and I meanwhile like our war-maimed paraplegics serenely seated in their wheelchairs. But there was no bomb. There'd been an anonymous bomb threat which the police didn't believe. We'd have died together, my love, me, brief newspaper copy, like that brief blossom of the Cortez tree when the golden Cortez blossomed, and you simply a German girl, I presume, with any name. But the girl who made me again relinquish the one from before, young and fresh this time just as before, while a collection was being taken up among the public, jute bags with weighty coins and notes, and 15,000 marks were made that night for the Nicaraguan people. Canticle 35. Like the waves. The waves of radio, heat, light of different colors, ultraviolet rays, X-rays, gamma rays, are the same and are distinguishable only by their wavelength. Waves are a movement in space and time. They run in towards the shore but not the water, they don't carry the water nor the boat and the ducks that float in the water and merely move up and down. At night, from LE6N to Managua, on the road I saw that the humble little rural lights and the stars were the same. Alfonso Cortez heard them sobbing, ancient light in sobs, and with a capital abyss, which sets the abyss a tremble. What's far in space is far in time. And the stars generators of entropy. Heat always moves towards cold, but cold never towards heat. And the amount of chaos in the world increases with time. Time is hunger and space is cold. Cold interstellar space. How cold interstellar space is a meaningless question. The greatest cold is merely zero heat. Time is hunger and space is cold, said Alfonso Cortez, adding afterwards, not just for the rhyme that prayer alone can soothe the anxieties of the void. Time's an arrow in a single direction, from the past to the future, from heat to cold. From the warm past to the cold future. The stone fell into the water. The shore was far. Imperceptibly the waves reached the shore, but they reached it. The irreversibility of time. That's entropy. The irreversibility of time. But Einstein believed the distinction between past, present and future was illusory. We ask for life. This ejaculation on the Marshall Islands. Life, that order arisen from disorder. The automobile's motion is the same as the energy that. Same as saying that entropy increases more and more toward total rest. To that state of equilibrium which is synonymous with death. The thermodynamics of non-equilibrium is the one we want. Life as such is an impulse towards immortality. It's not non-time but recall, eternity. When in death you remain totally alone with yourself and with the other. And it's the return to cosmic life. Hence Marty's, to die is to journey on. Mangoes falling is a creative act and not a disaster. Curiously, it was in a guerrilla war that resurrection was spoken of for the first time. Maccabees. The dead are alive. Those who fell clandestinely, the hills, in each child who plays in the children's playgrounds, each student with his books under his arm. Fidel's speech which we heard from afar, in Solentine. If there's nothing after, those who gave everything have lost everything forever. It's something else that dies, not life. Life doesn't die, my friends. To journey on. There are also waves of sand, waves, too, of wheat fields, the rock slow waves we see curled in strata, vibrations of the violin string are waves in the air, and waves the rhythms of the aorta and the heart and the lines of a woman's body are waves. Sea waves are not of sea water, they are waves that run in sea water. The water seems to run, but it's only the wave without the water. The wave is something moving in the water, but it's not a movement of the water. The wave continues to rise and fall without bearing the water with it, and without being a line of convex and concave curves but merely concavities and angles. The wave gives the water momentary form but it's impalpable, abstract, the wave is fleeting, and the water is constant. The wave is fleeting but is always the same, and the water is different where the wave passes. The wave leaves a trail of different molecules of H2O and different foam. The faces that are smiling here in this yellow photo against a background of blurred waves and a blurred rock, where will they be smiling now if they are still smiling? Some will be far away. The girls are old. Mauricio is dead. Only the sea is the same. Only the waves haven't changed, its lovers bluff with the same fresh waves still breaking here. The atmosphere is full of their molecules and in the air we breathe the dead. But mysterious life, born merely by chance or from inevitable chemical reactions. The explanation that it came from another planet, a microorganism from out of etc. Causing Chesterton to remark that it was as though a dead person were to emerge from a cemetery, and they explain it saying it must be a dead person from another cemetery. A mollusk's cells aren't mad nor unpredictable. And an embryo, who can explain it? The seed which continues a process after the death of the plant. In the calmest lake there are invisible waves. The water seems motionless like a mirror but it's not. The reflection of the red castle on the other bank has clear vertical contours but the horizontal ones, blurred, we see in motion. When the Motu saw themselves in a mirror they believed they were seeing their souls. But aren't they surely their souls? The molecule of carbon I don't know what which gets into a green leaf, is it now alive? And before, what? The oxygen molecule in a sigh, once exhaled, is it no longer alive? Let's say there's an implicit life in the wind that bore off your sigh. Organic molecules have been detected in the skies by radio astronomy waiting merely to receive the breath of life. Chardin saying that all matter is spirit, and Dyson that for him as a physicist. Matter's an imprecise and old-fashioned concept. We have images of matter but matter itself we do not know, our frustration at wanting to measure things without disturbing them, just as we don't know the spirit. We're still romping from here to there between things like a young puppy exploring an apartment. General principles which await discovery radically different from traditional science. New things could exist with new properties which previous things never prepared us for. The essence of novelty is not to be determined. Not to have to be necessarily and nevertheless unable to have been in any other form. But if your existence doesn't coincide with your essence, do you exist? A silent leaf fell upon the water and from the leaf there emerged silent circular waves. A fish poked its mouth through the glass and in the glass there opened up a corolla of waves. Across the pond aquatic insects slide from which some minuscule waves irradiate although the pond is static. A ball at rest does not begin to bounce of its own accord and bounce higher and higher. What happens is the opposite. It could bounce, they say, in a very big fraction of eternity. Every construction, marble, brick, cement, is made of destruction. Every construction, pyramid, cathedral, skyscraper. On account of the second law. Second law, the equation for which is engraved by way of epitaph in a Vienna cemetery, on white marble. S equals K. Log W on the tomb of Ludwig Boltzmann, 1844–1906. Entropy. The perfect distribution of heat. When nothing reversible could be managed. No body hotter than yours will heat you. Nor will you be able to give heat to anyone. Like those pairs of marble monarchs laid out. Cold king beside his cold queen. United by one and the same law, the famous second law, that everything reversible is forbidden. The day will come when nothing more will happen on the planet. When there'll be no more wind in the trees, nor trees either. When there'll be no more waves in the sea, and not even sea. Down to the last bacteria spore. Though the sun still continue to shine. Universe in which each day entropy increases and death. And black space expands ever more between the stars. One day not even the sun will exist although its light may continue to reach other very distant lights. the universe will fill up more and more with dead stars in their black hole graves. Time's clock will wind down. Then merely an expanding empty space will remain. It's the supreme law of nature, says Eddington. If your theory contradicts the second law, there's no hope for your theory, he says. Darwin believed in a perfect humanity in a distant future, but he found the thermic death of the universe to be intolerable. And Teilhard, there must consequently be another way out. Something in the cosmos escapes entropy. Not merely an exit from the solar system. If biology transcends physics and chemistry, can't there be something else which transcends biology? Will salvation be brought to us by the computer? From the evolution of non-natural life? Or will the day come when the computer speaks to us and says, "In all life prior to me I already existed"? The essence of man was not his body but the program. No. On account of the famous law we proceed from order to disorder, but it's also that we proceed from the simple to the complex. How do they explain that from disorder structure should emerge? Because there's also the law of the increase in complexity. And it's a complexity which grows with time. And a life which goes towards more life. A life which violates the laws of physics. Around the castle all the leaves are yellow and red like the old yellow and red gold of the castle's coffered ceilings, the silent fountain, with nothing but dry leaves, the naked Venus drenched by the autumnal rain, vague autumnal rain. The Marchioness no longer treads the path of dead leaves in search of her lover. These are not new pigments. They were always there. The leaves simply gave back to the structure of the tree its chlorophyll, the complex molecule involved in photosynthesis, and the dead cells separated the pedicle from the plant so that the slightest of breezes could pull off the leaves and new leaves be born another spring. The woods aren't dead. Confiscated from the Marchioness under the Socialist Republic. On the front steps tourists take photos of live golden, red, orange, scarlet tonalities. Live. Dead tonalities. But the woods aren't dead. Crash of water against water, one crest against another colliding. Undulating back and forth, and they rise and fall from there to here and here to there and there against there they come and go, high surge against high surge, surging higher, or trough against trough, sinking lower, or crest against trough, and they level out, and again a rush of water rises up and another rises, and one against the other, crest against crest, again they collide, and others fall, and trough against trough also collide, and crest and trough again collide, and one surge mounts another, or another slips beneath the other, or a surge of water rears and hurtles forward and curls forwards all foam, and further forward rears again and again falls forward all foam. The Eskimos traveled in kayaks to the highest peaks, and those in the Arctic tell of a huge raft they built. The Klalmen in canoes from giant cedars which they cut with sharpened stones and elk antlers, and then ran aground in what's now Seattle. In the long winter nights around the fire they tell it, while outside the rain and snow fall. The flood was a change. There's another to come. The world will have another change. When it will be, we don't know. Only Garagabi and his family were saved, say the Catillo, on a high rock. The Muskokie of Florida, as a reminder of the flood, the lakes and swamps have remained. A very long time ago, so much so that the elders know it through having heard their grandparents. Who heard it from their grandparents. The sky turned black and the waters fell and fell for days and days, and the people no longer knew whether it was day or night. There was a wise man, Tamanduar, the only one who spoke with Tupt. Only he and his wife were saved, in a palm tree. An autumn came with very cloudy days, the Choctaw tell, then there was complete darkness, and in it the Choctaw sang the songs of death. They only ventured out with torches. Great peals of thunder were heard, and the waters began to arrive. A long time ago, the Yaguas say, the river began to swell. A couple were saved on a raft piled with smoked flesh of every kind of animal and with mandioca. Until a heron arrived bearing mud on its legs. Paul Fijos who gathered the tale. There is no Christian influence in their traditions. Only a few were saved on a raft, say the Choco. The water receded, the iguana barely pushed its little head through. The Tzotzil, there'll be a new one, a flood of light. God will then create a third class of men who won't be like the present ones. What they'll be like we don't know. In Nicaragua, an Indian interviewed by Fray Bobadilla. Before there was this generation that there is now, the world was lost with water and it became sea. The pools and lagoons are the remains of it, Mitico from the great Chaco. Only a man and woman Jivaro were saved on a very high mountain with a cave where they confined themselves with all the animals. It rained and rained for many days, say the Cato, and the heavens fell down. All the bears died, all the elk drowned, all the deer drowned, all the animals drowned. To the Cuna a cyclone. Trees and houses went flying and the children could only stick their little fingers out of the water. To the Araucanians the flood swamped the land of Arauco. The people were saved on one hill, the animals on another. Because they did not remember their founder, Popol Vuh. According to the Makusi, Mukanaima, he who works by night, sent great waters. A man was saved in a dugout. The Paraguayan Guayaki, a few in a few palm trees. The Nawas, the sign of the first sun is for water. Called water sun. Period. When everything was flooded under water, everything changed into dragonfly grubs. To the fathers it represented baptism, torrential waters of the flood. The birth of a new humanity, the immersion in water was into the preformal, a return to the undefined state of pre-existence, to the indistinct, dissolution of forms, and the re-emergence was to the formal, a new creation, a new life, a new man. Death and birth. When we submerge the head in water it is like in a grave, when we come out, we are the new man, lust rations, ritual baths. Truly, truly I say unto you, whoever is not born of water. Escobedo Mejia Sanchez baptizing his son Escobedo with Angelito, Father Angel, and me Godfather. Your painful birth, Escobedo, like that of wheat, which truly truly I say unto you in order to be born has to die. And you screamed, feeling your birth like a death. From the blind cosmos where you were warm and comfortable you emerged to fall into another cosmos. And you didn't want to. Free foetus, happy as a fish, in the amniotic liquid, you floated without shorelines, unbound by limits, but as you grow you find yourself to be hemmed in, the vast ocean now a cramped cave where you brush against walls that rebuff you, the body tucks itself in best it can, curls up, makes itself cozy, in the waves that rock it to and fro, more and more, no longer swimming in calm waters, the last month the month of strongest tides, the waves tempestuous. Now, drowning you, thrusting you deeper down, terrified you curl up tighter, the water tosses you where to, into the mouth of death, where there's no more water, no more cave, only emptiness, chaos, nothing, the cold of the outside, you have emerged into the light. You are free. But no longer like a fish. Still coiled, curled up, eyes closed, longing to return to the blind depths whence you came. But these will not be your last tears nor your last death because there are more births. All growth is painful, because growth is birth and therefore death, and therefore tears. You will learn also that all death is birth, and that man has to be born over and over until he is complete man. And you will leave this cosmos to be born into another. The whole of creation is in labor through us. That's why it cries out. But the firstborn has been bomb. The first among many brothers. Take heart then, Escobedo, keep on being bomb. Unless the grain dies. Also waves those of the wheatfields. Aboard the Solentinaim, in a storm, heading for Solentinaim, Black Lake. Black sky. In the darkness only the gleam of the huge white breakers. Ometepe's way behind us and we don't know just where we are. A tiny light hovering over the waves, firefly it can't be. Tiny light over the waves. Could it be another launch in the squall lost like us or could it be a port? Donald and Elvis. Boys, this is an interesting question. So you, why are you sacred? How we should view the pail you used, Donald, every morning for milking. You could milk and write a poem about your milking, too. The calf attaches its ugly snout frantically caressing the teats. By the way, coincidence there where you used to milk. The Donald Guevara School is being constructed for the training of peasant leaders. And your guitar, Elvis, is in the Elvis Chavarria Library in Managua, opposite a market, where the market children read. I remember that streak in you, your love of children, and mainly for them you joined the Frente, malnutrition, infant mortality, and you died mainly for them. Now there are two white boats which ply the lake, the Donald Guevara and the Elvis Chavarria. Just as now in Solentiname we also have Donald Guevara Island and Elvis Chavarria Island. We kept the green nylon cords for a museum. Seeing them made my flesh creep, cords used to tie your hands behind your back, and like that you were buried murdered by the Guardia on a Somoza estate close to Rio Frio. You can tell the cords apart because one loop is tighter and the other looser, and Elvis had a broader pair of hands. When I saw the disinterred bones of both of you I remembered you Donald saying in Mass in Solentiname that the resurrection was not bones coming out of graves but the survival of consciousness in others. You'd earlier read one of the Frente's leaflets for those aspiring to be militant which spelled out all that could happen to a militant: imprisoned, hooded, beaten, castrated, eyes gouged out, buried alive, burned alive. But you shouldn't talk. And the more you talked the more they tortured you. Donald, we'd like to have your boat which you so loved not to set it sailing but so that no one would touch it. I remember Elvis the night you came back drunk unknown to us and you went up to lie down in the hut loft and a liquid was dripping onto the desk where I was writing my poetry. Now to us that vomit has become sacred. Saint Teresa of Lisieux at the age of 13, she wasn't called that then, kissed the sands of the Colosseum in Rome. Though it appears they died not in the Colosseum but in the Maximus Circus. There are convents where, since they must live off something, the nuns live from the sale of relics: a thread from St. John Bosco's cassock, a pinch of dust from a tiny bone of St. Carolampius. So too the revolution has its relics and martyrs. Felipe's peasant voice stored on a cassette is also sacred. The third of the three large islands is the Felipe Pefta. Donald, Elvis, and Felipe who died without a grave, your saints now like that saint who left the seminary and said that we should all live like the saints. Let no bigot, be he the Archbishop of Managua, come and deny to us that you're alive, though he may not believe it, and that furthermore you are sacred. Please God I might one day be sacred like you. For all eternity everything about you has been recorded down to the least shout as you played football. Lake Nicaragua reflecting the sky is all yours. The sky reflected in the waters is yours. While the Elvis Chavarria comes and the Donald Guevara goes. To continue the journey. And that one fuck of a trip. The phone call out of the blue from Managua to the farthest corner of the Antilles. Echo Beto, Laureano's dead. On the Trinidad Barbados Jamaica Havana Managua flight gazing at the sea, and more sea, I could think of nothing else. Since we've come into the world sentenced to death, best thing is to die a hero and martyr as you died. Of course it would have been better had you never died, provided your wife and your children and your friends and the whole world were never to die. When I baptized him at the age of 20 in Solentiname because he wanted to change from the alienated Protestantism of those parts to our revolutionary Christianity, he wanted no godfather nor godmother. The whole peasant youth club were godparents to him. Above all, his obsession with the revolution. Fascinated by Marxism but unwilling to read up on it. Highly intelligent, but unwilling to train his mind. The most foul-mouthed person I've ever known. But the one who uttered swear words with the greatest purity. Once commenting on the gospel in Mass. Those wise men really screwed up calling on Herod. Or, on the Most Holy Trinity, his summary. The three buggers are only one. The night he confessed to me by the calm of the lake. I don't believe in God anymore nor in any of those shits. I do believe in God, but to me God's man. Yet he always wanted to be my server in the Mass. Nobody could take that job from him. His most frequent expression, I couldn't give a fuck. My son and brother Laureano, unruly and affectionate son like any son with his father, and besides, since I wasn't your real father. You were above all my brother quite a lot younger in years, but above all Compavtero, you prefer that word, don't you? The one you loved most after the word revolution. Compavtero Subcomandante Laureano, Chief of the Frontier Guards, I say together with you, that we couldn't give a fuck about death. I didn't want to do this passage. But you'd say to me in that poetic language of yours from those masses later translated into so many languages, even Japanese, some job translating you, son of a bitch poet, tell those fuckers my Compavteros in Solentiname that the counter-revolutionaries killed me, the sons of fucking bitches, but I couldn't give a fuck. Like Lionel's surrender your mother. You were always telling me you wanted to join the guerrillas. And me, with your lack of discipline they'll shoot you. Until your dream came true with the assault on San Carlos. We're really going to fuck those fuckers. The bullets the Guardia sent your way. And your account after, PAF, Paffle, holy fuck. I felt I was a dead one there. Troublemaker, reveler, womanizer, bursting with life yet unafraid of death. Shortly before you died you'd told me calmly in Managua. It's one fuck of a mess up there. Any day I could die in an ambush. You haven't ceased to exist. You've always existed and will always exist, not just in this one, in all the universes. But it's true, once you were alive, you thought, you loved. And now you're dead. It's being like, let's say, the earth, or stone, which is the same. Hard stone because it feels nothing at all. But no, hard stone, not a bit of it. Yes, you do feel, beyond the speed of light at the end of space, which is time, absolutely conscious, within the very much living consciousness of all that exists. Laureano Merna present. The fucking plane running further behind at every stopover. Night had already set right in over the sea. Couldn't get it out of my mind. I'd like to die like you, brother Laureano, and send a message down from what we call heaven. My fucking old Solentiname brothers, I never gave a fuck about death. Alejandro, flying in a light aircraft over Laureano's grave in Solentiname, and having earlier seen the white flecks of foam, saw the circle of white stones on his grave and thought, he says in a poem, that if he were to crash in that plane within minutes the circle of white foam would disappear. Midway between the unpredictability of matter and the unpredictability of God, said Dyson. Or might it not be the same unpredictability? Or Marty again, to die is the same as to live, and better if you've already achieved what you had to. XXX22. If I'm on this shore of the lake the waves come in this way, if you're on the opposite shore the waves go that way. Have you seen this spot of the lake, some hole in the center from which all the waves emerge and go to their different shores? Out in the lake the waves seem wild as they come and go. They dance wildly. But around the lake is the shore, and it's a single shore, all of it the same there as here, and the water doesn't move but merely the wave, which runs equally this way or that way, and thus every wave will find its shore where alone, without any water, it will kiss it. Canticle 36. The grave of the gorilla. In the beginning. To the question what was there before the beginning, it may be replied that nothing, but that nothingness is unstable. Creation from nothing seems to violate the laws of the conservation of energy. Evening came and morning came, the first day. In the beginning the Spirit of God hovered over the radiation. God said, "Let there be light." And the subatomic particles began to light up in the sea of radiation. A second after the beginning the creation of matter ceased. Protons, electrons, and neutrons danced in the light. A million years later electrons and nuclei embraced and atoms were born. The universe was very light, only hydrogen and helium. Evening came and morning came, the second day. He was not visible but spoke with them, the pygmies. Paradise was the forest. All the animals were friends. He ceased to live with them, he went down river. And this is the oldest tale in Africa according to Ski Besta. At the beginning he was with them, the pygmies. In a hut. Arms with gleaming bracelets. It so happened they were forbidden to eat the fruit of the tahu tree. A pregnant woman ate it. One night he headed off downriver. And they never saw him again. We scour the galaxy for technological civilizations. But what if they self-destruct the moment they become technological? Or astronomers like the Maya with no technology, set among the lugubrious structures of the black holes. Only the soft whispers of radio static have been heard, or maybe it's a plane flying overhead. Perhaps they are messages arriving at the speed of light, but from dead civilizations, the ancient star now a black hole where gravity entombed the light. Possibly no other blue beaches, palm trees, loves within a radius of 1,000 light years. 100 million years ago flowers appeared. The third of the planets around the Sun was the Garden of Eden. Man was entrusted with its cultivation and ecological care and growth and natural selection. In the beginning was chaos, instability, inflation, and radiation. 20,000 million years later a herd recently descended from the trees, on the wide open plains, gazing at the stars' wonders. According to the Urindi, in the beginning he dwelt amongst mankind in a village. But they tried to kill him and he withdrew. The Yagwa dwelt among tapirs and wild pigs in the heavens. They didn't hide themselves in the jungle as now they do. Likewise the Arhuacos, wild animals in the beginning, lived among the Indians in perfect harmony. Or the story that animals used to converse with people, Caribbean linguistic family, before they had fire. There was only fire in the hut of God. Beyond particles of matter, particles of life, and particles of thought, or people. And then what? Life emerged from matter, and from life thought, or people. And then? Perhaps one day there'll be no matter, only life, matter converted into life, eternal life throughout the universe, in this and in all possible universes. Those who believe nothing's possible except for what has always been, as though the astronomical immensities hadn't until recently been discovered, and given such discoveries, Chardin asks, could the universe come to an end in any other way which was not in the immeasurable? Or, so it goes in Nigeria, the heavens used to touch the earth, and God used to replenish man's gourds. He went off afar, as he is today. Or there was a liana linking heaven and earth till it was severed. The Jaga consider themselves punished for eating the fruit of the mringa tree which was forbidden. The Kuta tell that they ate the Isuva fruit, forbidden. The Makwiratar, a stolen fruit, which was the Yaka. But the Luba talk of some bananas. At the beginning solely applied to thermal machines. The second law of thermodynamics. Yet the fact is that all beings are obliged to yield to the second law. No technology will impede the inevitable destiny. Unless it is something greater beyond technology. Technology would always be economy, money or power. Power thus against the restrictions of the physical laws? When finally the sun begins to turn into a red sunflower. How to move to another star system? When many other stars are also burning out. Unless in the final stages of cosmic evolution gravity is no longer this gravity, gravity is love. The stillness of the nights. In our galaxy which travels faster than a bullet. Silence of those worlds which terrified Pascal. Firmament of immutable stars moving at over 100 kilometers per second. Where is the Milky Way headed? With a radius of 100,000 light-years and 100,000 million stars. Stars that are almost entirely hydrogen. 100,000 million suns almost entirely hydrogen. Andromeda to the naked eye like a murky stain of light 2.5 million light-years away. And the most powerful telescopes detecting galaxies 10,000 million light-years away crammed together like protozoa. A business manager would reject any natural process as inefficient and wasteful. In photos they appear like grains of sand on the beach. Plus all the quantity of matter we're unable to see, dark, or transparent, or undetectable. A galaxy is a detail and 1,000 million years a brief period. Being a part of something greater therein the entire history of the cosmos is condensed. His concept of the universe is such, Einstein used to say, that death to him seems insignificant. We have reached the point now of being conscious matter. But what other evolution lies way beyond consciousness? What existence without matter and life no longer biological? Even now a door of the universe remains closed which one day will be open to us. To have loved once upon the earth will be sufficient to exist forever. We still preserve so much of bacterial movement. The salinity of our blood the same as the seas. And how can we call ourselves separate individuals? Is the oxygen molecule alive in the cell but not in the air? Animate and inanimate matter, the mystery is the same. A plant's intelligence, is it within it or outside? When a child eats cornflakes, Sagan says, the child doesn't become cornflakes but cornflakes become child. That, precisely, is life, not a mathematical opposition, alas, to entropy. Biology does not violate the second law, the implacable second law of thermodynamics. Order emerged from disorder, and from order greater order emerges. Yet the living being's order feeds upon disorder, and shit's a greater disorder, shit, and only death is a greater disorder than his shit. Which reminds me of Verlaine, drunk, saying to Ruppound N in the Café de Harcourt, Logolwar, merde el. Merde, encore. Pounding the marble tabletop. We eat animals that eat plants, plants that eat sunlight, in which we do not differ from non-living beings. But from birds, birds are born and not sponges, nor sponges from rocks. And now the direction of evolution. Panada. Pan yourself, who led choruses, runs contrary to perishable matter. It will need to transcend space-time, that's to say, an extraplanetary solution. Anti-entropy. The galaxies would be indefinitely dispersed, this could be in some trillions of years, but nobody would like that. Is nature so malevolent that it has made us harbor false hopes? He is subtle, but without malice, said Einstein. If we have appeared asking questions, can it be that the intention is that we shouldn't all end up in a black hole? Our process has been from greater to greater improbability. The winds and the waves come from the light of the sun. Every movement on the planet caused by imbalances in solar radiation, snow melting, rivers which run down to the sea, heartbeats, and even biological death. But at the end of the day, what? A universe with no discernible finality, an immense meaningless accident? To know how the stable universe became unstable. If equilibrium was a reality one day, how did it come to be divine disequilibrium? Because total death is eternal equilibrium and nothing more. The step from death to life is this cosmic instability through the production of stellar light. The universe is light. Islands of light in cold space. Or energy. Jesus, the light of the world. He who redeemed us from entropy. A supernova above Bethlehem, or Halley's Comet in the 12th B.C. And an empty grave. Hope of the oppressed and the dead. 374. Long before the Maya, Stela C. in Tres Zapotes, Veracruz, there is a date close to that of the birth of Christ, exactly year 31 BC, although the exact date of Christ's birth is unknown. Imprisoned, in a shit-awful state, the Baptist wondered whether perhaps another would have to be awaited. Every form is beautiful. Or everything is fire, Heraclitus. Even a pond with lilies is fire. The universe burning continually. And man burning. All light and heat. There are many things about this new fire outside his hut to the anthropologist that I could explain to you if you could understand them. Silesia, Westphalia, Bohemia. Bohemia, bonfires in the pastures and around them the dances, garlands back and forth between girls and boys through the flames. It's Walpurgis night. Hungary, the hills lit up with great bonfires. Picardy, through the vegetable gardens and fields under crop with torches exorcising the darnel and blight. Prussia, the uplands aglare as far as the eye can see. Castles of straw aflame on the hilltops above the highest beech woods. Westphalia, new fire, lighting up hilltop after hilltop. Swabia, summer solstice, couples leaping across the flames holding hands. Burning discs thrown across fields of flax. In Franconia, a straw figure, The Easter Judas. The whole of Auvergne lit up at nightfall, first Sunday of Lent. In Bavaria rolling lighted wheels downhill. Dancing with garlands of sagebrush and verbena. Firewood, from door to door, the young people in Provence, for the great fire of the night. Rustic dances in Lucerne around a fire tolling cowbells and setting sparkling wheels a-spin. Shepherds in Serbia with birch-bark torches through the stables and sheep folds. Wales, the new fire ushered out with 2 oak branches. In Normandy young men and women decked in flowers would light the huge bonfire to the gentle ringing of bells in the summer solstice, and through the fields was born the enormous communal loaf. Malta, fires lit in every village. The Tyrol, the mighty spruce aflame and ringed with dance, boys and girls with torches singing. The grain in the sieve and the plough in the land. Silesia. Straw figures burnt on the outskirts of town. Wheels of fire through the vineyards towards the Moselle River. Rhineland, dancing around the flames, leaping over the embers. Scotland, the glare reverberating on mountain lakes. Flocks passed through flames in Upper Bavaria. Torches through the apple and pear orchards. Singing. Lights on the move simulating will-o'-the-wisp fires, through meadows, over hills, descending valleys. Moravia, Saxony, Silesia, Rhineland. Walpurgis night. At Frankfurt Airport, the plane gingerly edges forward. On the runway, and picks up speed and lifts off. The clouds grey and pinkish, 4 in the afternoon in May, and a dense dark green wood where the immense airport ends. The airport buildings, there are several, are square, all their lines rectilinear, unlike the clouds and the wood, in cement, metal, glass, some parts cement-colored, others painted, the plane silvery grey, I don't know which metal, which metals, the runway asphalt, grey, aloft on a building in giant letters, Dornier. All this I see from my window aboard the Lufthansa flight taking off traveling from Frankfurt to Vienna, and I wonder, from a formless nature like those clouds and the wood, how did man manage to extract all those materials, cement, asphalt, metals, glass, paint, the lights on these planes switched on even though it's 4 in the afternoon, the force that moves this plane, the letters Dornier, the meaning of which escapes me, how did he do all this? These questions may seem foolish, but who answers them? Mathematicians should express it in symbols, give us the answer. They say that Faraday was less intelligible because he used less mathematics. A million years ago we were still pre-hominids. What does it matter if this is 20th or 19th century? Planetary motion, of planetary majesty. Or the question whether a mammal is more advanced than a rose. Certain scientists aren't sure. A girl and a rose? Or is evolution aimless? Humanity is the same gathering of particles that we've already seen, but in this case the gathering of conscious particles. And would it be scientific for us to be the goal of evolution and after us there'd be no more evolution? There is prehistory. Is our humanity static? Our irrational demand, irrational, that life should be eternal? Or a survival of life? Or super-life? Whatever you care to call it, comrade. Something in the cosmos escapes entropy, wrote Chardin, and it does so increasingly. Until all of us become the equivalent of one person. So many improbabilities the universe has thrown up. He is the light that illuminates the electrons of any man who enters this world. All is fire, Heraclitus. And the new fire? He has said that he came to bring fire upon the earth, with this variant in the Gospel of Thomas. And behold, I watch over it until it is in flames. And perhaps the sun already turning into the red sunflower? There'll be no trumpet, said Sandino. The final judgment will be the destruction of injustice on the earth. The trumpets that will be heard will be the clarions of war, with the hymns of freedom of the oppressed peoples against the injustice of the oppressors. And so the Gospel of Thomas after the fire passage continues. The days you were devouring what was dead, you were making it alive, when you enter into the light, what will you do? The day you became one, you made yourselves two, but having made yourselves two, what will you do? Pericles tells the Athenians, possibly during the Cold War with Sparta, that we cannot see the gods yet believe them to be immortal through the worship we give them and the favors we receive, and that the same goes for those who have died for their people. At the grave of the gorilla, I think of your body which has been decomposing under the earth, becoming soft earth, humus once again, together with the humus of all the other human beings that have existed and will exist on the tiny globe of the world, all of us together producing fertile earth on planet Earth. And when cosmonauts gaze at this blue and pink globe in the black night, what they are gazing at, from afar, is your luminous grave, your grave and the grave of everyone. And when extraterrestrials from somewhere gaze at this point of light of the earth, they are gazing at your grave. And one day it will be all grave, silent grave, and then there'll be no more living beings on the planet, Compifiero. And after we decompose further, we will fly, atoms in the cosmos. And perhaps matter is eternal, brother, with no beginning nor end, or has an end and recommences each time. Your love indeed had a beginning but has no end. And your atoms which were in the Nicaraguan soil, your amorous atoms, which gave their life for love, you'll see, will be light. I imagine your particles in the cosmic vastness like posters, like living placards. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. What I do know is that your name will never be forgotten, and eternally they will cry, present. Cosmos as communion. In the beginning was chaos. Chaos was only the first instant of the great explosion. Thereafter everything became law in the universe. Its creation was the momentary suspension of the physical laws. A chaos in which something appeared from nothing. In the beginning was chaos, Assyrio-Babylonian Genesis, when the heavens still had no name. How did a chaotic universe transform itself into a structured one? Through telescopes and particle accelerators we see the same reality. The atom not only sings but sings in tune with the stars. And the simplicity and informality of the universe, 99% of it hydrogen and helium and the remainder impurities. Hydrogen and helium, the two simplest atoms. And like seeds in a freshly plowed field, the basic molecules, it's said, are scattered throughout the blackness of space. Made from the remains of stars that exploded, and later we will be part of other stars and planets. In the Garden of Tehran, I think of the young people who died in the Iranian Revolution and those who are dying in Nicaragua's. They will live forever. Their particles will be eternal. And their consciousness is now in the consciousness of the universe. According to thermodynamics, no energy is lost in the universe, so will the spirit be lost? The evolution of love is irreversible. In the garden of the palace of Badiar, the ex-prime minister, meteors impact on the moon and pieces of moon cascade to earth. So that the earth is full of moon. The first iron worked by man was iron fallen from the sky as meteors. They saw a colored arc in the clouds, and from there they invented the bow and arrow and later the lyre. Pythagoras discovered that all things are number. If a string is twice the length of another, the tone is an octave lower. Halley's comet perhaps now in Jupiter's orbit. And you, dear girl, composed from all the elements of a comet. On the other hand, there also exists the imperceptible psyche of particles. We are witnessing in these days the dematerialization of radiation. The process of personalization of the universe. What has united us all, Chardin discovered in the 20th century, is that the earth is round. And by the way, the butterfly effect which physicists now speak of, the air stirred by the wings of a butterfly in Peking may turn into a storm in New York. With Copernicus we were one planet among others. With Newton the sun only one more star. Hubble, the sky full of Milky Ways. And now what else? Applied sciences create reforms, the pure ones, revolutions. Said the discoverer of the electron. In the early days of the theory of relativity it was proposed to call it not of relativity but of the absolute. Light travels in grains but behaves like waves. Which is metaphor. But we cannot speak of light except in metaphors. We see the sun rise and set, simply, because the earth rotates on its axis, but mornings are joyful and twilights melancholy. Reflection in a Tehran garden. The night is what permits us to peer into the infinite. The night our shadow, the Earth's cone of shade in the sea of solar light. And what do we see? Not a faint diffuse glow but bright glints set amid vast lightless voids. The universe then is not uniform. Due to the fluctuations of the inconstant virtual particles it is not so. Irregularities which had their beginning on a sub-microscopic scale attained in the expansion these cosmic proportions. From the microcosmos the macrocosmos was born. Our galaxy and the other sister galaxies. We tend to have greater admiration for what is over our heads, said Descartes. The majority of them having a planet with life, it's supposed. The moon was not a perfect sphere Galileo saw, but irregular, imperfect like the earth, with valleys and mountains. On Fraunhofer's grave is written, approximavit sidera. He brought the stars closer to us. And already from the 14 Meister Eckhart to his friars in the refectory, during the collation, evening meal. The earth cannot escape from the sky. The extraterrestrials, just how strange will they be? Can they be anything other than like us? Space and time we have in common. Won't the extraterrestrials be as terrestrial as us? Certainly they'll have an economy. They may also have their own crucified man. I was sailing with Thiago de Mello in the Amazon, the water beside the boat the color of smoked glass, and beyond the jungle silhouette where the waters ended the moon rose. In contrast to the grey and desolate dusty moon the earth is an enchanted garden of flower and song. The sea of tranquility, the sea of storms, the lake of dreams, are nothing but deserts of dust. All the infinite forms of beautiful life on earth, spider, jaguar, or Greta Garbo, are nothing but ordered forms of 20 amino acids. Spider, bear no spite. Manure on the grass, foul-smelling, but the insect it attracts, mother of pearl, iridescent, its melodious flight a gleaming thread. 8 minutes it takes the photon from the sun to the flushed rosebud. Salute the sun, spider, bear no spite. If from a single celled organism, dating thousands of millions of years back, we all come. Today we swap words at the speed of light. Electromagnetic waves of the beloved's voice on the phone. And if the universe should manage to become a single universal being? From the entropic explosion of the stars we've been born. And it's a matter of triumphing over entropy. An organic unity of souls. Myriads of thought particles which will be a single thought on a sidereal scale. What colors will they see? Will they talk or sing? What religion or religions will they profess, or could it be something we'd not recognize as religion? The heron casually descends on the lake, in a Solentiname islet, quickly snatches a sardine, hastens to place it crosswise iridescent into the beak of the heron chick. And this is an analogy of the universe. This is, I would say, like cosmology in miniature. Biology, which in reality is physics under the guise of chemistry. To triumph over entropy. Let the pupil observe that there are dark lines in the sun's spectrum which coincide with those of iron. This means that in the sun there's iron. Or rather its gaseous exterior has iron vapors which absorb light in lines which to us appear black. The same that beats in our blood. A lamp swaying in the penumbra of the cathedral in Pisa with the same regularity as pulsating blood, and Galileo gazing at that pendulum as a child, perhaps praying, the lamp of the most blessed sacrament, back and forth. As the sea transferred to land with us, and solved the common denominator of blood, sweat, and tears. And as the earth trapped sunlight and made of it trees, green life charged with solar energy, life which is light stored. The green turtle of the Mosquito Keys grazing on sun-drenched submarine pastures, its succulent flesh, in the food chain, only a link away from the sun. As for what he knew of the immortality of the soul? The entire earth is a single soul, said the cacique. From an inanimate planet all this life born. Thanks solely to solar radiation not being erratic. Light which comes from the heart of the sun makes the bird sing. Guatemalan writes to awaken the moon, so that the sun will step forth the first day of the year. Or as the Omaha when a child is born invoke sun, stars, hills, rivers, trees, insects. And the Tarahumara, their dances learned, they say, from animals. The dance of the turkey, of the deer, etc. Dances which the animals perform for God. They merely imitate those movements, they say, praying with dance and the calabash. And in San Ildefonso, USA, we sing so that the maize will ripen. In reality all children of the same primordial protoplasm. The unity we fail to see because of an optical illusion. The same moon which rises on the horizon at dusk sets for others in that instant on the same horizon. Newton understood that the law of falling apples applied equally to the moon not falling. Now the atom is not a billiard ball but music and dance. God commands all things to sing, says the Dakota song. Say it. Say it outside. Drums are the cosmic rhythm, wind instruments the human spirit, intelligence the strings. Church has been around since the creation of man according to Origen. In this manner this was revealed to the Panamanian Kuna. God has left us here on the earth like a single person. We still don't know what we are. The whole range of beings, from atoms to stars, we are incomplete. We're not ourselves until we are celestially. What are we? A compaftero, in a city, in a country, on a planet, in a star system, in a galaxy. Fear of union. To lose ourselves individually. But there's no human liberation without nature. Which does not imply the liberation of all creatures. The cosmos as though in maternity screaming in labor. Humanity is still multiple. We save ourselves all or nobody. The universe is one. One in which we all are. Friends, we save ourselves all or none. The diamond-colored diatom, microscopists attest to its beauty, is eaten by the copepod, and the copepod by the herring, and the herring by the squid, and the squid by the perch, and the perch dies and its detritus fertilizes the diatom. Berlin is built upon a substratum of diatoms 23 meters thick. The sea cradle of life. And since then life is born from life, and life lives, through death, on life. Or all the cosmos as communion. The hummingbird wouldn't exist without the flower nor without the hummingbird the flower's nectar. The kingdom of heaven is like a wedding banquet which a king, the flame tree I planted in Solentiname is this morning all scarlet, and the ground beneath it, scarlet like a Persian carpet, and the branches all thick with blossom as if none had fallen to the ground. And I heard a sound above me like a tiny helicopter. The helicopter was a colibri dew-colored with iridescent rays of sunlight, the wings merely transparent shadow, the beak a wire, longer than its body. Doesn't it get in their way when they sleep? Drunk on nectar, changing flower at each instant avidly, some it penetrates and others not, from side to side like a jaywalker. Just as I in Paris would enter the boulevard bars and cafes. It settled briefly on a branch, gorged on the blossom and flew off. Our other part of the eye which is all matter. My kingdom is not of this world, in the praetorium, wasn't meant in a strictly astronomical sense. The union of the multiple and the one, in the orchestra for example, or in my body. The union which differentiates. A union we've been working on since the Neolithic. And how can all of me die if I am one united with the all? If evolution has been towards more personalization, could its end really be total impersonalization? He preached nothing else but the kingdom of heaven, and not that it's coming but that it's close. Or on the contrary, the concentration of all personalization. Because our work, what we achieved, if something we did achieve, survives. But, and us what? The general consciousness. And conscious beings. Would we be forever conscious of no longer being? It cannot be, that there should remain of us merely the shadow or the shadow of a shadow in the memory of other shadows. Our dreams, memories of millions of years' existence. And whoever you are, or however important you are, you have millions of ancestors, the majority of them slaves or poor, they're always the majority, and they're alive in your genes and the genes of the rest of the people, that great majority. Every species when it acquires its definitive form tends to unite, to associate, to become socialized. But if we're left with nothing but total annihilation, the human species would go on strike. I read that electrons do not travel indiscriminately to the right and left but prefer the left. And, I read, Yang and Li were right, the universe would appear to be leftist. Only now have we seen the depths of matter. And we never knew matter would be so beautiful. Why don't today's poets talk to us about it, said Feynman. About today's science. And I say, and about the heavens. The entire universe is life. Life divided qualitatively and spread quantitatively. The immensity of space and time which we call universe. Accident or design. When physicists use the word fictitious, they don't mean imaginary. Chaos has now begun to unite all kinds of study. In the purest diamond there are hundreds of billions of impurities. A little drop of petrol which a car left on a muddy puddle is lit up with the whole rainbow, the same as a colibri or a peacock or the dew, and the principles the same. But the colors of the rainbow are always in the same order. Sister light. Also the electron has psychic properties. And like pearls reflecting pearls, each thing is itself and the other things. Science must rebuild itself again, Schrödinger has said. Since the universe looks the same from any galactic conglomerate. Since the formation of planets seems as normal as childbirth. Could they be blue? The atmosphere, the water, the distances, blue like ours. How many inhabited celestial bodies are there in the cosmos? We know only that we are or were one day on this celestial body. In a universe for the most part hostile to life. Surrounded by ashen stars and black holes with their motionless time. Reagan, who's almost like a parrot that repeats what's said to it. I say almost like a parrot because he's not strictly a parrot, he has ideas, but a few tiny, fixed ideas. And who'd be surprised that the Central Intelligence Agency should be keenly interested in studying the new scientific revolution of this 80s decade, the so-called science of chaos. Naturally not for the order which emerges from the chaos, but to create more chaos in the chaos. Space is an open field in all directions, and time is a train which speeds through it in a single direction. But if time goes from past to future only, and it's from past to future that life elapses, and the direction of evolution is only towards the future, might it be that someone awaits us in the most remote future? He does not play dice, said Einstein. Neither a pilotless spaceship wildly orbiting the sun. In the most remote future or eternity. The principle of all movements to Plato. Moving the universe like a lover his beloved, said Aristotle. Towards where the telescopes are raised on the earth. Until the last blade of grass enters nirvana. Saint Clement of Alexandria had seen the interrelations through the effect on mollusks of the phases of the moon. Annually the marriage of heaven and earth. The feast of the first ears of wheat, with unleavened bread, later came to be Passover, and later body of Christ. Also the Seminoles' dance of the fresh corn and the ceremonies of the new yam on the banks of the Niger are Eucharists. Solstices, harvests, grape gathering. Catholic liturgy had the cosmic rhythm. The rains, the seasons, alluding St. Paul to the ancient cosmic religion. The semen of the sky scattered over the earth. The joys of the solstices. The ripe wheat, and the wine good now for drinking, and the pruned vines. Those in communion with Bacchus were called Bacchae. And in autumn the Paeanopsias. My Lord has died. Tammuz has died. The sad flute. The remaining characters obliterated. Offering maize, the hope he offer their bodies because maize is transformed in their bodies, and to the creator of maize their bodies give thanks, Eucharist. Later Catholic communion lost its nutritional value. The Council of Laodicea, in 363, banned the agapes. A transubstantiation without proteins. While the question of transubstantiation of wine into blood spilt so much blood. A long time now since food was given in the churches. With the platitude that heaven is more important than the earth. The preparations were at the full moon, and at the waning moon the celebration. I'm thirsty. I'm dying of thirst. Whispered in the night. In autumn at the sowing of the new wheat in Attica. The Lampidephoria, dances in the night with torches. The stars also formed part of the dance and the waves on which the torches flickered. The maidens suddenly without veils before the light and the torches also reflected on them. It was Demeter with her torch scouring the world for her daughter, and the cry was heard of the girl calling out to her mother. Goddess of the great loaves. She who taught men agriculture. After, the Hierophant displayed the cut ear of wheat. It was said that the first wheat was cultivated in Eleusis. The golden wheat fields where Persephone returned to the light each year. Wheat returned from the grave. In the dark, by the light of torches, on autumn nights. Unless the grain of wheat dies, the ripe grain was death, says Fraser. The final sheaf is called the dead one, and children were warned not to venture into the wheat fields because death is in the crop. Christ became grain. Analogy of grain and death, and also grain and resurrection. In the darkness of the night, in temples or caves. For those who contemplated the ear of wheat, a lesson on how through death life is produced. Recurrence of the cycle of seasons, of harvests, life. The Eleusinian plain would be covered in wheatfields each year, through which Persephone passed like the wind gathering poppies. Roots sunk deep into proto-history, says Iliad. The most perfect mystery of Eleusis, says Hippolytus, was the silent exposition of the wheat ear, the supreme revelation, and then fearlessly you could face death. The initiate's catchphrase was, "Not to know, but to suffer to die is to be initiated," said Plato, and they'd cry out with their eyes raised to heaven. Proclus tells sky, rain, earth, conceive. Those who are initiated in the mysteries understand what I am saying, St. John Chrysostom in a homily on the Eucharist. The initiated already know what this means. In another homily, the initiated know already what I mean, idem, and what bread and what chalice are these? They welcomed slaves and foreigners. Cicero, the most grandiose thing Athens has created. 22 kilometers outside Athens. The plain where the golden-tressed goddess gave wheatfields to the world. Now chimneys, refineries, cement works, petrochemicals, the sea of initiations, shipyards, opposite Salamina darkened by sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide. In the half-light, the meeting is clandestine. Laughing girls circulate between the small tables bringing the olives, the sardines. Irene pours the wine. There are few of us, one glass for every mouth, one huge loaf for all, one song on everyone's lips, the same song and the same glass. We men kiss each other, the women kiss. A slave is among us, Erastus is there, the city treasurer, the ex-rabbi Crispus Titius Justus the multimillionaire is there. Wheat scattered in the fields brought together in a loaf, dispersed in the barracks, the shop, the treadmill. We meet Saturday evening, separate grapes brought together in a wine. Irene passes back and forth. We chat lying back until midnight, beneath orange torches. What am I saying? Until daybreak Sunday. There is one we don't see, the one who presides, the executed man, crowned with vine shoots. Yes, we dine around a dead man. This is a funeral banquet. He celebrated it thus before he died, so as to unite us in his absence. Eat thus in memory of me, and he's alive in this wine. Day breaks. The lights of the feast grow pale. Farewell, Irene. And in the misty streets we go our ways, but we go united. How many faces together, something like 2,000 young people, thousands of blondes, undulating wheat, sun through the church windows setting the wheatfield ashine, undulating beneath the sway of the electronic music. I give them communion, with baskets of golden bread, and golden Rhine wine in paper glasses. So many grains of wheat together in one loaf, so many golden grapes in a single wine. And also all united in the song. So much song united, so many throats together in the words of the song. And all smiling, so many smiles together like a single smiling face. A face of 2,000 faces lit up by the sun through the church windows, something of the glory of resurrected bodies, I think. The face makes us human. Animals have no face. And they don't distinguish between our faces. The dog can differentiate millions of smells, not faces, but we distinguish infinite faces. Is this what's meant by in his image and likeness? This is the social being that God created in the beginning, I think, social and one, male and female he created him, all the faces together formed a single face of all and a single face of one. On the surface of the planet Dusseldorf ever closer to Salentiname. And the unity in the bidding prayers one, Lord. That in Nicaragua all their dreams may come true, and another prayed. May there be many Nicaraguas in the world. In radio contact with Salentiname, in Managua writing about this mass in Dusseldorf, I suddenly hear Nubia speak in Salentiname, and she signs off greetings to everyone there and good night, over and on the air the radio bore the Salentiname night with the Pocoyas Cuasilechuses that sing at night, no longer singing sadly as under Somoza fuck ed up, but we fuck ed him glow worms a sky at ground level, the lake color of moon under the moon, the repeated lapping of waves. On the shore over and over frogs on the jetty singing of love and the thrum of the power generator. The motor's about to be switched off. Good night, over. Canticle 38. Assaults on heaven from the earth. In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, Genesis says, although the earth 5 billion years after the heavens. Quarks. Quasars. In pre-scientific times they formulated, smaller than the germ of a grain of millet, bigger than all the worlds together. The same as that, more subtle than subtlety. And from the same recondite Sanskrit source, dwelling place of all in all dwelling. Unity and diversity, like a single moon in many ponds. And the faith also of atheists. Or so called. I will carry forth the faith you imbued in me, letter from El Che to Fidel. In rebellion in the heart of the mountains, but so as to bring it about in the heart of man. It matters little that certain terms are not understood, said Don Quixote, in time usage will work them in so that they'll easily be understood, and that's what enriching the language is. Like koinonia. Communism and communion are the same. The ugly cocktail, says Vargas Llosa, of politics and Christianity which he has brought into vogue, me, according to him. Like the step from the inorganic to life. It has to be understood. In a non-static universe. It has to be understood. 20 Indians from Mahapamba working on the road to Cajabamba, each with his maize and his mchika, no one eats his own, together in a poncho the shared lunch. The Indians of the Mahapamba commune happy around the poncho. 80% huge estates, unlike the common economy of the Mahapamba Indians. Its very basis in man's biological makeup. It has to be understood. Right from the earliest ones, gathered in groups around the fire, and around them the millions of galaxies. Faith in the invisible. Or the irreversible. That's the thing, boy. To adore God. Only in man. Since he's his only image. And that accounts for, he was always generous, said Inti El Che was always generous, he'd treat enemy soldiers without ill feeling, taking medicines away from his own people. The thrust of evolution. That's how it has to be understood. Father Teilhard de Chardin excluded no one from the church who believed in love. One single humanity, brothers. Each one in another. Evolution didn't stop with the individual person, it has yet to reach its limits. The discovery of the roundness is that the earth is in the heavens. Faith in the future. The invisible and the irreversible. I will carry forth the faith you imbued in me. Forces which reach us from the depths of the universe. This vast solidarity of all that exists in the totality of space and time. The lunar rhythm is the rhythm of the sea and the reproductive rhythm of the sea creatures. Flowering occurs through light. Through seasonal variations in light the plant breaks out in flowers instead of bundles of leaves. You will discover that your body was the whole universe, and the universe a single body with infinity of souls united. And in thousands of spiral nebulae, like us they are longing. Members of a group of 17 galaxies. All of them revolving like musical spinning tops. We don't know what the universe is. Nebulae and suns, the parabolas of comets, the intergalactic spaces, dead stars like worlds of coal. To Sandino the struggle was not only of this earth, other planets were also involved. Planets perhaps where the atmosphere is methane and the sky is green. Perhaps other types of biology with different chemical bases. The galaxy Virgo A comprises maybe 10 trillion stars. Only explicable by a love beyond measure. And all the astronomers in all those galaxies and poets too with cosmic canticles. Universe dwellers. Standing before my hut in Solentine I urinate gazing at the stars. The Earth from Mars must be luminous like Mars. And how beautiful we would see our galaxy from outside of it. From that flickering point of light, I sing to you, love, creator of the stars. What the Chinese call or used to call the heavens. He works without speaking. Without words he governs the sequence of the seasons. Absolutely no beggars, an extraordinary thing in an Asiatic country. And Western doctors have found no trace of venereal diseases completely gone. The revolution begun in the heart and which is conscious evolution. Science utopia. The great harmony Mao called it. The kingdom of heaven on the blue earth. An earth to make us hungry, a sky to sustain desires, without satiating them. 4 centuries with their wooden plows and suddenly with their hands they made steel, 5 centuries in 5 years, in 2 years, with spades and wheelbarrows the drainage or irrigation canals, 4 dams, fish farms, electricity, socialism without machines, with hands, 6 million peasants giving talks on the nature of soils, fertilizers, previously unable to read. A change in the heavens mandate. The biological need for association. Cells could get no bigger though they might have wished to. They would have tried for 3,000 million years in vain. Accumulation of a million independent cells didn't help much. This did little to improve the sponge and it remained a sponge. Accumulation of many cells in community. That was the revolution. With division of labor and so on. Until the body of Christ. We have unleashed the assault on all heavens, my friend Roque wrote shortly before his death. The fact is we die so that others may be born. Why others? That's evolution. Others better than us, and others better than those others. To what end? The fact is that that's the meaning of death. Evolution was our past, is our present, will be our future. All of it united in evolution. Evolved out of universal matter, with evolution not yet over. One day we will see in the dark. Roque Dalton. In unfinished poem. Heirs to the purest of chromosomes. The difference from animals. Changing reality. The reporter from the capitalist magazine couldn't help but observe that no team in the professional world could produce such impeccable positioning on a baseball diamond, the truly remarkable harmony of the Cuban team. Animal society is incapable of progress because the young always learn the same things, they're young, forever the same things. Incredible harmony, that cohesion of coordinated movement from the Cuban team. Not mere individuals but baseballers. Sports editor in Somoza's Nicaragua. Proclaim, the revolution is compassion, in Old Hebrew. Anzes. New housing, dairies, schools, hospitals. Revolution making itself singing. Posters like Cuban light itself. In 1959 Fidel spoke out like Deuteronomy, says Matthews, against usury, and all the banknotes in Cuba signed, "Che no capitals, I will carry forth the faith you imbued in me." Already on the threshold of liberation from the law of natural selection. It has to be understood in that light. The dawn still murky. The non-light scarcely dissolves. What we will see later. Harmonious structures without government. The evolution of love, an entire geological period. Republic of Heaven. He ordered the proclamation, "It is at hand," although it wasn't quite so. Which is why he was considered more subversive than Barabbas. It wasn't quite so. But, "I will carry forth the faith," farewell letter from El Che to Fidel. The old dream of a world without poor. With harmonious rains upon the meadows, creative work for the good of all. No one said that things were his only, all things for all, quoting whom? The primordial of basic necessities, love. And there was even rice in the airport almost up to the runway. The beautiful conic hats are for the women only. Children with books under their arms out in the paddy fields having returned from school. Hole after hole full of water bomb craters turned into peaceful ponds. Fish and ducks in the ponds. Paddy field after paddy field with their network of canals. Huge bridges destroyed now rebuilt. Land of much water and a smiling people. Streets jammed with cycles. Green bamboos and palm trees. And the peaceful ponds like this Vietnamese people. Lines of people, on the road, on the bridges. Balancing their 2 baskets. Baskets of rice. Or even of earth. During the war they carried messages in the tubes of cycles. Green billiard bays, young rice reaching to the horizon. People with baskets fetching water from one strip to another very quickly so as not to let it escape. It was March. Paddy fields, with rice seedlings. This is what we saw. Millions of human beings with hoes, with baskets, with bare hands, changing nature for the future society. Pithecanthropus, the first work tools, rudimentary work and society. First forms of work and society. Through work, from the Australopithecus to the Pithecanthropus. Evolution of the hands, brain, vocal cords through work. Through work, language. The song of the Pithecanthropus. Production made man, that is, social process, history, song. Until Las Casas said, Las Casas I believe. All the nations of the world are men. Like saying that the entire earth is the body of Christ. Or will be if it isn't. In the heaven of the future, as someone said. The grammar of those peoples makes no distinction between past and future. And in this whole affair food is a mystery. The great mystery. Inside a 30-inch sea bass which Bosco brought from his island a 6-inch sardine swallowed whole. Was this allegorical? The entire universe is allegorical. Functions, and the body is only one, Corinthians, functions, and not classes. A biological union is what will occur. Or is there another planet to emigrate to? We are not at the mercy of large numbers. I tell you. Since living organisms organized themselves we have cooperation, society. We will get there through evolution. Some form of final unity. There's no rational irrefutable proof. But that it's union. Where the factory stands was once swamp. Now there is an artificial lake and next to it an auditorium and dances. Boating pavilion. Theater groups. Is this the one who is to come or shall we await another? Without fangs, nor claws, nor defensive shell. He owes his progress to. Muller says. Astuteness and camaraderie. Astuteness and love. The serpent and the dove. His weapons are intelligence and attraction towards his own kind. Nothing can stop him from reaching the culmination of his evolution. The exploiter will become man. A handshake or a Hail Mary, country, or death, said Elche. Brother, day has broken. Look. Already we can see the Masaya volcano and its smoke rising out of the crater, and the green lagoon of Masaya, further off the deep blue Apoyo lagoon, the Sierras and the mountain ranges sky-colored, as far as the eye. The truth is, that our earth is the color of sky. Farther off, do you see, the Pacific, almost pure blue under the sky. The truth is we're in the sky and don't know it. Look, on the other side Lake Managua, and Momotombo close to the water like a triangle of lake raised up or a pyramid of sky. All this was there before but a dark night enveloped it, and it couldn't be seen. The night of temptations. Each one had his temptation. The temptation of the false dawn that can't yet have come. Lying in bed in the middle of the night it's daybreak. Daybreak has come now, Pancho Nicaragua, all is lit up around this hut. Earth and water. You can see it. And in that little house I hear singing. How happy and fresh the break of day. Canticle 39. The desired of nations. Of peoples. According to Plutarch, the oracle of Delphi was the depository of an ancient and secret prophecy, a birth. Son of Apollo would bring the kingdom of justice on earth. Also Tacitus, that in his time the belief was common that a savior of the world would come out of the east. Prophecies hung in the air. Prophecies that something was coming and, whatever it was, it would be from the east it came. Reason why the Eastern religions became fashionable. Down to the bread and water banquets of the Mithraic mysteries. For St. Augustine there were Christians from the beginning of the world. And Newman, it is not a paganism in Christianity but Christianity in paganism. The sowing of grain as a solemn funeral rite, says Fraser. In Boeotia, in November, the Pleiades departing, says Plutarch. If the grain of wheat does not fall into the earth and die, words which had a very ancient background. Then came sacrifices in the threshing floors to Demeter. The first bread with wheat recently threshed. O Osiris, firstborn among the dead. Isis screaming. Longings for Christ, says Guardini. Osiris, Apollo, Dionysius, etc. Tammuz was a shepherd. He a shepherd too. Perhaps of those other sheep that were not in his fold. With the blue lapis lazuli flute. The song in order for him to rise, Tammuz. Let the dead arise from their graves. The same as with the flute, the silent song on a Sumerian tablet, once again one open my eyes, once again I open my mouth, and the folk song sung by shepherds. Flower with roots pulled from the earth. Also the shepherd's pen. First only the shepherds in Arcadia venerated him. The caves of Arcadia consecrated to him. And an official cave at the foot of the Acropolis in Athens. The caves where the shepherds took shelter. Later through his name Pan, everything, became the god of the universe. Later a birth in a cave. And incidentally, Rubens, Bethlehem bound, the caravan passes Saint Jerome, lodger in that cave, speaks of the ancient cults. Around the year 4000 copper. Then bronze. In the Holocene, following the last ice age, the Mediterranean civilization, cereals and sheep with their milk and wool. Which brings us to Luke, 3:1, where, in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, Pontius Pilate being. And what Plutarch relates, that in the time of the Emperor Tiberius some Greek sailors were sailing through the Ionian Sea, and as they skirted the tiny island of Paxos, famed for its mysterious caves and olive groves, they heard a thunderous shout which proclaimed the great Pan has died. The shepherd was playing his syrinx, common reed which was Pan's flute, and sometimes panic descended upon the flock, the sheep suddenly scattering, mysteriously seized with terror, idolatry as a belief in mediation, A. Nicholson. Around that time the oracles fell silent. All the oracles everywhere. There having been so many. Which is why Plutarch wrote his book. About the oracles that have ceased and why. Plutarch pinpointed the decadence of Delphi. Despite the millionaire budgetary assignations of Hadrian. The conservative, colonialist oracle, who spoke the ambiguous language of bishops' conferences. Which explains Heraclitus. The god of Delphi neither reveals nor conceals. And what was it he said, the last thing said by Delphi? The message to Julian, the waters of the language have run dry. Worse. Now Athens will extract aluminium silicate according to the paper of a few days ago, 1987 AD. For the rich beds of bauxite, you know, an acid rain will fall on the nearby Parnassus, sulfur dioxide turned to sulfuric acid on the temple of Apollo, what's left of it, caustic soda flowing to the Castalia fountain. Eusebio of Caesarea tells that also around the time of Hadrian human sacrifices of expiation came to a halt everywhere. Already in clay in the library of Ashurbanipal it was prophesied the stain of slavery cleansed, the chain broken. Some Assyrian liberation theologian, and Eleusis is the same, Eleusis, the coming, Eleusis was that, the coming of God, Schelling. Until the final fulfillment of the myths. The throwing away in Greece of old garments and reception of the new year with dances, old man new man. St. Paul's dress oneself in the new man was not like now for old parrots in their pulpits. Greece's lamps all with the same light. Attis, the sacred green spring. The myths, the grain fields, were signs of the plenitude of the times. Proof was the cyclical birth of the sun and the seasons according to Theophilus of Alexandria. Is there not resurrection in the harvests? March 24, dies Sanguinis for the Romans. Lugubrious liturgy for the death of Attis. And that pagan Holy Week mentioned in Plutarch, the women in mourning for the death of Adonis, Alcibiades' fleet setting forth thus with bad omens. They used to flog a criminal annually in Athens so as to expiate the sins of the people. A possible act of alliance with the invisible criminal, quite likely revolutionary. Would explain Tacitus calling Jesus ignoble. In the scant reference he made to him. All the ignobles there been since then and had been before him it would appear. But the body of Attis in the earth did not decompose. His hairs like plants continued to grow. Following the newborn solstice sun in the misty winter nights growing shorter and days longer. To Lucilius, Seneca writes. A man adorned with divine perfections that one day will be given to us to contemplate, to whom we could say in the words of our Virgil. The Sibyls had announced a universal monarch, says Cicero. And later the Sibyls fell silent. Then it is that Virgil sings. Now the final age of the Sibyl of Cumas is at hand, the great series of new centuries now begins, the Virgin is returning, the kingdom of Saturn is returning, from the high heavens a new progeny is descending. Take care, Lucina, of this child, who will end the Iron Age and will bring forth the Golden Age throughout the world. The Sibyl. The Church likened her to the prophets. Test David cum Sibylla. Saint Augustine speaks of one in Eritrea who wrote very clearly of Christ, he will cut down the hills and raise up the valleys. The mountains will be levelled with the fields. And Heraclitus, who apparently did not believe in oracles, Heraclitus who said, fragment quoted by Plutarch, I consulted with myself, speaks of the Sibyl with delirious lips making herself heard for thousands of years thanks to the God that is in her. And the golden age of Saturn. Without wars, or money grubbing, or discord. Slavery and private property were unknown. Neither slavery nor private property. All possessions in common. God of the grape harvest and the peasants. He was expelled from heaven. In honor of Saturn slaves were set free for the Saturnalius, and the masters among friends cooked for each other blissful age and blissful centuries, those to which the ancients applied the name of golden. Another fragment of Heraclitus was that we live from the death of the gods. Barbarian wisdom and Greek wisdom, to Clement of Alexandria, saw the truth in certain rendings or crucifixions. Like Mirakovsky, Christianity is the truth of paganism. Christ in part known to Socrates, Saint Justin. And Plato prophesied the crucifixion in the Republic. The just man, as Plato saw him, held by the worst of men, without ever having committed the least injustice, will be scourged, tortured. Later they will crucify him, Republic, 2, Book 2, which Seneca translated, Extenda per patibulum manus. Or the archaic stone with Orpheus crucified. That stone on which Orpheus is crucified? Faked? Perhaps not. In any case, with this truth, Orpheus torn to shreds by the Maenades, figure of Christ, whom they called Bacchic Orpheus in the catacombs. The legitimate Orpheus for Clement of Alexandria. And on a chalice in Damascus, surrounded by vines like Dionysius. The fresh Orphic fountain. From the beyond. On the Orphic tablets. The Babylonian text where Tammuz is in the underground corral, the other sheep not in his fold. The seasons produce all things is in Heraclitus. What did he mean by that? Anniversary of the creation was spring for Philo of Alexandria. They had prophets according to Saint Augustine. They were Christians considered atheists, to Saint Justin. Paganism, which was then the true religion. Their revelation, the rain, the seasons. it would be out of the east he would come, and Suetonius as well, he of the ancient and persistent conviction throughout the Orient that Judea would provide leaders for the universe. And when King Astyages dreamed of that tree whose branches covered the whole of Asia. All these things, Lucullus, are hidden from us in dense fogs. Parmenides spoke of a road to salvation. Empedocles felt claustrophobia in the universe. He felt himself to be in a dark cavern. Cave. Cave. The Orphics always with their cave. Before the Gospels he was in the Gnosis. Under various guises. His parables archetypical symbols, king, father, water, fire, weddings, grain, wine, the light, and the shadows. Osiris knows the day in which he will cease to be. Book of the Dead. To Fraser, Osiris was the cereal that is born and dies. But isn't it rather the reverse, the cereal, Osiris? O beautiful adolescent, come. Chesterton is amused that Jupiter should symbolize the thunderbolt and not the thunderbolt Jupiter. Everything was one huge myth to Sallust, worthless in itself except for what it symbolized, the meaning, which conceals and reveals. Osiris dead and resurrected among the dead. In the time of the 18th dynasty those clay Osiris figures with seeds. Theban tomb, 1500 BC, with one, life-size, of barley and earth. The barley germinated in the earth 8 centimeters 35 centuries ago. Frequently represented raised up from his coffin. All mummies identified with him. His name on each mummy. In the great temple of Isis at Philae, that chamber with the corpse of Osiris germinating wheat and the inscription Osiris, he of the mysteries, who springs from the waters that return, the most pious of men. Said Herodotus. The whole mystery of Egypt, for Mirakovsky, the whole mystery of Egypt is being the shadow of the body of Christ. Saint Peter speaks of torchlight in a dark place. Darkness of the caverns of prehistoric man. And already in Neanderthal graves the dead facing eastwards. Like the mummies in the Andes turn towards the east. All those ragged Chibcha mummies towards the east. His name is East, the prophet Zechariah 6:12, he had exchanged the west for a new east, says Clement of Alexandria. In the west are the dead. There where Western and Christian civilization resides. But in Matthew it says, as a flash of lightning comes from the east and shows itself in the west. Western West Christendom. And for 20 centuries now in the Canticle of Lauds, almost 20 centuries, the monks, at the hour of lauds, save us from our enemies and from all who hate us. Bring light to those who lie in the darkness and the shadows of death, with the theme of the path of peace, etc. What the Orphics already asked for liberation from the sad and tired wheel. Or the broken tablet in the Ashurbanipal library in Nineveh asking for the coming of liberation, the theology of liberation. Isaiah's, awaited by the islands. Which islands? The islands are all of us. Solentiname also. Hi, Kai, in the Eleusinian mysteries they called out, Hi, Kai, let the rains come, may you conceive with eyes raised up to the sky according to Proclus, which signifies the marriage of the heavens and the earth according to Proclus. And the Church still says it in Advent. To him were directed all tears for Tammuz, who was like Osiris, a god that dies. Tammuz Adonis, the husband of the fields. With pious myths, said Xenophanes. And for him was the wait for the Saoshyant, future liberator, with the nectar of immortality, from the times of Zarathustra. The door locks were covered in dust, says a cuneiform text, in the mansion of the dead. Myths are for the time being, said Plato, conjectures, hopes, until a safer boat was available for the other shore. The Feast of the Flowers. This was in Greece in spring. When the vines were pruned and the wine ready to be drunk, the wheat ripe, the fields full of flowers. And what they were drinking, like gleaming blood in goblets, primitively they called it Dionysius. Demeter, Mater Dolorosa Tertullian saw the analogies. The women of Elis called out across the waves, Dionysius. So that he would arrive at his white temple by the sea. In the rites of Attis it was recited for centuries, muttering it Kimbanon, Kurnos, nuptial bed, as Clement of Alexandria relates. I slipped into the nuptial bed. Christians, from the beginning of the world to Augustine, although only later did they call themselves Christians. Was not Orpheus the first founder of monasteries? Or Fascioi, Heraclitus, Christian to Justin, or for Philo of Alexandria he took from the Bible the doctrine of contraries, which makes relevant the business of the cycle of seasons of Paul in the Areopagus. Cycles. Seasons. So that albeit gropingly they might find him. Feeling their way, in the darkness, stumbling. In the darkness. That constant terror of mankind. See Theophrastus. Fear, says Plutarch, fear of the sea, the earth, the sky, of darkness, of the light, of voices, of silence. The pain explained in the mysteries to the initiates as expiation for a very atrocious crime. Cicero, Anaximander's painful world, all things atoning for the injustice of each against the other. They said into the ear of the initiates in Eleusis, I am thirsty, am dying of thirst. They prophesied water. They asked for water. But the mysteries were not sufficient. Socrates had scorned Eleusis. Diogenes the hippie did not believe in the mysteries. It wasn't possible that a gangster initiate could be saved and Compafieros Epaminondas and Agesilaus should be condemned. The way to Hades, the Orphics were searching for. How not to lose oneself in the lands of the dead, is very complicated, said Plato. Since I know very little of the other world, said Socrates. That they should not listen to him but to the Logos, is another of Heraclitus's fragments. The mysterious Eclogue 4 announces that he already arrived. Erase the traces of our ancient crime, the earth liberated from its perpetual fear. The child will receive divine life. Will see the gods mingled with heroes, and he himself they will see in their midst, and he will rule the entire earth, at last brought to peace what Zeno the Stoic longed for, human beings compatriots. A human species without nations. The flock with the common law of a common pasture. Or as Diogenes exhibited his world citizenship, cosmopolita. Tyre, the Ethiopians, all born in Zion for the psalmist, the earth like a common city, which the Stoics wanted, says Cicero, common to the gods and to man. As Cicero also qualified mankind, by nature suited to cities. Marcus Aurelius, born for cooperation. He said, like one being the feet, another the eyelids, members, of the organism of rational beings. Members of Christ is the same. Or communism is the same. Seneca saw that clearly, to be members of a huge body. With no greater limits than God himself, said Seneca. Eyes obscured by your vision, Hermetic text, the division not between Greeks and barbarians for Eratos thence but between the good and the evil. Orpheus already sang, says Apollonius Rhodius, that the sky, earth, and sea were a single mass, and from that mixture of discords they were differentiated. Orpheus, whom Proclus called theologian. As Cleanthes sang. This universe which rotates in circles around the earth obeys you. Our souls, to Pliny, particles of the heavens. Plants rooted in the heavens to Plato. Thales likewise, pioneer of cosmology according to Heraclitus, the first to scrutinize the stars. Thales likewise, saw that everything was full of God. Gazing at the stars, says Aristotle, men believed in God. Such movement and order. Like watching from Mount Ida the advance of the Greek army. Kingdom of Saturn. Kingdom of heaven. Everything is full of God. The only phrase to come down to us from Thales. And it is the most sublime in philosophy to Plato. He said God or gods depending on the translation, better to say gods. Everything, he meant the familiar reality which surrounds, and also everything. The kingdom of heaven is like a woman with a jar of flour. In the middle of the present post-glacial period he was born. The desired of the myths, also in an Advent antiphon. The Apollo whom the shepherds in the woods implored for protection against the wolf. The flocks will have no fear, Eclogue 4. And referring to merchants. There will be no ships to exchange merchandise, Eclogue 4, O Muses of Sicily. The return to those times Empedocles pined for, in which there were no wars nor gods, with only love as king, before this age of hatred. Men of wisdom monotheists in ancient times according to Democritus. Eros, predating all the gods, Orphic doctrine in Aristophanes. Behold, I come to fulfill all the myths. They never existed, but always are, according to Sallust. O Muses of Sicily. Canticle 40. Flight and Love. In the beginning was the Tao. And the Tao was in God. And the Tao was God. And the Tao became flesh and dwelt amongst us. Translation of the Gospel into Chinese by Dr. Wu. According to dialectical materialism, matter never emerged, it has always existed. Not in the most minute particle can it be increased. No being disappears or emerges from nothing. There is no nothing. Nothing comes from nothing and nothing returns to nothing. Matter is immortal and eternal. But if the universe is eternal, life is eternal, and consciousness, eternal. A wedding of all male and female. All male and female with the all. For we are more than living organisms. Consciousness that doesn't die with the cells. Perhaps girt with bodies of hydrogen. Of consciousness dying we have no consciousness. The question, what will come after communism? As St. Paul says, 1 Cor. 15:19, if Christ didn't rise again. We're a bunch of pricks. Man's a process, an entity in gestation. Towards being each one two, and all one. It's in our genes. It's in the interest of our genes. Love is for survival. Without which a true revolutionary does not exist, said Che. Life is irreversible? Is love irreversible? The first cause of the universe, of matter expanding ever more and more, that's for the reader to determine. The equations don't spell it out. Our existence dependent upon so many coincidences that one might think of an author of the coincidences. The resurrection of energy and of life. If there is no other life, we're fucked. The girl's alone at this party. I'm waiting for you, companero. Come. At a tremendous distance from its island, the Caribbean green turtle, from the Mesozoic, finds its way back to copulate there, guided by the island's smell. From Brazil perhaps to its tiny island in the Lesser Antilles. Salmon by the smell of their native stream, and upriver, against the current, leaping onwards to where they were born, and where love calls them. And whales and dolphins, whole oceans. The fact we won't settle for the finite. Born to wed with the heavens. Ah, Leibniz, the reason why something exists instead of not existing. And that not everything can be pure chance. My former love, still loved. Lovers' love imperiously demands the immortality of lovers. This plan, whose? Or his existence as though practically necessary. Or if the totality of it all were all by chance. And the finite the only absolute. Most unbearable for being the most incomprehensible. While the universe descends into entropy. And we like insects towards the light. But as to whether he's personal, he's personal. And not someone who's been created out of anxiety. Ad deum qui latificat juventudem meme, old Father Cassini would say at the altar step, God who is the joy of my youth. That's how the elderly psalmist recorded it, and the old priest would recite it at the altar step in the preconciliar mass, I, a child, acolyte, on my knees, or better translated, who is my joy and my youth, who is still my youth, not was, is my youth and the youth of old Father Cassini at the altar step, and a child kneeling at his feet in a small red cassock, or that archaeological cry. Perhaps from Neolithic times, from my father's semen you knew me, in the hymn dug up at Qumran. And where do hydrogen atoms come from? And, creator and matter as male and female? Like bride and groom? The maker of stars. The cause of being of all that is his beauty, says the sculptor, quoting St. Thomas, who quotes Dionysius the Areopagite. The eternally young. He whose teeth are always perfectly intact. Says Fernando Gonz and Les. He escapes entropy. The desire for a kiss more real, embraces more real. Not those fleeting kisses, unreal like in the cinema. That though 1,000 years may pass or a 1,000 million years the kiss might not pass, the embrace not pass. Love untimed unmeasured out in minutes on the minute hand. Beyond the death of solar systems. Now broken all our molecules. That thing for which the revolution has no answer. Or has it an answer? Sacrifice, immolation, are Darwin's law. Martyrdom, is evolutionary. Not just heroes and martyrs, every living being dies for others. Being alive is for giving life and ceasing to die for the new life. If lasting longer were the important thing, granite has beaten us all. It is path and not terminus, said Marty. Also, if I'm not mistaken, those were the laws of light. And, harmony is arrived at through agony. Pain is useful. Thus he reached his sacred island. The sacred island of liberty. Cuba and the night. And why is there a universe? And an expansion of the universe in which we cannot be the center of the expansion. O Wakantanka of the Sioux, who bestows the buffalo and for which reason the buffalo is holy, and you give the things and the knowledge to use them, how to find the holy plants, encircle the buffalo. Help us to be attentive. The universe is 8,000 times larger. Harvard astronomer discovered, Boston Sunday, shortly before I was born. The dear old man dreamed of a universe 1,000 times larger. But it was merely a small fraction of the universe. Individuals don't count in science, said M. Curie. Madame Curie, who discovered radiation which killed her and transformed her forever into radiation. It's not having life but being life. And even without biological life we are life. Elvis Javaria, I dreamed you were alive on your Fernando Island in Solentiname, your mother's island, as though you hadn't fallen after your assault on the San Carlos barracks, and you were going to take me to meet a new child of yours, like the girl you'd had earlier, the dark little mite whom they said was yours and was the image of you, and I envied you this new child, because you could do what was denied to me, because I denied it to myself, and then I awoke and remembered you were dead and that your Fernando Island's now known as Elvis Javaria Island, and you could no longer have that new child who looked like you, as neither could I, you were dead like me, although we are both of us alive. Man cries out the moment he leaves the womb wanting to return there. And spends his whole life longing to return there. The myth of Mother Earth where we're buried and the dogma of Mary's assumption into heaven, its complement. Yes, because why only the Earth? Each planet comes from a star. And there we shall return. All together. To heaven's womb. To go is to return. Returning is the motion of the Tao. Lao Tzu. Cycles. Expansion and contraction. The yang having reached its climax yields to the yin, and the yin having reached its climax yields to the yang. The shady and sunny sides of a mountain. One and the same mountain. That which lets now the dark, now the light appear is Tao. Day and night, male and female, above and below. Yang heaven, masculine, and yin the earth, feminine. She on her back, gazing at the heavens, and he face down, at the earth. He is movement, and she rest. Understanding and intuition. All is rotation. Yang revolves around yin and yin around yang. Each one the seed of the opposite. Copulation of contraries is the cosmos. Going far means returning, and returning means going far. Man is the sun and woman the shade. I renounced those girls for the cosmic sexual act. All that was born of hydrogen. Flowers, women, music, the Mona Lisa. The unity of all things is patent in the atom, and still more within the atom, and more, below the atom. Heat is the love of molecules. Love is movement. In the cosmic immensities as in bed, love is movement. That one who is love is movement. History governed by the law of love, A.C. Sandino. The laws of light. The reason the sky's black at night. But light which travels at 300,000 km/s. where is it going? What's the probability of the beyond? If beyond that there's another reality, more reality? Is it merely a question of bigger telescopes? Eckhart longed for a God bigger than God. Which is why, according to Dr. Rosenberg, Nazism comes from the 14th century. God bigger than God was the God of National Socialism. But the business of a God bigger than God was correct. As he also said that everything said of him is false. Not that Eckhart was a Nazi. And I one day understood that to be in love with God was to be in love with nothing. And passionately in love. Or I thought I understood. The 12-year-old girl feels independent. In that tiny hotel in Santiago de Chile. Friar Cortez came in, a religious in the mirror, armed and semi-clandestine, although it was in Allende's day. The 12-year-old girl believes she can live on her own, he tells me, in that modest little hotel. Expounding atheism to me. She's forsaken dolls now, but she's still not a woman. One day her body will mature and she'll feel incomplete. That's when the bridegroom will come. Now she must not be upset. It's wise to mention to her sometime about her future union so she won't grow up selfish, or turn lesbian, or, feeling herself alone, commit suicide. Contemplatives are sexual cells of the girl's body which have now matured. In the little hotel in Santiago de Chile. Some ephemeral molecular structures in a minor planet, revolving around a medium star, in a marginal region of a galaxy. But love is infinite. And the heart empty, like empty space which is not nothingness but which has infinite energy. The male represents creation, as woman also represents creation, and their union represents the union of creation. From the union of pistil and stamen comes the new seed, which is the seed of new seeds of new unions. Subject and object. Give and take. Centripetal and centrifugal force. And the object in its orbit around the subject. The universe is dual and all beings are two. But while the others are not, you are not. The stars are rubbing, sexual act, orgasm. That's why they're so hot. Orgasm of Antares in Scorpio. Betelgeuse in Orion, Aldebaran. The atmosphere swells unrestrainedly and turns a red hue. All is movement, sexual movement. Rubbing, coitus. The Trinity is movement. Pure act. Or pure sexual act. Once she played with dolls, listened to fairy tales, relied on mummy and daddy. That was religion. Now she feels she can go it alone, wants to be independent. The priority, that the girl should develop. The priority is the revolution. Still there are only human beings, not humanity. Father Cortez's point in the Chilean hotel. Some sexual cells mature earlier, feel the need for union earlier. The hermit is also revolutionary. That was in 1971. He died in battle after the coup. And whales and dolphins entire oceans. T knew a love like the pitahaya flower, which is flower of a single night. Where did I hear that song? Don't even remember if it was a song. The pleasure was so intense and was so fleeting, and was gone. We poor little things, chasing fleeting intensities. The smooth part of woman beneath the tight-fitting blue pants. From the birth of first life to the invention of sex may have taken 2 billion years. Why so long? Until the first plant's invention of sex. The pitahaya flower is of a single night. Don't know whether it was a song or something I took from a science book. Way before, the self-sacrificing, sexless green alga cell, which strangles herself and separates into 2 daughters. And ceases to be her. Why? So many things one wanted, but the will has not wanted anything other than the totality. After the era of radiation came matters, and with it the galaxies, stars, and life. There'll be another, that of life beyond matter. And like an evolution of the same evolution. About to try it out now, the slow separation of life and matter. A new cosmic development, so to speak. Non-biological man of the future. At dusk tenuous gray clouds hang over the lake, which are not clouds, they're clouds of chayules so tiny that they get through the screen and keep us from reading on many pages of our books. They're stuck transparent and greenish, the size of a letter, and sometimes we have to put out the light. Next day on the terrace there are heaps of dead chayules which need to be swept up. They live for only 24 hours and never once eat. They don't even have a digestive apparatus. They say they come from murky corners of the San Juan River where the larvae lie 2 meters down. Sometimes, by Las Balzillas, dawn breaks over the calm lake, covered with a layer of dead chayules. About 1 thick huge fish all around leap up to eat them, and in its wake the boat leaves a sort of channel. They're very similar to mosquitoes, but don't bite. What if they bit? You'll want to know how they live without eating, how they grow. They don't grow, they're born as they are. Yet before they had a different existence, in which they were tiny black worms swimming in the water, and then they just ate. Now their entire lives are a wedding, nothing but wedding. Do you know what the chayules are? They're winged sex. We think their only purpose is to bug us, but those minute air-fleshed creatures are like an allegory of something. They're in the air, of a different existence mankind may have in another element and with other functions, a little like transparent chayules, in a certain way only flight and love. Canticle 41. The Canticle of Canticles. In the beginning. Big Bang. Let's go back to the first origin, the spark from which everything comes. Neither matter nor motion nor space nor time existed. And the great explosion. A beginning defined in time and a defined beginning of time and space was born, curved like an egg. First a very small universe. Let's imagine 1,000 million tons in the space of an olive. Then the first nuclear reactions. Some neutrons and protons in pairs procreating nuclei of deuterium. When the universe was about 1 million years old, atoms appeared. Nucleus with electron. An electron spinning around a nucleus. When the universe filled up with atoms, it became transparent and light was able to pass from one extreme to the other of the universe. Neither galaxies nor stars nor planets yet existed. The beginning was that love was converted into energy. In the beginning the cosmos was shapeless and empty, and the Spirit of God brooded over the radiation. The universe was still radiation and not matter. And time began. Matter and antimatter burst forth from pure radiation, from pure energy. Perhaps for millions of years everything remained in deep darkness. First only what was simple existed. Without light. Then corpuscles appeared, protons, electrons, neutrons, photons. A proton joins with an electron and the first atom has been born, hydrogen. There was a time when there was nothing but hydrogen, none of the other elements of the stars and life. There was nothing but hydrogen atoms in empty space. Before Eros united all things in pairs, said Aristophanes. And how did all things physical stem from hydrogen? Hydrogen engendered helium, helium engendered carbon, carbon engendered oxygen, etc. The first copulation, it appears, was between single-celled algae. Not sexual union exactly, but certainly a union. First from one two were made, and each of these from one two were made, until one day two became one. Perhaps two that were incomplete. And they became a single cell. Perhaps they simply collided by accident and liked each other and then coupled forevermore. It wasn't exactly copulation because the two were the same. They been the same life once, separated by successive divisions, and now together again. It wasn't out of fear of death, since there was no death, rather an unending multiplication of identical cells. This was before the invention of sex and with it that of death, and all were immortal. The case of the single-celled blue-green ocean alga, which dividing itself for 2,000 million years has yet to die. Occasionally accidental mutations occurred in those cells. And one day, two slightly different cells came together. Not so different as to be incapable of coming together, but different enough certainly not to be completely mistaken one for the other, and now they were together in their difference, and that was sex. Which has not ended, in the planet's life will not end, not even later, no matter how much evolution occurs, that great novelty that appeared, invention and mischief. Fauces half agape as though to eat each other. Or belly against belly, he ravishes her. Or they explore each other's thorax, elytrons, with their antennae. Kissing with their jaws. The delicate nibbling at her silky neck feathers. Mysterious chemical changes make them court each other. Antennae facing antennae, wings embracing wings. They sing when the light has swollen their germinative glands. Chemical calls from hormones to other hormones. Melodious whistles, iridescent plumage for the other sex. When the days are longer in the northern hemisphere because the pole is inclined more towards the sun, there's more time to find a mate and more time to make love. Belly upon belly, the numerous legs entangled. Hormones give the message that spring has arrived. The rubbing of one skin against another skin, in the mating season, fantastic dances with veils and fans strutting back and forth, and they spread their feathers like a flower. They open their beaks. The embrace of wings and the kiss of beaks. Each song for a female and 1,000 songs in the grass. Quivering tentacles in sea abysses to locate and caress each other. Like flowers, glands exhale sexual smells. After a long, colorless life, as a larva, perhaps for years, short days of an adult life merely to love and copulate among the flowers. One towards the other running, flying, swimming or slithering. Each in search of the other half of itself. Of its lost unity. Unity of the earliest days of the primitive ocean when there was a single life. All sexual life is for the union of two cells. Two cells that copulate, and become a single cell. Anxious extension of protoplasm, from one to the other and they become one. Once concerned merely with finding food, and now vehemently drawn one towards the other and they become one. Mysterious attraction, more than chemical in nature, with which they become one. Beloved, we shall embrace beneath the pandanus branches. We shall eat again of the apple rose. We too beneath the pandanus. There the oya and flowers unseen, and you can hear the calls of the cagle and the waggle bird which always sing in pairs. On the little island where the pandanus trees grow, where a hut stands abandoned. My love, your smooth dark body of turned mahogany, your tongue like the flame tree flower. Your teeth a row of herons on the banks of the ullulily. Your breasts are the color of medlar and their taste of milky medlar. How beautiful the string of pink begonias around your neck. Among the yellow elderberries I will love you. Sex came out of the water like life. Translucent ectocarpa cells or transparent, I don't know, the brown algae of the sea coasts, swim around devoid of any sexual attraction, until a female attaches herself to a solid surface and secretes into the water an irresistible chemical substance. Hordes of males besiege her with their flagellae, but only one male cell penetrates her, and her alluring secretions cease and the other suitors disperse. At night under the moon tuneful wolves call to each other. The grasshopper makes music with its legs for its loved one. The male cricket gingerly steps forward, then strikes the first strophe with its musical wings. Spiders pluck music from the threads of their web, and at other times its lovesick telegraphy. Deep water fish and cephalopoda exchange sexual signals with their numerous photophores. Penises and vaginas of the flowers. Which is why Linnaeus was considered to be obscene. Even a very simple flower, buttercup let's say, is not just genitals, there is the green calyx, the colored petals, the corolla, but nearer the center the stamens with their filaments, phalluses, and in the center, the pistil with its style, female organs. In the inner recesses, the penetralia of the flower. The Bishop of Carlisle was scandalized by the idea of genital plant life. Linnaeus spoke of plant betrothals, nuptial beds. Goethe was also among those scandalized by the business of labia majora or prepuce, labia minora, and, in the Sponsalia plantarum, words like clitoria, which perhaps the virtuous student. The first couple, the hydrogen atom. The fact is the universe is constructed in such a way that it can never create an electron on its own or proton or any other thing, rather it is always in pairs, particle and its antiparticle. Just as to the Pani all things are two, the two eagles' eggs, Tyrawa's bird. Man and woman. The sun and the moon. The sun and the moon make one too, with its shadow. Or look at a feather, each eagle's feather is also two. My love, the orange aliquums are now aflame with flower, the breadfruit are ripe, golden orioles are cawing in the pawpaws. The island icaco plums are now blushed. Monkeys are howling in the mahogany trees and the toucan sings among the avocados. Come to the village. In my bed of palm leaves my beloved is like the black eurofish tattooed like the black fish of Ifaluk. Like the dark eurofish he has come from a distant island. Pairs of pelicans on their ancestral cliffs, first squabble together, their beaks clash like swords. Then gentler now, with their beaks they kiss, and gentler still, lovingly preen each other's feathers. Snakes coil one around the other, two snakes in one. The male seal snatches the female, seizes her with his teeth and drags her off to the coast, and fucks her. Two amoebas press together until their nuclei entwine. The love-making of polyps with tentacles all the color of fireworks. Whales, like drifting ships, belly against belly. Flowers are sexual organs, and a cherry tree 10,000 open sexes at once. Orchids with a single phallus and the baobab tree blossom with 2,000 phalluses. No diversity of sexual organs and of sexual practices greater than in plants. The colors and scents of flowers which are loves. First there were only ferns. Silent, colorless, without flowers, without insects and birds. The ferns of the luxuriant rainforest so sexless, they don't pair up or copulate. Ferns release their spores which germinate, not like ferns but sexual organs which copulate, and from which new ferns emerge to cast their spores once more into the moist solitude. Also the sexuality of the atom. We could say that the universe is sex. The whole of matter a vast sex. Also infusoria that embrace rupture their membranes, blending their nuclei and protoplasms becoming a single one, and they separate each one transformed into half of the other. This is in fresh water. Perfumed with balm of ginger sweet is our encounter beneath the palm trees. I chose you above all others in the tribe. Your skirt is like the plumage of the paa bird, like the plumage of the golden oriole, with paint on your cheeks and paint around your eyes. Your oiled and smooth-combed hair. Coconut milk you gave me that night, coconut milk. My skin on your dark skin bearing amulets. Your fingers perfumed like tamarinds. My beloved comes at night to my straw mat, he holds me tight against his tattooed chest and squeezes me with his tattooed arm. Ah, the rain of ripe pollen through the whole planet even in the cities. 30,000 grains per square centimeter in Sweden, for example. All this pollen searching for a female surface only. To be imprisoned by the fleshy, downy, viscous female filaments. Off the Bermudas the sea turns phosphorescent as though an aurora borealis were reflected in its waters, due to luminous worms that at every instant light up, flooding the water with eggs and sperm, and then the lights of males and females slowly fade and drift down to the seabed and to their death. When two hydrogen atoms meet they hug each other like lovers, in the magnetic clinch of positive and negative. Stone that loves the Chinese called the lodestone. And Thales thought it had a soul because it attracts iron, the magnesia lodestone, or that of magnetism. Electrons and positrons are born in pairs. Similarly mesons are born in pairs. Are born and die in pairs. The same sex for which flowers are scented, for which birds sing at daybreak and butterflies are a flurry of color. The chromosomes of spermatozoids and ova are incomplete. United they complete each other. Tiny infusorian couples seek out and find each other, their nuclei coalesce, a kind of copulation. There is a sexual impulse in infusoria, a longing for happiness, recognition of the other. If you separate sponge cells they fuse together again. A chemical phenomenon which fuses them. My love with her perfumed skin and glint of sun in her beautiful necklaces, in her golden earrings and nosepiece. Her embroidered beads like the scales of the kahab fish. Her bracelet embraces in the undergrowth. Her anklets jingle among the flowers. Far away our village drums resound. Her anklets like sea serpents and so beautiful her amulets. Far away the drums resound. My beloved like a deer leaping in search of water. Beneath the great bow tree my beloved kissed me. Could they be his those gentle steps on the leaves? Could they be his? The colors of butterflies, like the flowers too, were painted by love, they are for love alone. Love which hastens the turtle's pace. The smitten male camel calls to the female with his tail. Stag in rut, day and night bellowing at the sky. Birds of passage which cross half the hemisphere to make love. We too inhale the cloying love scent of the skunk's urine at night. Toads make love again in last year's pond. The roar of fur seals more violent than the reef, a kilometer of male fur seals braying for their females. And the butterfly that dances back and forth before its own shadow. Fish from the depths, in eternal darkness, locate each other with their love lanterns. The fusion of cellular nuclei is fecundation. Ephemeral cells which one day wed are now fossils in age-old rocks when man and woman had yet to appear. The first living creatures bumped into each other. It depended solely on chance encounters. Love-making emerged 3,000 million years ago. Her body all painted in signs like a lagoon eel. She comes sheathed in her wrap of beautiful drawings, her wrap painted with curcuma dye. All things are two in the universe. A photon may break down into a pair of electrons of opposite charge, like saying divide into two sexes, and then they can reproduce and the rest follows from there. A gas which gives origin to the stars and life. And light years? Stars shine in the distance of time. The poor plants need for mobility in order to make love, insects, birds, quadrupeds, the wind. The ferrying of a flower's male dust to the deep female organs of another flower. Pollen by water towards the lobes of female flower stigmas to adhere. Pollen which falls on the moist stigma and thanks to that dampness swells, penetrating deep, deep within the stigma, heading towards the ovary, to an ovule. Where did my beloved's canoe go? His decorations like the diadems of the bird of paradise. Let us go to the reefs to watch the colored fish, let us bathe in the clear waters of Vaaka to watch the colored fish among the corals. In reed fikes we will catch crayfish and lobster, and in the coconut grove we shall eat coconuts. On the island of Nassau he stowed his canoe. The Heliomaster Lorgirostris hummingbird, helicopter of sapphire, emerald, and ruby, culls the fragile ephemeral ephemeridae which hover above the water and drunkenly sucks among the tubular flowers down to the depths of the corollas, passing pollen from flower to flower, its beak gushing nectar, so as to dance later before the female with circles and arcs and vertical ascents and sheer dives, winged jewel, its wings unseen at imperceptible speed, 200 movements per second, and then it hangs in mid-air excitedly motionless, it turns one eye and then the other upon the female in heat, and the two disappear at once, imitating the sky and scintillations of light. Morse light, 2 flashes and a pause. 2 flashes. The male's lights flutter above the vegetation, and skywards the female hoists her illuminated sex. The male approaches that light in a gentle glide and falls directly into the coitus of 2 lights. Sex appeal was already in the stars. The implacable attraction of matter to other matter, or gravity which sustains the unity of the universe. Gravity was a natural inclination, Copernicus discovered. In our bodies and in the sun and the planets. Gravity which acts solely to bring together. A gravity which separates is unknown. The female flower lubricates like a woman. The shiny surface of the stigma is sticky and moist in preparation for sexual relations with pollen. Sticky secretion which tends to be sweet to the taste, with much sugar. But pollen must lust after the female flower and the female the pollen. In other words, the pollen's irregularities should match those of the stigma. To slot one into the other, so as to make very intimate contact, and then union occurs. I shall bring you more colored beads by the river mouth. In the calm blue inlet of Cabo de Palos, spring has also descended into the sea. Down below the light lasts longer now, and the phytoplankton is reproducing explosively, the zooplankton finds more food and reproduces. The opisthabranchiates intertwine their merry tentacles. Pliny had already realized that palm trees hug each other. That the branches of male and female clung together with a sigh. It seems that earlier Theophrastus had hinted in a few lines at the love among palm trees. Cautiously. Socrates was not long dead. Above us the whisper of palms, and she is like a necklace of pretty stones of pearls and colored stones. She is like the lush feathered waina bird. And I smile with my love. Her smell of apple rose. We have loved each other beneath the mangoes. Oh, my love, beautiful are your adornments. The attraction of each galaxy to any another galaxy. Fireflies love lanterns. Forest fireflies do not randomly light up, rather on and off, and they flash in unison. It's sexual light. The two sexes dialogue in light. The two sexes burning like lover stars. The female displays to the male her blazing belly encased in an aura of greenish light. The female sexes glow in the grass. Like when you gaze from the street, at the beloved window shining in the night. Dragonflies dart over sheets of water left by the rains, making love talk with their wings, wings color of water, color of air, quivering with love, immaterial as two ideas, they are a perfect circle of fragile transparency and light iridescent, and gentle arabesque will be the copulation of dragonflies. That fuck in flight. Transparent sky fuck. The sexual urge of oxygen, to unite with other elements to the point of cremation. Sodium and potassium with a solitary extra electron longing to meet someone lacking one electron to unite with him, and they never rest until they find him. The sexual phenomenon is right there in chemistry. Stamens longing in the breeze for the ovaries. The creamy fleshy flower redolent of ripe fruit, a tremor and enticing there in the air so as to scatter its sperm. The stamens are the men, the pistils women. The virile pollen blindly flies in the wind searching for a pistil to stick onto and penetrate first the ovary and then the ovule. Colors, shapes, smells, poppies for example, to please the pollinators. Sex termites grow wings, the rest of the community is sexless, in their underground nests, wings for the nuptial flight, and they see the light, only then do they see the light, with wings in the light only for love-making. They fly far, and shed their wings and copulate on the ground. From their union a new community is born. Peach ovaries overflowing with nectar. Butterflies joyfully sup from those calyxes, fertilizing the likewise overjoyed flowers. The butterflies go for the nectar, sweetness of the love flight from flower to flower. The honeybee favors flowers with a slim silhouette. The bee orchid, Ophrys apifer, opens its flowers before female bees appear so that the male flies in vainly attempting to copulate with them. It squeezes them, and rhythmically and frenetically humps, never reaching orgasm. Frustrated it bears down upon another bee orchid and in this way cross-fertilizes it, but still without orgasm. There are no sexual taboos in nature, neither are natural and unnatural known. But the proton is attracted by a certain particle alone. Why? And the Nereus. The Nereus hear the love call in the sea depths. The males at high tide with the new moon begin to dance and release their sperm, which travels to the females at high tide. And perhaps life was born from the wedding of the planet with the comet spurting life throughout the planet. The magic number is 2. Attraction is the basic reality of the universe. Every dynamic in the cosmos stems from the reproductive instinct. The same as saying that union and reproduction are intrinsic to matter. With the apple in blossom, zigzag flight, up and down, the male agliatau searching for a wife, butterfly wife. The inviolate doe trembles in the woods for fear of the buck. Mallards raise their wings as though fighting. Male confronting female. In woods where evening darkness has fallen, the dark woodpecker flies hesitantly and with opaque song, towards a female in an even darker corner. A duck drops into the water, out of the sky, next to an unknown female. From the light come the hormonal signals which produce flower cells instead of leaf cells. Plants day and night attentive to the shifting of the planet, the length of the days, and one day of a precise length their flowers burst forth. At sunset the pollen descends and settles on the recently opened female flower. Your necklaces of animal teeth tear my skin. Fragrant coconut oil in your hair. The sand in the estuary gleaming under the moon and crickets singing to the stars. He is honey in my mouth. Coconut milk and honey I have on my tongue. In the high tides of new moon and full moon silver-plated sea elves leap over the waves, leap onto the sand, for their night of love, gleaming like the moon, and all the sand with them. Sand full of gleaming love like the moon. Corollas bent down like bells protecting their pollen from the rain, or the petals enfolded across the pollen. Peonies open by day with the dry air and close at night, or when rain threatens, hermetically they seal away their pollen. Hidden nectars, well-guarded sweetness so that only whoever carries off the pollen may savor it, at the cost alone of a thorough dusting of pollen as he goes. The flowers on the hill of Hiao are like the foam of my beloved's canoe. When will we be together again, and hear the agula bird that sings so prettily? Like hair and feathers the foam of his canoe. If your reef were not so far away, your coral reef by the sea. Association is nature's process. Each particle is attracted by the others as it also attracts all the others. Attraction which makes the stars. Gravitation generates the spherical form. Association is the process. Molecules seducing other molecules. The curvature. The universe is curved upon itself, and the curvature is gravity. Force affecting the whole of matter. Gravity is love. The problem was how to unite sexually two separate creatures rooted in the earth. Whether they wed through the wind or butterflies, there are flowers meant for birds. Or, smaller ones, for ants. Color signals in flowers guide the pollinator to the nectar's source as the lights and yellow stripes of airports do to planes, hence the yellow and violet of wild pansies. The lone aria in the sea depths heard for miles and miles, of one whale calling to another. Each song lasts half an hour and time and again is repeated, note for note as though following a score. Songs which have been heard, they say, like laments and groans and roars and barks, and a woman's screams, whistles and buzzes and howls, the sound of an outboard motor at low speed, the tolling of bells, chirrup of birds and gentle strokes like an orchestra tuning up. Flowers which muster many colors, or crowd many together in bunches to be clearly seen by the fertilizers and wither only when all are fertilized. Others with scents, or with nectar, or, like roses, pollen protein for their fertilizers. The fern violently ejaculates its spores into the wind towards unknown but somehow beloved dampnesses. The pine expels its thirsty pollen into the wind towards distant drops of sticky female liquid. Girl dressed like the forest parrot, I will loosen your wrap, so lavishly dyed with many drawings and so beautifully dyed. More beautiful than all the other women who dance with garlands of flowers among the palm trees. I know that you will wait for me under the oraval tree and the itsanal tree with its many branches. Love drives the orchid to the jungle heights. And the orchid has a million ovules. The hairy bumblebee weighs the forget-me-not down to the ground. Magnolias flood the night with perfume, they long for the hornet that unites one magnolia with another. The taciturn ivy attracts pollinators opening its flowers in autumn, when by then in autumn all other flowers have died. Blue and yellow petals attract bees, but red ones birds and butterflies, and opaque and faded flowers insects, with ultraviolet. Off-race orchids indiscriminately seduce wasps and bees, and Huxley called them whores. The female moth scatters its perfume in the night for the distant antenna of the male who doesn't see it. And so as to detect molecules of female perfume in the night its giant antennae emerged from the chrysalis with a single aim, to copulate. That is the minuscule secret of their flight, tumultuous flight, their brief night of life, perfumed and warm, through which they live without eating. All those scintillations are for love. Thousands of examples amid the flowering palms. Each one of them lights up twice a second. Ghostly will-o'-the-wisps in the palm trees. In Jamaica, like a lamplit feast of newlyweds. Let us go to the inlet, to hear the sea sing on the shore. We will catch lobster, we will catch crayfish. My love bedded down on the shore like the new moon. The perfume of cardamom flowers close by us. How flowers compete, like luxurious shops announcing their wares. Blue cells overlaid on scarlet produce the black tulip. Purple in the bracts of bougainvillea from nitrogen in molecules. Sepals and petals of the bird of paradise flower. And orange sepals and blue petals delight the eyes of the white-eyed bird. White flower to us is blue-green to the bee who sees the ultraviolet. Attracting through color, scent, shape, or size. Rafflesias with its flowers a meter in diameter. High-calorie pollen and nectar. Others attract insects with non-floral smells, such as smells of feces, or urine, or decaying meat. Orchids with perfumes with complex chemical structures, for the male insects and disguised as their females, all their colors copied even down to the genitals. Attraction between their atoms lit up the stars, that fascination of some atoms for others. A pair of passionate hydrogen nuclei draw close and join together forming a helium nucleus. The kingfisher carries a small fish to his companion asking for copulations. The starling a flower. The penguin a pebble, or perhaps snow. The bird of paradise, its fantastic palaces made from shells, twigs, gravel, flowers, cigarette papers. The male royal heron leaps in the air above the female, flutters its wings, gently glides, neck tucked back on the shoulder and then stretched forward, the feet brought up, it flies in wide turns, beats its wings against the wind, its snowy breast tense, it descends finally to the beach, marches solemnly into the water, on high stilts, its wings still, it curls and uncurls its neck, now in an S shape, it reaches out with it, grasps in its yellow beak a dry twig on the shore, it's for her, the nests first. Aramconocephaloides, with traps to imprison insects, others warm within so as to attract them at night and they will release them only when they are smothered in pollen, or those that hurl a cloud of pollen at the insect. Orchids spring-loaded to reach the bee. Pine, juniper, and cypress pollen borne on the wind. The pop music of wind laden with pollen. The asexual cell only produces twins and more twins of twins. There's no evolution. But from the simplest cells to the most complex cells and with cells with nuclei, the union of two cells, and sexual reproduction. The supreme function. Although with the formation of the first organism there also appears the function of death. Springtime, flowers open, sexes open. There are songs, games, courtships, couples, salmon race back up the rivers leaping across every dike, to love and to die. The wind blows where it will and the pollen never knows where it is going. 446. Fish make love upon the eggs. They scatter their semen over them, driven wild by absent females whom they never saw nor touched. The sexuality of oxygen, it is said, because it joins to other substances so readily. The butterfly perched on a branch emits love perfumes and the male will fly towards the perfume and copulate with her. From the ocelli which embellish its wings, and are not eyes, emanates the love perfume which calls to copulation. The loved one opens up and her beloved enters. All about, thick underbrush and far off the roar of tigers. The kundumbo tree is scattering flowers and in its branches kind and wendo birds sing. Roar of tigers in rut. The Palolo's nuptials governed by the moon or the ebb and flow of the sea. Ephemerons eat nothing, they spend all their hours dancing and mating. Cicadas, their entire brief life is love and song, singing to the sun, drunk on love. Eels make love only once and perish. In mysterious depths whence they come, they disappear. The ardent male bumblebee copulates day and night until its death. Then the female lays the eggs and dies too. Orchids with aphrodisiac perfumes for insects which are those used by man to attract woman. The rustle and purr within the fragrant female organs. The lascivious and foul-smelling mushroom. Erect like a dog's scarlet penis attracts insects with its putrid smell. The male goose sits upright, dips its neck in the water and cries out. It was desire that heaped colors upon the peacock. The crab with its large claw beckons its beloved to the hidden sandy chamber. The deer rushes through the woods looking for a doe. The female viper has a fragrant hormone, pheromone, which only the bifid tongue of the male detects on the wind. Albatross couples rub their powerful beaks together, beaks of aggression now merely beaks of tenderness. Towards the end of summer throughout the woodlands of Europe, male butterflies squabble over patches of sunlight where virgin butterflies will come to settle. The male sperm whale on the trail of female perfume in the desolate ocean. The day has to be sunny. The sumptuous eyes which cover their head like radiant crowns, do not recognize her until she soars in the blue. Beneath the sun's splendor they flock after the princess, the royal bride, on her first and final nuptial flight. 20, 30 swarms join them from elsewhere. Thousands of suitors and only one will be the chosen for the unique nuptial union of death in joy. The rest will flutter in vain around the intertwined couple, and soon they too will die, never glimpsing again the shining sinister love they never knew. She stepped out onto the lintel when the sun shone brightly, surveying for the first time her vast floral domain, and flew like an arrow, unseen to the opaline summit, the luminous zone other females will never know. The males pick up her scent which flows into flowers and up her eyes. Only one will reach her in the solitude of the ether. Intoxicated with blue air he sings the song from his tracheal sacs. Higher, higher, higher he rises. Only one among them all can attain such heights. He penetrates her. The upward gyre of intertwined flight is momentarily more vertiginous in the mortal spasm of love. The giver of life must die in the moment of his surrender. Memory that persists in human kisses, says Maeterlinck. The penis comes away from the male along with the entrails, it remains inside trailing the male's entrails, the wings sag, and the empty body tumbles in a spin. In spring when the sun warms them, plants feel themselves prisoners of love. The flower petals are the nuptial bed hung with beautiful drapes and perfumed for the wedding of plant bride and groom, and there the groom embraces the bride, and then the testiculi open and genital dust shoots out and falls into the vagina and fertilizes the ovary. The coats of tremulous shrews merge. Crabs intertwine as if killing each other. Mongoose mounted upon mongoose. Two robins squeeze their red breasts together for an instant and a shudder runs through their ingravid bodies, they separate, arrange their ruffled feathers and fly off. Male frogs with their love croak call to the females who arrive leaping or swimming. Frogs now paired, go hopping, hopping, one upon the other, back pressed tightly against belly. Sponges all release sperm and eggs. In the same phase of the moon so that the moon will unite them. Multicolored chaffinches of pastel hue, bluish, greenish, leaden, brownish, pinkish, with their tails erect, cloaca against cloaca, copulate singing. Two lumbering rhinoceri shadows mounted one atop the other against a red, burning background of sunset. In coitus the rhinoceri become tender, only then. The female crocodile picks up the rhythm of his amorous dance in the water. She draws closer. Nestles her scaly jaw beneath his. Closes her eyes. Green grasshoppers, Fabre never got to see their union which takes place at night, but he witnessed long preludes, the slow caresses of soft antennae. And Fabre watched the female devour the male after love-making ferocious Marguerite de Bourgogne. Female and male buzzard, in a commotion of ruffled feathers, trample over the carrion with love cooings amid the cracking of putrefied bones. The gentle elephant's trunk furled in the other's trunk. Turtles poke out their heads and withdraw them, they perform their aquatic dance before copulation, then for 2 weeks stuck together they drift at the mercy of the waves. Mucous hermaphrodite sea snails entwined in viscous embrace exchange painful lances and delicious semen. The male praying mantis mounts the female and for half an hour rocks back and forth on her as she devours his head, his rocking later grows frenzied, all inhibitions now lost and his head lost. A wedding banquet which a king prepared for his son. The festive wedding of the spermatozoid with the ovule. From among all the spermatozoid suitors, the ovule chose only one. My love, your belly smells of fresh plowed earth and of earth recently wet. Of furrow recently wet by my beloved. All matter is constructed with two particles, protons and electrons, positive protons and negative electrons, male and female. A birth is not by accident but through a union. and protons and electrons in the stellar gas were sexed. Whence the evolution of the universe. An irresistible attraction between positive and negative subatomic particle. From this the atoms, the stars, us. This is the cohesion of the universe. Essential love who art at the heart of the universe. Attraction which has created all things. And reason for the centrifugal rotation of the galaxies. Antelopes dance in hidden depths of the forest and whales intone their songs beneath the sea. And the reason for every being, a being is born only from two that make one. The entire universe is a wedding. Our kisses among the butterflies in a bed of ferns. Your thighs redolent as the hamza flower. Your body with colored beads oozing coconut milk. I sucked your breasts. My beloved, the scent of your semen like that of the milky casamano flower. Engendered by that law which also governs kisses. Fragment of stellar matter, an atom of yours is like a solar system, and your body like a system of galaxies with millions of suns. Attraction. Attraction. Electrons orbit within atoms, satellites orbit their planets, planets their stars, and the stars of a galaxy circle a common center of gravity. Gravity which moves the sun and the other stars. Canticle 42. A certain something that they still. Hidden and ambivalent. Neither personal nor not personal. Not personal and personal. Yet could he be anything other than anthropomorphic? Each one of the two already both. One already both, and two each of them both. It's not a vague black hole full of nothing. Cosmic copulation. How else other than anthropomorphic? As in quantum mechanics experiments the question of God. That's to say, depending on the question, wave or particle. Is he infinite? He's infinite, but not merely that. And were we to prove his existence, were we to prove, he'd be beyond that proof. From the marriage of the large and the small, Eddington said, and to me that reveals more than he intended. In what other form then? That he should come to me and take me, that he should come. I had something going with him, and it's not a concept. His face on my face, and each one not two but a single face. When I called out that time, you are God. Gaze gazed upon. Gaze gazing on gaze. In Baghdad, or perhaps in Damascus, that, oh you, who am I? And also what Al-Halay exclaims. If you see him, you see us both. But at the same time that other voice. Between you and I there is an I am that torments me. That opening of the arms, and I embrace air. Beloved, in the beloved great nothing transformed. Until I sink, I merge, I am confused. To be possessed and to possess you, my great nothing, beloved great nothing. Hurled with all my force towards you, and I feel nothing. I embrace nothing more than my two arms. Like the dark region beyond which the universe peters out. The animus can know everything except itself. This is Meister Eckhart, since it knows nothing except via the senses, and thus it does not know itself, it is without idea of itself, it is ignorant of nothing more than of itself, and thus it is free, innocent of itself, and thus it may be united to God, who is also pure and without idea. Meister Eckhart of the Rhine mystical movement. O two nothings entirely denuded the all with the nothing, and nothing transformed into its all. I tarried and forgot myself, leaving my past among the quasars forgotten. It is felt and is not felt is felt. But it is as though not felt, or in reality it is that it's not felt. Something within me, not in my body but deeper within, is embraced, embraces, and is embraced, united, having in some manner two in one, gentleness with gentleness, in a single gentleness, pleasure of the other pleasure, the two pleasures one without anything being felt sensually. Let it be said, it is as though I have embraced the night black and void, and I am void of all and want nothing. It is as though I had been penetrated by the nothing. The sunny and shady slopes of the same mountain. Yin/yang identity of opposites. For which reason the invention of sex. In the antennae the presence, in perfume, even at a kilometer away. Love is the pain of being one alone and not two in a union. A hand in my hand which is not my hand. The mouth that is not your mouth. I am scouring the universe for a lover. I feel that he's kind of lonely in the universe. God searching for love like me. For whom I renounced that day a girl or two. Although they'll no longer be so, to me they remain beautiful. Just as they were that last time. Renunciation of what is the least spiritual of the soul, or the most spiritual of the body. For that instinct of being one united with the one, in whom all divided things are united. I surrendered my little bag of illusions, my handful of dreams. To Pseudo-Dionysios he is the universe and is not it? All that is and nothing of what is. The same as that, know and do not know him, a Babylonian, or that generation succeeds generation and always hidden from a hieroglyph. By the sea, News, saw that it was like looking out at the blue waters and there away in the distance a tiny fishing boat, a dot, nothing more, you can't see it, but if you look right, you catch a glimpse for an instant. Worse Erigena's observation, that, he may be called without impropriety nothing, the problem is that being in all things he is beyond all things. I am scouring the universe for my lover. In the perfumed Baghdad night. For want of his face Ibn al-Farid contents himself with the full moon. Or in the green-black forest that Amazulu. Unkolankolu. In reality we know nothing of him save his name. The question of whether he has existed for all time, what does that mean? Older than the oldest antiquity he is neither old nor has an age according to Chuang-Tzu. Like trying to imagine what the outside of the universe is like. Is it true that somehow the universe began by chance? But whether it be dice or cards or roulette or two kids playing hopscotch on a corner, or plucking daisies, he loves me not, who on earth knows anything about chance? And that nature has no need of God is an attribute of God. Strolling through the old back streets at dusk before the bridge, in the shadow of the castle, Rilke understood only in him is there community. And because we all come from he who is everywhere, said pursued by bears, there are men who understand the songs of birds, the calls of animals. But he is everywhere like our dead, whose voices we cannot hear, pursued by bears clarified. A hidden force in things, the best that Meister Eckhart managed to come up with, which wants them not just to be alike but that they be joined together. Made one with the one. The universe that Juliana of Norwich saw, bounded in a hazelnut, and felt that it exists and will always exist through the one that loves it. I open my opaque hotel window and gaze at the stars, 20 floors up in the Caribbean Hilton. I am alone in your universe. Fish that scatter their semen in the sea, those who are alone in your creation. The aim of my canticle is to console. For me too that same consolation. Maybe more. If he loves you more than you yourself, your you is superficial and he is your deep you. In the center of our being we are not us but another. If the iron in my blood is the same as that in rails, my calcium that of cliffs, where my God is this eye of mine that loves you. Part of your tenderness, I feel. Are these particles of mine? Pleasure of knowing that you made me. God of the absurd numbers of the dementedly large and the dementedly small. If he is infinite he must also be infinite madness, infinite spontaneity. That one day you and I might caress each other as lovers do, with their eyes closed and gasping, in an infinite place and on a date eternal but as real as saying meet me tonight at 8. Day once again in Solentine and it sings in the silk cotton tree gazing at the sky its song virtually unchanging company you and me union and sings also compassion the same song every day the bird clamoring for its mate. Looking out over the lake where the Managua Intercontinental Hotel now stands, the lake raised above the roofs and the boat seemingly drifting in mid-air and above the lake the blue mountains and above the mountains the blue sky. Water and earth the color of sky. And it was then I said, but when will I see you face to face? Patiently like the hunter and the fisherman you waited for me. And I never gave you a thought. You waited many years for me. Years of my wild life and even before my life and before the mountains. Once I was off my guard and when the moment came like the hunter and the fisherman you were very quick. We're so close to him that we don't see him. It's not he or she, greater than God, says Eckhart, and Meister Eckhart begged not to understand him. That day I betrothed myself to my people. I close my eyes and you draw closer in the night of nothing. How well I know your taste and you mine, lover and beloved, sighs tremulous like those on the shore, silent caress in the dark night of nothing. In order to be full empty yourself, this is from the Tao, he's not up above, but there before you, present in all things yet so absent from all things that it is perfectly rational to be an atheist. I read the theologian Schillebeeck's God coincides with nothing. Well, so be it. And I have abandoned myself entirely to him. Wherein is described an instant of the dark night, in the darkness, half asleep. My naked body on this hot Managua night brushes against the wall, smooth and cool as a skin, and, awaking, in the darkness the wall brings me back to my endless solitude. A solitude that will end only with death. Alone but with the people. I've no complaints. Meister Eckhart used to say, they prostrate themselves and genuflect not knowing to whom. Why genuflect when he is within you? Hounded by the Inquisition, the Gestapo of his day. We are like those two St. Nicholas doves that when one runs away the other tags behind, and when this one takes flight the other follows on, but they never stray far from each other, always traveling in pairs. When you draw away from me I tag behind you, and when I'm the one that moves off you follow on. We are like those two St. Nicholas doves. In every dimension we see rotation, from the proton to the galaxy. One wonders with good reason, whether the entire cosmos isn't also rotating. And then, around what or whom? Something that maybe lies at the heart of all the solutions to Einstein's equations. And well might I say. A planned creation. Matter which is no accident. The creation of a materialist God. Or is the universe mere chance? And the deepest part of our being mere chance? Or chance merely another name for him? The infinite chance? Solitary cell lost in the primeval sea without a cell with whom to fuse. One who wanders alone through the cosmos, but someday will be united, you and I, cosmic event as when the first two cells united in one the two. Or are you an unnecessary hypothesis? The cosmological coincidences. Through whom the universe is not merely of red dwarf stars or giant blue stars. Birds of passage that carry in their DNA molecules a detailed map of the stars. The tremendous imaginative capacity of orchids. I see your smile in the rainbow, or the iris of a girl's eye, or the iridescent scales of a macaca or sabolete in Solentiname. Since the creation of my lakes and volcanoes you desired me, and even before. Water cries out to the thirsty man who drinks it. Each thing tremulously reflects a blurred perfection. I'd say, he exists in all beings not as essence but as cause of their existence, if these sounds make any sense. Better to say simply, the hard rain falls upon the asphalt and the drops leap like filigree. You see through him and do not see him as though he doesn't exist. Or does he merely intervene in the uncertainty laws of quantum mechanics? Beyond all light years, unreachable and closer to me than my moan, our love is sad. Oh, a union greater than electromagnetic interaction. Oh, a union greater than that of proton with neutron. Perhaps better avoid the word God. False things are acceptable to God. Bilingual text in the Ashurbanipal library. Upon which the ancient poets are united, says Aristotle. And, sing to him through action, Cleanthes sang. Since, his word harmonizes the discords, draws order out of chaos, Cleanthes sang. It appears that all things are born from the one and in him they are dissolved, sang Muses, or in the songs attributed to him. The world was vision of the invisible for Anaxagoras, and although no thing is entirely separate from the other things, the spirit is the only thing different from any other thing and is always the same in the large and the small, although no thing is the same as any other thing and each thing is individual. Anaxagoras, who to Aristotle was like a sober man among drunkards. The gathering of all things, separated by discord, was how the Orphics saw it. They called him one, says Proclus the Pythagoreans, and Pherecydes says that Proclus says that Zeus became Eros in order to make the world with opposites. infusing in all things their individuality and at the same time a unity that penetrates the all. Standing with a smile on the carriage of the essence. Says Numneus. And for Empedocles, without downy genitals and only swift thought. Aphrodite was the principle of union for all beings, for every pairing up in the universe. He, Empedocles, saw Eros as a quicksilver passing through all things. To Empedocles Eros was cause of all union of cosmic forces. Love is what unites the cosmos and hate divides it. Eros the cornerstone of philosophy to Plato. Within the material world like honey in the comb for Zeno, the I in you and you in me in the liturgy of Hermes, he is all you see and all you cannot see according to Seneca, driving the chariot of the soul said Philo of Alexandria. Aristides who knew the ecstasies, crying with pleasure. Who is initiated knows and understands it. The animals with their idea of him, according to Xenocrates. A portion of Zeus in each of us, Marcus Aurelius. Anaximanders unlimited embracing the all. He'd never write on that theme. Plato wrote. Light of light, said Plotinus, whatever it was he meant to say. It was thought that in Tierra del Fuego they had no god, but the Yamans said, before their extinction, that they'd never spoken of Watauranua because they hadn't been asked. They told Gasend. The ethnological proof of God. I long to see Watauranua face to face, but where to meet him? Gasend's expedition. For whom the Bushman's nocturnal dances, the Hottentots' prayer asking for honey and roots, pygmy liturgy, that Ski Besta describes, under the stars by the light of wax torches offering up sweet potato to God. Who also through the rainbow reveals to the pygmies his great desire to bond with them. The Atman is silent. We are born of the invisible like the fig tree from the fig tree invisible in the seed. Ips like a piece of rope on the road at night that looks like a snake. By day the rope can be seen and the snake vanishes. Not to be able to contemplate his beauty, I the painter Nebar and Dot. From whom the Nile comes to us. Through whom the gods exist. And the pleasures of the light. Unkolankolu of the Amazulu, about whom the Amazulu say, no one, not even the chiefs can speak about him in a true way. What we were and what Unkolankolu created we do not know in this life we lead since he ceased to exist. The way of Unkolankolu, so to speak, was not given to us on our pilgrimages. He is beyond we know not what. In reality we know nothing but his name. The intrinsic principle of created things that Zhuangzi discovered in the silent universe, dark and formless, he seems not to exist and he exists. The yin and the yang follow upon each other and the four seasons. But he remains. He encompasses the greatest immensities of space, but even the smallest bird shit in autumn awaits his power to give it form. Like the tender tiger cub in its mother's jaws, like the waters of the Ganges to the sea. The Kaffir said to Monsieur Arbacet. Your teachings I awaited. 12 years ago I was on the move with my flocks. There was mist. I sat down on a rock and I asked myself sad questions. Sad because I could not answer them. Who made the stars? The waters flow day and night. Who makes them flow? I cannot see the wind. But what is the wind? Sitting on that rock I hid my face in my hands. Mystical redskins in the 18th century, or simply redskins heard the cocks and saw the smoke in the huts of heaven. So much evidence of the invisible things. Things told by my grandfather Confucius. Canticle 43. Omega. The soul innumerable of Polynesia. Hunabku, 8,000 times God, and to them simultaneously, the Maya, he of a single age. Nyongmo, Gold Coast, with the stars ornaments hanging from his face. Mahdi of the Iwi, the blue is his veil and the light the oil with which he glosses his skin. Bayami of the Warajuri Kamolaroyualai, cannot be seen, on a transparent throne of rock crystal, only heard and felt. Taero of the South Seas, from eternity to eternity changing shell, permanently young. Mame number Vatur, daddy of the skies, of the Samoyed, the rainbow the trimming of his mantle. The Erdan Ajitojon of the Yakut, 6 heavens above. Makona Imai, he who works by night, in Venezuela. The great wanderer of the Sinkyone. Bite Guerid of the N-Hill, in the beginning utterly alone, to whom they pray, do not keep us far from cereals. Bakara Mahishtsita, he who created, was composed of the vapors that existed before the world was made by him. Murungu of the Kikuyu of Kenya, invisible presence everywhere. The most luminous Khan of the Belt Ayers and the Vogul's good golden light of on high. Juak, to whom the Anuak pray, I have no other. Keo of the Polynesians. First cause of the constant unfolding. First cause of the changing growth. Constant hand that there is in the trees. That dwells forever in the mysterious abysses of the night. Leza of the Ba Isla in Zimbabwe, that one from whom all things come, not so good now as before the whites. Mulungu of the Bantu, word which has no plural, the one who sets the taboos so that men will be in control of themselves. Ancient secret in the Popol Vuh. The great chief of the mysteries of the Salishan. The chief of the air of the Trimshi. Njwo reveals himself in the lightning and the waterfall and in certain men. They call him in Siberia universe, also existence. To the Tlingit, in the origin of all things, in the world of deep darkness. At Natu of the Kadish, Australia prior to death. To the Tunisians he gives the good and the bad, they don't know on what criteria. The great darkness invoked by the Iroquois in their songs. Loti Pukenga of the Maoris, from whom memories come. Too big say the Tumbukasai to think of us. In Melanesia a diffuse force in all things totally different from any material force. The lone one of the Ashanti to whom all men have access. No path of man crosses with that of another. A little piece of him there is in the body of each person. African names of the lighter of fire, the unexplainable. The contemporaneous pool of all things. He who was found. The rainbow is his hunting bow, to the pygmies. With which he hunts storms. The moon a sandal he left behind, bushman. The Pawnees Tyrawa to whom they sing in Arkansas listen, up above, in the blue silence. But we don't conceive of Tyrawa as a person. We imagine him in all things. Nobody knows what appearance he has. The Karayak call him the one on high. The one that exists. He dwells in the village in the sky. A1 he she, with nobody in the universal void. Who produced Sky Father and Earth Mother, and from that union all creatures come. When the air takes the shape of a bird, he she is part of that bird. The something which moves of the Santee Indians and Pon, something, of the Yakagairos. And the Alaska thing, to that ethnologist. Something above watches over us all the time. Jim of the Share Misses, which means heaven, and Nhandiara in a branch of Guarani, Apapakyava Guarani, beneath his hammock the blue tiger of the sky. Wakantanka of the Oglala, only the blue sky can be seen of him, but he is everywhere. The Maku call him Uwak, superior to God. Among the Yukis, he who goes alone. Daramulun, this name is known only by the initiated, and they listen to him by night seized with terror amid the jungle noises. Jimbei who reigns, refreshes the drought. He is still alive, the Wiatwishik said, and will exist for as long as the world lasts, Californian tribe now extinct. And the Maoris again. That one in whose presence all things are united. Death is something which does not come from Io. The Bantu, Nzambi has abandoned us. Why bother ourselves about him? For other tribes, Anyambi, idol god. For others he went away to work in other places. And the Diola in swamps, their swamps of the Pygmy, God is dead. And Olson to the Modi loans, why without figures of him? We haven't seen him, how can we make figures of him? But this Olson says that since they do not know him and do not see him, they believe him to be everywhere. We the smallest ones, pray the Pygmies. The Lele are very grateful to him for giving them the forest. To the Nicaraguas, dark-skinned, the same color as us Indians. Carry of the Semang, close even to the most distant things. Veiled in the darkness according to the text of the Che King. Imana knows everything to the Batway of Rwanda. Pulyuga of the Adamances is always in midday. The stars, his eyes, to the Alakale of Maragwa sometimes descends to Lagwajara. Then there are downpours, and greenery springs forth from the sandy ground. Unkolankolu. Of Unkolankolu, the old man, we no longer know anything. He was the first being, he burst forth in the beginning. The old people say that Unkolankolu exists. He made the first man, the ancients of long ago. In Tierra del Fuego, where Darwin found no religion, one like the wind, that cannot be contained, without body, nor wife nor children, and there are no images of him. The white people think these songs are lies, the Yamana woman. To the Maidu, Sacramento, California, USA. On their reservation, Wanami, immortal, says to them, "Within your hearts you must know us. It is pointless for you to see us and touch us. The light of the campfires is not needed because there is the interior light." Frequent in California the reference to interior light, says the author. As also the Great Spirit strolls by the light of the moon on an island of his in Lake Superior. They translate the Great Spirit, but it is the Great Mystery. Taeroflo, already mentioned above, the ancestor of the gods, before creating the universe was squeezed in his conch in the dark depths, his conch tumbling in the limitless space. In ancient China they spoke to him with bonfires in the mountains. Zulu prayers are of one word, cow. Rain. Or children. In Bani, God, sky and cloud, are the same word. For the Swazi his name is Great Premier. Shepherd of the cloud sheep. He knows the trail that a bird leaves in the air, Capri is reborn from himself. To Heartland, impossible, that men without clothes, incapable of counting to 7, impossible. With sublime philosophical concepts. What makes us see a stone is the reflection of divinity in it, it is its aura, say the Maori. The Dakotas say, we never see the real sky, but merely an aspect of it, the blue sky. Nor the real earth either, nor the real rocks, merely its image of God. The manner in which the Winnebago boy dreamed of Mana. He fasted and fasted in order to dream of Mana. And he dreamed of all things but not of Mana. A stone revealed to him that was to dream of Mana. And he ceased to want to dream of Mana. The sky is a person to the Zulu. Ever since creation they have not seen him again, say the Bantu. Cradle of all children to the Ainu. Men not known on the earth created all the things, but the water and the earth were not separated, there was deep darkness all around, as from a chaos of notes about the god of the primitives, jottings, tiny slips of paper this canto can emerge, and he created the first couple, and that couple dreamed that all the things were being created, and when they awoke there were all the things that they had dreamed of. The Wiyat of California mentioned above have said, he does not work with his hands. What he thinks exists. Sela of the Eskimos, which also means universe. Nobody has seen him, say the Eskimos, because he is close to you but infinitely far away. To them it is impossible to explain him with ordinary words. He is not heard by men in ordinary words, but through storms, snowfalls, the flux of the tides. And another manner of revealing himself, the days of sun, the calm sea, small children playing who understand nothing. The children hear his mysterious soft voice, almost like a woman's. The word he says to them. Sila Ersanarsanif Lugo, do not be afraid of the universe. Kyathan, in Massachusetts, against whom Hobomak, the devil, himself can do nothing. For the Maidu of California he shines like the light of the sun, but no one has seen him, except the evil one, who once set eyes on him. The Yuak of the Chiluk of the Upper Nile, according to Leanhart, is not the supreme being above all beings but a supremely contingent being. Is he body or spirit? They answer, he is spiritual like the wind. Also, that on one side he is spirit and on the other side he is spirit, and in front and behind he is body. And Dr. Hesty, he appears to be one and nevertheless plurality. He is the presence in everything, the material and the spiritual without being spirit nor matter. He remains there always although the sun falls in the evening. Gold Coast. There is no atheistic people on the earth, according to the evidence of Artemidorus of Rhodes. Have you not gone off to hunt, and have you not heard his voice when the antelopes run because he calls them? To Mr. Orpen, the bushman. Immutable center of the shifting infinite. You saw me bring a pumpkin, said the iwi, and you are watching me make from it a vessel to drink from. The seed within is very tiny. I place it in the earth and it becomes a vessel to drink from. This thing I cannot do. Nobody knows him. Tamakel, before all the ancestors, he made the first firmament and the first earth, but he has never come to the earth. He is far behind the stars. From that time he exists. Whom the gods adore, Amonra. Child of love. Akongo of the Ngam in the Congo. All peoples give him a different name, say the Ngam. To them, beginning, without end, unexplainable. You can deal with him very easily. He has never been man although he has the features of a man. All names are yours. Saint Gregory of Nazianzus. Our father is the Mungan Nga of the Gurnai. Imam created the world from nothing, because there was nothing, but he does not interfere. The banana gives fruit. The scholastic distinction of first and second cause says Maquette. He has emotions. He has very long arms. He is not material. Imana gives, he does not sell. He is so good he requires no worship. Above the palisade of this world is the sky, where the stars fly like fireflies. And above, the other palisade. He is beyond the beyond, Hindi. Bodiless to the Bariya. He dwells in those deep African jungles. He has not grown angry with man. He is good but he sleeps. The Batak see his dewdrop on a plant, for food of man. I don't know according to what mystery the quiche called him beautiful gourd. Also clear and hidden, and hurricane of the sky. Taui in existence before the void and the silence, before the primeval nothing, who set the motionless universe in rotation at the beginning and started the chain of the emergence of beings from non-being and the return to non-being. No one has seen him, said Ayuki to the German Ivor listener. But I believe someone must have seen him, because if not we would have no knowledge of him. Juan Isa, our father, of the mosquitoes. Ma Papuk, our father, of the sumu. Father is the most primitive form of addressing him according to Schmidt, the formidable German with 20 volumes on the subject. The oldest tribe of the oldest tribes of Australia knows no other name for him. His name in Tierra del Fuego is never uttered, they use other terms. In Africa the Bainan call him Death. The god of the Samoyedos, called A. In Australia his name revealed to the neophytes in secret, which we do not know. Zeus, whoever he may be if that name pleases him, said Aeschylus. And the Apollo of the oracle of Claros said. Zeus, Hades, Helios, Dionysius, are the same. In Hermetics he is, anonymous and polynomous, nameless and having many names. Just as for the Purana of India there are 330 million gods, but above them there is a single god. And a people from North Africa calls him Yes, word for which there's no known etymology or meaning. Being existent before all and different from all without limit where he ends and without part or form. And the being that he is act by himself of himself giving existence to himself and through himself, neither quality nor quantity, neither moving nor motionless, neither in place nor in time but uniform in himself and before truly formless, prior to all form, and prior to movement and to repose, without being essence only being able to say that he is transcendence to being which is not to say what he is but merely what he is not, without being able to assign any name to him other than the name of one and without being even able to say of him that he is, nor that he is good, but simply the good without the is, being able to say what he is not but not what he is, and not possessing in himself either the not good nor the good he possesses nothing and finds himself alone and separated from all, splendor that makes a statue beautiful and a living person more beautiful than a beautiful statue. And where is the creator of so much beauty? He can be none of the beautiful things since he has no form, rather from him all forms are born, and his beauty is a beauty transcendent to beauty, but from him all beauty is born and all things aspire to him, divining almost that they cannot exist without him, being he the good that is present in everyone, and also those who are sleeping are in him, and it is not him who desires us to be around us, but we desire him to be around him, and the harmony of the dance around him is of a divine dance, and the soul loves him in harmony with nature, wanting to unite with him with the beautiful love of a beautiful virgin, and that joy we can conjecture from earthly love, seeing how much joy it is to possess what one loves, but the beloved objects in this world are mortal, and the loves are simulacrums of loves, like in the theater, since the beloved is not our good nor the one we are searching for, he is not decked in a separating flesh, the true beloved. And the soul has then another life and has no need of another, stripped of all other things so as to be alone in him and to be him alone. In a flight of the entire spirit towards him alone there on high, where color is beauty in flower, or rather all is color and deep beauty, there one and what one sees are no longer one exterior to the other, rather that he who sees penetrates in himself the one he sees, and the soul, seeing the beauties of this world, suspects that none of those beauties are the one he is searching for, and when he sees them in a continual flow he knows full well that what shines forth in them comes from somewhere else. But where is the creator of so much beauty? He must be above all forms, infinite beginning, without form, from which all forms proceed, and thus one has to reject the vision of things and look merely towards that one through whom one sees, like when one sees a thing without wanting to see other things and lowers the curtain of the eyelids, producing thus the light, or like when one screws up one's eyes and sees the light there is within him, not seeing sees in the darkness and sees more than ever, since one sees the light. The other things were luminous but were not the light, and in order to have him one does not have to have anything but solely him alone. This initiation is in some manner known to the initiates, and thus he appears in oneself, and no longer are there two but two, one alone, being an imitation of this lovers and their beloved, who prefer intoxication to drinking the drink with moderation, and it is difficult to describe the vision in which they are not two but he who sees is transformed into one with the scene. Not occupied with beautiful things but beyond the beautiful, like someone who has entered the innermost place in the temple after the statues, upon leaving he will again see the statues. The light that travels at 300,000 kilometers per second takes 8 minutes from the sun to here. A being that travels at twice the speed would take half the time. A being moving at infinite speed would be everywhere at once, and therefore in the interior of everything, and therefore would know everything, and knowing everything would be all-powerful. Since time is merely our inability to see everything at the same time, this being would be without space-time, infinitely present. And since what we see as present and as future cannot yet see, nor as past, everything is present, he would be in an eternal present. Also an infinitely mobile being would be motionless. And a motionless being in the interior of everything, would have to be the motor of everything, in other words the creator of everything, and therefore infinite love. And then you ought to be able with this love to make love. The Canticle had a ladder. It was also closer then. They could hear the songs from here. In the Orinoco, dances and eternal intoxication. For the Guajiro, in their sandy and arid land, crossed by wide blue rivers, something unseen in La Guajira. In Patagonia, a larger and more beautiful region than the Pampa. In Greenland, a warm sky beneath the earth, a sheltered and blissful place. Hell is above in the sky, a cold and desert place where great winds blow. In the Amazon, an immense river of life, called Meshuerane, which flowed over the earth but later withdrew from mankind, it is in the sky and can only be seen on starry nights. It's the Milky Way. Men were rejuvenated in this Amazon of life. The Yagua's heaven is not in the sky but much higher up. A most beautiful forest, without villages because they are not needed. For the Maku there are two extraterrestrial worlds, one is above, where there are only good people, another beneath the earth where there are also good people. Only here on earth are there good and bad people. The Mitiko of the Grand Chaco tell of the times when the heavens and the earth were united by a tree, and the Indians could ascend the tree to hunt in the heavens. The Yequana build their round huts in the style of the sky, place where eternally and untouched maracas play. The Yaruro asked the anthropologist for a photo of heaven. They wanted to become extinct quickly in order to reach heaven. The Iroquois Soul Country, where bad people never enter. The tents on the other side of the Crows. The village of the West, of perpetual dance, of the Ottawa. They have reached there in their canoes through the lakes, the Algonquins. To the Tarascans its gate was Lake Pscuero. An agrarian reform like that of the Incas, for the Chibcha. The roof of the hut of the world for the Tlalomancans of Costa Rica. In the middle of the hut there is a tree which is the center of the world, and it is in Chiriqui, Panama. Invisible forest of the Paraguayan Guayaki, where the strange trees are, the eternal trees. To the Arapaho, now almost completely vanished, all the vanished buffalo graze there in prairies. The Kuna will have very busy streets there, they say, buildings with many stories but of gold. There is a lift to get up to that city of golden skyscrapers. Their god has a telephone and he sits in a revolving chair. The whites sell bananas in the streets, as now the Kuna do in Panama. There are few whites in heaven. And it's that we are on this earth, said Seneca, just as the maternal womb keeps us for 10 months. The gravitational collapse of the universe. And so what? The one scattering himself created all things which will once again be the one. The one, the Li, of Confucius, silent and secret, in hidden action. That one from whom all evolution stems and in whom all evolution ends. Will come out of this all right, God willing. The Living Thoughts of Sandino, ed. 1961 p. 139. I gaze at the polished glass waves from the prow of the Solentiname, observing that there are never two waves the same. Created by someone who has made no two of us the same, but so that we are all made one. All one. The different islands of the Galapagos made the animals of those islands different. Darwin discovered in the Galapagos. Plutarch attributes to Anaximander the theory that we come from fish. And Empedocles said, I have been a bird and a silent fish in the sea. Alpha is Omega. In Egypt it was written. All that is came after him. Adam, who created himself and became himself. Tau, of whom it is said that he comes to meet us as the origin of everything that is. All things tend ardently towards a common center. Omega point. That supreme will has brought us together here to obtain the freedom of Nicaragua. God will speak through the Indian of the Segovias. We will win, with God's help. To the North American journalist Carlton Beals. God will crown our efforts. Do not be afraid, my dear brothers. 478. Very soon we'll have our once and for all triumph in Nicaragua. Against the imperialisms of the earth. Not only here. Cuzco means navel. In Bali the volcano Gunung Agung, the highest, is the navel of the world. Babylon was the navel of the world and its temple the center of the cosmos. Egypt considered itself the navel of the world. And China, the Middle Empire, center of the world. Delphi was the center of the earth, and it had in its temple an omphalos, an umbilical stone. Similarly the temple of Quetzaltepec in Guatemala. Easter Island was called Te Pito Te Henua, the navel of the world. Jerusalem also was an omphalos. But the Samaritan woman asked Jesus if it was Jerusalem or Samaria, and he said it would be the whole earth. The entire planet, the navel which unites us with the heavens. Love is the synthesis of the universe, like the chemical synthesis of substances in a compound body. It recapitulates the universe, gathers it together in a single point. But synthesis which has to transcend a universe or entropy will triumph. Romeo's voice ringing out in the night. Hang up philosophy. Unless philosophy can make a Juliet. And since the galaxies will fall upon themselves. Once again the second law of thermodynamics, heat does not travel from the cold body to the warm. Carlos Martinez tells me that MZ died of a heart attack. And I think of the second law of thermodynamics. After which it collapses upon itself and returns to nothing. But the incompatibility that there is between total death and the intention that lies behind evolution. Death, victory, said Marty. Identical to Dario's victory of human progeny. Also the same Marty. Death is the hardest to understand. Alfonso talking to me about Chicano in the asylum as though he were alive in Lima. I said to him, he's dead. And he, well, who knows? I think he's not dead. Another time I told him his friend Father Pelais had just died. I don't believe it. I think it's a political conspiracy or something like that. Alpha and Omega. The prophecy of the G and Th and S that someone would come to recloth the bodies. On whose account in Western Africa the skulls are painted red. Killing a god dates from the most remote times according to Fraser. Those redskins seeing the whole world full of blood, as though painted with blood, they say, and that's why there are red rocks, and that's why the world is beautiful. The hieroglyphics on the tombs of Tel el Amarna, addressed to him. In the 16th century Ricci encountered most ancient Jewish communities in China waiting for the Messiah, sometime within 10,000 years. And Confucius said, you do not leave except by the door. You do not walk except along the path. He came to unite all our totems and all our clans. To set us free from all the taboos. The savior of the tribe. A mediating savior in the Upper Nile, who is not dead according to them in the Upper Nile. Mitlan Tekali Nawadal, the Lord of the mansion of the dead. The sun. The one that feeds us and by night lights up our dead. The primitives in their myths, according to Frobenius, never mention the technical process of that discovery. Fire, but that it is always from a god, an outsider. Fire was stolen also in Polynesia, island of Mangala. Thanks to a hero, people have light and can cook their food. A humanity in deep darkness, the Zuni recall, crowded together, climbing one on top of the other like reptiles, until the great wise man brought them out of there to the surface of the earth, to the Son Father. That agraphon of Christ's. Raise up the stone and there you will find me. He's been around since the Paleolithic. The stone that God worked, Kilambalam de Kumail, there where formerly there was no sky. In the Strait of Torres Mudok was inside a shark. Yeti, sun god, inside a whale. Jonah, deeply rooted in the mind of primitive people, says Frobenius. Once again Frobenius. Deer pound. The hero defeats the monster in the pygmy myth, delivering from it the men that it had devoured. Difficult to know what he will be like, Confucius said, the saint awaited for 100 generations. A generation, chi, is 30 years, that is, awaited for 3,000 years. Also, that the two first dynasties have not been able to satisfy the heavens. You have said it. I am king. He said in the Praetorium. Which you have to interpret in the orthodox manner. I am the people. And the people are king. I am the proletariat. And the proletariat is king of history. Many times you have heard me speak of a final judgment of the world. Sandino to his troops. By final judgment of the world you should understand the destruction of injustice on earth and the reign of the Spirit of light and truth, that's to say love. Jesus also specifies, the judgment will be undertaken by someone who was hungry, was imprisoned. According to the ancient Persians we owe the order of the cosmos to the just. And it says in the Gospel of Thomas that the kingdom of heaven is spread across the earth but mankind does not see it. Jesus, free of Oedipus complex, called him Abba, Daddy. For more than 1,000,000 years we have seen him, confusedly, in thunder, the woods, animals, the sea, the wind, fire, rain, the stars. Ptolemy used to say that gazing at the stars he was touching him. Epicurus was pious. His doctrine was not to fear the gods. He said they were comrades of ours. The Redskins affirm that his power is beautiful and that he delights in this. You who also made the animals that eat rotting and decaying things, buzzards, flies, cockroaches, and with them feed their young and their young suffer no diarrhea. Watharanua. The barefoot woman kicking the sharp-edged ice. That you might have made us a present of a whale. The pygmy woman who wants to eat snake meat prays. Magoo, allow me to kill a snake. His passage through the forest is announced by strange nocturnal sounds, but above all is manifested to them in dreams. And the tribe for whom praying is crazy. And an insult to Bayami who knows everything. Each atom is his throne, said that Sufi, although now thrones and atoms are different. To Empedocles he was a sphere, in all parts equal to itself. Just as Origen theorized that resurrected bodies were spheres, why? Because they'd have no entrails nor rectum. Since God creates nothing in vain. Not so ludicrous, since the curvature of the universe which folds in upon itself is reflected in the earth's curvature which spins upon itself, and in the consciousness of the earth which reflects upon itself. The Sioux say that he placed them on the great island, USA, with knowledge so that they would be acquainted with all things. Two curvatures, says Chardin, the roundness of the earth and the convergence of minds on this earth. Within the great curvature, the universe. The canticle never ends. That's to say, the poem's theme is endless. A planet of persons first, and after of superpersonalization. Now the tendency of the species is the convergence of all its tendencies. All to the same convergence. The dream of all mystics, says Chardin. Chardin once again. Dear Father Angel, because of cancer of the pancreas now all light. Sonorous light. Said Alfonso. And elsewhere. That God dreamed Aphrodite in words. If the poem has little congruence, its theme the cosmos is less congruent. The convergent force of the universe towards its center is love. The idea that each part tends towards the whole, this is a cliché in my poem, but it comes from Plato. It must have been like an ecstasy, in his madness, when Alfonso said, "Here everything, even time, becomes space." This may be hermetic, but not hermetic que la Octavio Paz. Center of convergence of the universe, do not exclude me from your kisses and your embraces. Mystery of being more the other while more the same. Center of centers, irradiating from the center of a system of centers like a single point. Omega point. Where nothing more will fit together. In our most intimate being, closer to everyone. There is our end, because where we are going is where we came from, the beginning. Having had a common origin, says Wells, we will be united in a common destiny in a tiny planet among the stars. Thy kingdom come. May the revolution come to the entire earth. Until revolution and earth become extraterrestrials. A perfect humanity, nothing less, which is no small thing or which transcends even that. A society of planetary units? Simone Weil's conclusion was that everything that is less than the universe is subject to suffering. The clay eggs found in Russia and Sweden were metaphors for immortality. Or the dead buried close to the waters in the megalithic. Zulus associate the snake with resurrection because it changes its skin. The whole is entire in each of its parts, as the mystics have seen, and not just the elite of mystics. The whole sings in each one, and each one in the whole. Union, which will be the fruit of the tree of life. Collectivity of consciousness, or collective consciousness, or superconsciousness. An extraplanetary destiny. Spiritual atoms. Hominization even of death itself, in the words of the mystical paleontologist. Now all confused with the all, and persons with the person. In an all that is person, and person that is love. Matter was merely the tenuous veil over your face. Transcendence of the visible universe. A change as when life began on earth, a completely ethereal humanity, and the entire universe has been changed since the beginning, mere atoms in space communicating with each other through radiation, and becoming finally, perhaps, completely light, which could just as well be either the end or the beginning. This is Desmond Bernal in 1929. And what do we see when we gaze at the night sky? In the night we see simply the expansion of the universe. Galaxies and galaxies and beyond galaxies and beyond quasars. And further back in space we'd see neither galaxies nor quasars, rather a universe in which nothing would have yet condensed, a dark wall, before the instant the universe became transparent. And earlier what would we finally see? When there was nothing. In the beginning.